Orders of the day. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 23(5) of the Auditor General Act, the fall 2023 reports from the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, pursuant to Standing Order 32(5). These reports are permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to present both on signed copies, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, entitled "Let's Talk About It, period. Achieving Menstrual Equity in Canada." Pursuant to Standing 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have the honour to present in both official languages, dans les deux langues officielles, les deux rapports.
The two following reports from public accounts. The third report, 30th report, Systemic Barriers, Correctional Services Canada.
The 31st report, entitled Chronic Homelessness. I believe, Mr. Speaker, immediately after me, a member of the official opposition will rise and present a dissenting report. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for a dissenting opinion, the Honourable Member from Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present our dissenting opinion. Now, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Canada has been plunged into a never-before-seen housing hell. 48% of Canadians have given up the hope of ever owning their own home. Mortgages have doubled, rents have doubled, and Canada is in a housing crisis. To address this, Conservative members of the committee recommend the immediate implementation of C-356, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act, including 7 recommendations. 1, establish a target for the completion of new homes in high-cost cities that increases 15% every year and ties federal infrastructure funding allocated to high-cost cities to that target. Recommendation 2, provide for the reallocation of $100 million from the Housing Accelerated Fund to municipalities that greatly exceed housing targets. Recommendation 3, require that federal transit funding provided to certain cities be held in trust until high-density housing is substantially occupied and available land around federally funded transit project stations. Recommendation 4, making a condition for certain cities to receive federal infrastructure and transit funding that they may not unduly restrict or delay approval of building permits for housing. Recommendation 5, amend the CMHC Corporation Act and the National Housing Act and the Excise Tax Act in order to eliminate executive bonuses unless housing targets are met, and to reduce executive compensation if applications for funding for new housing constructions are not treated within an average of 60 days. Recommendation 6, provide a full 100% GST rebate on new residential property for which the average rent payable is below market rate. And finally, recommendation 7, require the Minister of Public Works to table a report on the inventory of federal buildings and land to identify land suitable for housing construction and to propose a plan to sell at least 15% of any federal buildings and all land that would be appropriate for housing construction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports, the Honourable Member from Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to present in both official languages the 6th report from the Standing Committee on Science and Research, entitled "The Role and Contribution of Citizen Scientists." Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. The introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and present a petition on behalf of the constituents of Regina Louvain, and it says, "We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, draw the attention of the House to the following. Whereas freedom of choice in healthcare is becoming increasingly curtailed and further threatened by the legislation and statutory regulations of the Government of Canada, it is a fundamental right for individuals to be able to choose how to prevent illness or how to address illness or injury in their own bodies. Canadians want the freedom to decide how they will prevent illness or how they will address illness or injury in their own bodies, and Canadians are competent and able to make their own health decisions without state interference. Therefore, your petitioners call upon Parliament to guarantee the right of every Canadian to health freedom by enacting the Charter of Health Freedom draft for the Natural Health Product Protection Association on September 4th, 2008. Madam Speaker, I have many constituents that are concerned with the changes to the natural health product regulations, and I present this on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise this morning to present on behalf of the petitioners petition number 4414 that states, whereas 1 in 10 Canadians have a rare disease and face immense challenges in getting the appropriate care to survive and get better. 1 in 15 babies in Canada are born with a rare disease, and the Government of Canada announced an investment of up to $1.5 billion over 3 years as part of the national strategy. So therefore, Madam Speaker, the undersigned call upon the Government of Canada to implement the National Strategy for Drug and Rare Disease, work with the provinces to ensure immediate access to rare disease medicines, extend the funding for rare disease medicine, ensure that CORD and the regroupment are key partners in the discussions, and finally, Madam Speaker, to build out the NSDRD to include centres of expertise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to be able to stand in this place and once again present a petition. And this one has particular relevance, as I've heard from a number of constituents related to this issue, and including some heartbreaking personal stories of individuals who have been caught up in the circumstances that are taking place in Pakistan. This petition, Madam Speaker, says the following: the people of Pakistan and Pakistani Canadians are becoming increasingly concerned about reports of political turmoil and uncertainty in that country, and that the restoration of democracy in Pakistan is in the best interests of Canada, Pakistan, and the international community. Therefore, we, the undersigned residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to use all reasonable avenues of diplomacy to influence the Government of Pakistan to respect fundamental elements of democracy, including free and fair elections, freedom of the press, and judicial independence. Madam Speaker, like I mentioned, I've heard from a number of constituents related to this issue, heartbreaking stories where people have been persecuted for trying to do what's best for their own country. And with those close connections and many Pakistani Canadians being impacted by this, Madam Speaker, it is an honour to table this petition in the House here today.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Speaker. The petition I'm tabling today is noted by the petitioners that in 2009, the Immigration Committee report on temporary foreign workers and non-status workers recommended that the government discontinue employer-specific work permits. They also noted that in 2016, at the HUMA Committee report on temporary foreign workers program found that employer-specific work permits, quote, place migrant workers in a vulnerable position with negative implications for their physical and mental well-being, and recommended that immediate steps be taken to eliminate employer-specific work permits. Then in 2019, Canada acknowledged that employer-specific work permits create a power imbalance that, quote, favors the employers and can result in a migrant worker enduring situations of misconduct, abuse, or other forms of employer retribution when it implemented the open work permit for vulnerable workers policy. Since then, numerous regulatory reforms attempting to improve the protection of temporary foreign workers, including the OWPV policy, have failed to meaningfully counteract the high risk of abuse imposed on workers by employer-specific work permits. So the petitioners are calling for just and equitable immigration system that provides full and permanent status to all workers coming to Canada and regularization programs for those currently without status. And in the interim, they're calling on the government to eliminate without delay the employer-specific work permit and adopt a work authorization regime that permits temporary foreign workers to freely change employers while in the country, regardless of their occupation or national origin.
The honourman for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present yet another petition on behalf of constituents who are calling to the attention of the government the most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, which indicates that Canada will continue in addition to what we're already experiencing, increased flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. They are highlighting the fact that addressing this climate crisis requires drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The oil and gas sector is the largest and fastest growing of emissions. They also indicate that in 2021, the federal government committed to cap and cut emissions from the oil and gas sector to achieve net zero by 2050. They are calling on the government to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourman for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present 3 more petitions from concerned citizens from the North Okanagan Shuswap who are concerned about this NDP Liberal government's overreach into their lives, especially when it comes to natural health products. These petitioners call on the Minister of Health to work with natural health products industry and adjust Health Canada's cost recovery rates to accountability or to accurately reflect the size and scope of the industry, and to only implement changes once the self-care framework is adjusted and backlogs are cleared, operations run efficiently, and there are policies and procedures in place to ensure the stable operations continue. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 3 petitions I'd like to table today. The first draws the attention of the House to the following, quote, "The Liberals' imposed carbon tax will continue to drive up the cost of home heating for Canadians." Petitioners say that in Canada, heating your home in the winter isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. And after 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians now must decide whether to heat their home or put food on their table. Petitioners say never before in Canadian history have Canadians paid more in tax than under this Liberal government, and that inflation has caused massive increases to costs faced by nonprofits and registered charities, and further compounded by the carbon tax. Petitioners call on the House to cancel the tripling of the carbon tax on home heating, ensure no new taxes on Canadians, and ensure that Canadians are put first, quote, "their family, their paychecks, their home, and their future." The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of Bill C-257. This is a private member's bill that I have put forward that would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners say that it's in the best interest of Canadian democracy to have free public exchange of ideas and to protect the political speech of those with different points of view, protect them from the possibility of discrimination or punishment for their perspectives. Petitioners ask the House to support Bill C-257 and to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. And the final petition that I'll table today raises concerns about the Liberal government involving itself in decisions that should be made by parents and by provinces. They highlight the circumstances of the Prime Minister's attempt to interfere in New Brunswick politics in relation to Policy 713. Petitioners note that in the vast majority of cases, parents care about the well-being of their children and love them more than any state-run institutions. And they say the role of government is to support families and respect parents, not to dictate how they should make decisions. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to butt out and let parents raise their own children. Thank you.
Petitions. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre? Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure that I table today a petition on behalf of a constituent who has been a very strong advocate for seniors and people 55 and over that get exploited through fraudulent means, where life savings is often taken away, and they're looking for more stringent rules to be put into place, in particular to undertake a serious and comprehensive review of the current transit system of Canadian citizens' money in this country, with the aim of putting more stringent procedures, protocols, and safeguards in place to protect seniors, in particular from losing their lifetime savings and through wealth type of funds and manipulation of fraud. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Bachrach, Skeena Bulkley Valley, reducing home heating costs.
Mr. Bachrach, seconded by Mr. Bulris, moves that given that 2023 saw a record fire season due to climate change, in which the area burnt was double that of the historic record, and hundreds of thousands of Canadians were evacuated from the homes. Two, Canadians continue to struggle with dramatic increases to the cost of living, while Canada's biggest corporations, including oil and gas corporations, post record profits. Numéro 3, les programmes.
3 federal government programs aimed at supporting energy-efficient retrofits, such as heat pumps, are hard to access, especially for low-income Canadians. 4, effective climate action must also address the very real affordability concerns of ordinary Canadians. The House call on the government to A, remove the GST from all forms of home heating, B,
energy retrofits and heat pumps free and easy to access for low-income and middle-class Canadians, regardless of their initial home heating energy source, and C, finance these changes by putting in place a tax on the excess profits of big oil and gas companies. L'honorable député de Skeena Bulkley.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by saying I'll be splitting my time with my good friend, the member for Rosemont-Le Petit-Patrie. Madam Speaker, Canadians right across this country are struggling with the cost of living. They're struggling with the cost of food. They're struggling with the cost of housing. They're struggling with the cost of home heating. And Canadians right across this country, in every province and territory, also want to see action on climate change. The challenge of our time, an existential challenge that affects all of us, affects our kids, affects future generations. It's not only that we can address these two urgent issues, the issue of affordability and the issue of the climate crisis, at the same time, Madam Speaker, it's that we must address these two emergencies at the same time. And that's why we have brought forward this motion today. Madam Speaker, this motion does 3 things. The first thing it does is that it removes the GST from all forms of home heating. The GST, after all, Madam Speaker, is a conservative tax that was brought in by a former conservative government, and it's being applied to something that, as we've heard many times in this place, is an essential. And unlike the Liberals, who last week surprised everyone with their nakedly political decision to give some people a break in some parts of Canada where they seem to be facing some tough polls, this motion here gives a break to everyone in every province and territory and on all forms of home heating. So this is a pretty simple policy proposal, Madam Speaker. It's a policy proposal that the NDP has put forward again and again, going back to the time of the late Jack Layton. The other thing that this motion does is that it makes it easier for Canadians to choose clean forms of home heating that save them money on their heating bills, especially heat pumps, which right now are transforming the home heating of millions of people around the world. We've seen double-digit increases in the number of people using heat pumps to heat their homes. And here in Canada, we have a lot of work to do. Now, Madam Speaker, the Liberals' current approach to helping Canadians install heat pumps or do eco-energy retrofits of their homes, particularly for low-income people, but for all Canadians, including middle-class Canadians, is deeply flawed. And what we saw last week was we saw them make changes for people mostly in Atlantic Canada who heat with home heating oil that make it dramatically easier to afford these kinds of changes, to improve their housing envelope, to insulate their homes and weather seal, and to install heat pumps. And Madam Speaker, those are the kinds of changes we need to see right across this country for people in every province, and we need to see for all forms of home heating. So where are we when it comes to achieving this government's stated ambition on reducing climate pollution from home heating sources? Well, Madam Speaker, we're far behind. Canada has committed that more than 10% of home heating is going to be done using heat pumps by 2030 in order to achieve what's in the emissions reduction plan. And right now we're at 6%. So by 2030, we need to get to that 10%. And that equates, Madam Speaker, to about 560,000 heat pumps installed across the country. Now, that's 70,000 heat pumps per year. And we had an order paper question where we asked the government, how many heat pumps have they incentivized under their Greener Homes program since it was brought in 2021? We got the numbers back this past March. And how many was it, Madam Speaker? 438 heat pumps, not 70,000, 438. So, of course, granted, Madam Speaker, heat pumps are being installed for other reasons other than the Greener Homes Incentive Program. But what this shows is that, like the 2 billion tree promise, which the Environment Commissioner just told us is not going to meet its goal and has become a tree counting program instead of a tree planting program, like that commitment, this commitment on heat pumps is being broken. Canada is far behind meeting its ambition and realizing the pace of change that we need to see if we're going to tackle this existential crisis. The heat pump program that this government has is far too difficult for people to access. And I want to tell the story of Perry, one of my neighbors in Smithers, BC. Back last June, his natural gas furnace was at the end of its life, and he wanted to do the right thing. He wanted to put in a clean heat pump system that was going to run on a clean BC electricity and was going to save his household money and reduce climate pollution. And so he went out there and he learned about the Greener Homes program. He got an energy advisor to do an audit of his house. He found an installer that was skilled and able to install a heat pump system. He went through all of these steps, Madam Speaker. And it's not a simple procedure. And the installer installed a heat pump system, looked through all the rules and specifications, put in these 2 units, submitted the paperwork to Natural Resources Canada, to the Greener Homes program, and after months of waiting got back the answer that although the outside unit they had installed was on the approved list of equipment, it wasn't approved if used with the inside unit that they had chosen. And the inside unit was also on the list of approved equipment, but get this, Madam Speaker, not in conjunction with the outside unit they had chosen. Like this, you can't make this stuff up, Madam Speaker. And so after months of frustration and appeals to the program to use some common sense, he's put in a heat pump that uses electricity. It cuts his climate pollution down. This is the goal of the program. He's done it, Madam Speaker. And yet the program refused all his appeals and said, no, you're not getting your $5,000 rebate. So what did they do? The installer went and tore out one of the units and put in another unit, which the installer felt was inferior. But now they're definitely both on the list and should be approved. They resubmitted the paperwork. They did another energy audit. And what happened? Well, after 6 months, the program comes back with an email saying, we have closed your account. And so it's been a year and a half, Madam Speaker, and Perry still hasn't gotten his $5,000 rebate. He's put more time into fighting with this government program. If he paid himself minimum wage, he'd have over $5,000. And it just points out how ridiculous this government's approach is to getting people these systems that are going to save them money. We're going to change that, Madam Speaker. Now, how are we going to pay for this program? How are we going to put heat pumps in low-income houses and modest-income houses across the country? How are we going to help people on low incomes afford insulation and weather sealing so that they can drive down their bills, so they can have an easier-to-afford cost of living, Madam Speaker? And the answer is very simple. We are calling for the imposition of a tax on the excess profits of the oil and gas companies that are making obscene profits, that are making money hand over fist during a climate emergency, that are fueling the climate crisis and making life more unaffordable for Canadians in every province and territory. Now, this is hardly a radical idea, Madam Speaker. This is exactly what the Conservative government in the UK did during the pandemic. They imposed a 25% profits tax on the oil and gas industry in the UK, and they took those revenues and they drove them into affordability measures for ordinary people. Not only that, Madam Speaker, they increased it to 35%. Now, this is an idea whose time has come, and last week we heard from the parliamentary budget officer that if we were only as a country to extend the very modest excess profits tax this government has placed on banks and insurance companies of 15%, if we were to extend that to the oil and gas industry, it would generate $4 billion in revenue. That's revenue that could go into programs like the one we are putting forward today to get heat pumps into low-income Canadians' homes, to help them make their homes more energy efficient with a proper low-income energy efficiency program. That's going to go a long ways, Madam Speaker. And they can afford it because right now the profits that the oil and gas industry is making are eye-watering. I'm going to provide some of the numbers, Madam Speaker. Canadian Natural Resources, $11 billion in profits for 2022. Suncor, $9 billion in profit in 2022. And I'll add, Madam Speaker, that Rich Kruger, their CEO, has said they're going to move away from climate ambition towards making even more money. Cenovus, $6.45 billion in profit in 2022. The total for Canadian oil and gas companies, $38.3 billion. This corporate profit-taking, Madam Speaker, is driving inflation, it's making life less affordable, and it's fueling the climate crisis. It's time they paid for the solutions that Canadians need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question I have for the member is in regards to the issue of how the NDP see the GST as something that's going to be applied for, let's say, things such as hydro versus gas versus propane. Is it going to be spread across in terms of all of it being classified as heating?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. The answer is yes. It would be applied on all it would be taken off of all forms of home heating, including electricity. This is going to make a substantial difference. It's going to add up to at least what his government has done for people in Atlantic Canada, and it's going to provide cost savings for people right across the country. And that's the goal of this measure. And I would add, Madam Speaker, that I would hope the Parliamentary Secretary could help Perry from Smithers get his $5,000.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from BC for his approach on this. And it was difficult to see the way that the Liberal NDP government decided to separate Canadians initially on this program, and he claims that this motion will provide equal benefit to all types of heating fuel. But I question the member on why he and his NDP counterparts continue to prop up this corrupt, divisive, and unaccountable Liberal government time after time after time, and yet they bring forward a motion like this on a day like today when they say they're an opposition party and yet they never oppose the government when it comes to things that really matter. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my Conservative colleague. I've enjoyed my time working with him in this place. We've put forward a motion today that would make life more affordable for Canadians right across the country and would have a measurable impact in Canada's fight against climate change. I believe that all of us as opposition parties should not only be in opposition, but in proposition, that we should push for the ideas that make this country better, that help Canadians in their daily lives. And that's what we're doing with this motion, taking the GST off all forms of home heating, making it easier to install heat pumps in homes across the country, and putting an excess profits tax on the oil and gas industry at a time when they're making record profits. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Therese de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. In Quebec, we heat and light our homes with hydroelectricity. This is a clean energy, and it's renewable as well. So how do you make a distinction in these measures you're proposing for those provinces that use less clean energy sources than the renewable energy sources that Quebec uses, for example? I would ask the member to ensure that she asks her questions through the chair and not through the member, directly to the member.
Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Merci.
Thank you to my colleague for that question.
It's a fair question. And the answer is that we would take the GST off all forms of home heating. Of course, for electricity, people only receive one bill. There's only one power meter on their house, and so essentially this would be taking the GST off all electricity that is used domestically. Madam Speaker, domestic electricity use is also an essential, and it is a cost that Canadians face. This is a way to make life more affordable for them. And for people like in Quebec, like in my colleague's province, that use electricity for home heating, this is going to make a substantial difference in terms of affordability. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague not only for his speech, but also for his initiative on this very important issue for many people, and for all his leadership in general in this House. Madam Speaker, I will be talking about two different things during my speech, what's essential and what is existential. Many things are essential to life, the basic needs, security, eating, having housing, having heat, and so on. These are our needs to live decently and with dignity. Everybody understands that. But at present in our society, on almost all these points, people are suffering. They are having trouble. We see this with the increase in the cost of groceries. It's reaching record prices. People have to make terrible choices, cut food, and deprive themselves to feed their kids, and take from other areas that are also essential at the same time. While the cost of groceries and foods are rising, the CEOs of the major grocery chains are stuffing their pockets with bonuses that make no sense, and they have $8-10 million a year, while other people are suffering and having trouble eating decently. Grocery costs have risen faster than inflation. Inflation is higher than the average salaries increase. The cost of housing is high. People cannot find appropriate housing at a fair price. Throughout Rosemount Petite Patrie, Montreal, and across Quebec, it's a major crisis. The Liberal government in the 1990s, followed by the Conservatives, didn't sufficiently invest in affordable and social housing and cooperative housing, and people are paying the price of that today. They can't make ends meet. They have to move into apartments that aren't suitable. They're inappropriately housed. They're too small. The cost of heating is also rising astronomically in many areas, with the cost of home heating oil, which is getting higher, and it's so hard to pay that additional price. To help people, the NDP has already taken action and put forward solutions that have made a difference. We increased by $500 the housing allocation for the most vulnerable. Also, the GST credit for people who have trouble making ends meet. Dental care for children under the age of 12 that will soon be available to teenagers and seniors over the age of 65 and persons with handicap. And this will help them. We have other proposals as well, Madam Speaker. More competition in the grocery industry. This will make a difference in helping prices to decrease. We want to have universal pharmacare to help reduce the cost of medication, as well as cooperative housing. Today, Madam Speaker, we're putting forward two new solutions that, in our opinion, should be subject to unanimous vote to eliminate the GST on all heating, all forms of home heating, and this should be applicable to all Canadians. This means everybody. When we talk about the GST, you don't play on regional differences like the Liberals are doing. We know people need a break. Not only are we proposing to eliminate the GST on all forms of home heating, but we also want to have a real eco-energy retrofit program and also ensure that heat pumps are easy to access for low-income and middle-class Canadians. Heat pumps will allow them to reduce their electricity costs, reduce their home heating costs, but also save in the long run, because this is an excellent way to heat a home and also to cool a home in the summer. So it allows us to adapt to climate change and global warming, so it's efficient and effective. How are we going to pay for that, Madam Speaker? My colleague spoke about this earlier. Last year, the major oil companies made $38 billion in profits. $38 billion in profits. It's the double of profits they'd made the year prior. They went from $19 billion to $38 billion. There's a bit of flexibility here to get some money. By taxing these oil companies more, it's easy to get $4 billion a year. $4 billion, that's not nothing. And this would allow investments in people and the reduction in home heating costs, ensure that they have rapid access to thermal pumps. That would make a huge difference.
Now, the existential axis. Existential as in existential threat. The planet is burning. We all remember last summer's forest fires. Towns and cities had to be evacuated. There was smoke in the air all across Quebec and in many parts of Ontario and BC as well. And that's not just from forest fires. It's a multiplication of natural disasters that are unfolding before our very eyes. And we need to fight these climate disruptions by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. If there's an increase of more than 2 degrees Celsius, parts of this planet will become uninhabitable for human beings. That means displacement and climate refugees in the millions, probably economies that will collapse, and war as well. People say, well, 2 degrees isn't such a big difference, because it often goes from 10 degrees in the morning to 18 in the afternoon. But you have to understand what the global average is, Madam Speaker. A number of years ago, it was, in general, 4 degrees cooler on this planet. So there are 4 kilometers of ice hanging over our head now. 4 degrees warmer turns our planet into an oven. And the Liberals are dragging their feet on this issue, Madam Speaker. They still have no cap on greenhouse gas emissions for the oil patch. We're still waiting for that. They still have no regulations for clean electricity, carbon neutral electricity by 2050. We're still waiting for those regulations. Those are two major things that would make a difference. And as a result, the Liberal government is currently heading straight for a wall. And this is not me talking. It was in the latest report of the Environment Commissioner that was just tabled this morning, and it clearly shows how the Liberals have failed when it comes to fighting climate change. So today we have a real plan, an energy transition plan, which will allow Canadians to make eco-energy retrofits and have free access to heat pumps for their home heating. Home heating is not the only sector that will enable us to meet our GHG reduction targets, but it's a key sector. It's important. We can't do nothing. We have to act in every sector of our economy and our lives in society, not just energy, but also transportation, agriculture, and our homes and home heating. The experts say, Madam Speaker, that this motion is common sense because we got the support of a number of experts and environmental groups who say this is a good thing to do. Tom Green, a climate advisor for the David Suzuki Foundation, says this is a good thing. Alex Fulford, who's responsible for Action Climate's national policies, supports this motion. Catherine Abreu, who speaks for Quebecers and Canadians, she says this is the right thing to do. Karine Brouillette aussi, and Brenda Halley from Efficiency Canada. They all say that this motion that we're tabling today is a concrete solution that's equitable among all regions, effective for families. It'll make a difference in people's ability to feed and house and themselves and heat their houses. So if we're serious about fighting climate change, this is the type of thing that should be supported and implemented as quickly as possible, because the Liberals' plan isn't working. The Conservatives couldn't give a damn. And we in the NDP, we're taking it seriously. We want to help the middle class and the lower income Canadians, and we want to save our planet by reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. I would encourage everyone here, if they're serious about these issues, to vote in favor of the NDP's motion.
And comments, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that this motion is extremely ill thought out, and some of the answers that were provided by the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley have only further contributed to that problem. The question of electricity, I'm being heckled, Madam Speaker.
I want to remind members, if they haven't been recognized to ask questions and comments or make a speech, they shouldn't be speaking out of turn at this point. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
So the issue of people that heat with electricity. Over 80% of Quebec heats with electricity. So my first question was, well, does this cover electricity? And the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley covered that and said yes. And then my next question was going to be, okay, but how do you differentiate between when somebody is heating with electricity versus when they're playing their PlayStation with electricity? And the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley said it includes all of it. Well, then how is that fair to somebody who lives in Manitoba who heats with propane but also has an electrical bill? They don't get the GST off of that, off the electrical bill, because their home heating is not part of that electrical bill. So can the member explain to me how the NDP have crafted this motion in such a way that is actually just going to make things even more unfair? And my question comes from a sincere place. I want to understand how it is that if you happen to heat with electricity, the GST is removed from your entire electrical bill. But if you don't, and you heat with propane, you still have to pay GST on your electrical.
I want to allow other people to ask questions. So, l'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, it would be a pleasure to answer that question because the answer is simple. We have a measure here that will help everyone. Unlike the Liberals, who are only helping some families, some regions, instead of helping everyone, we're going to help everyone, including Quebecers, who heat with electricity. And the Liberals are in no position to lecture anyone else on this because other people outside the Maritimes should have had access to a break too. They need a break just as much. So but the Liberals are just offering treats to people who vote for them. That's the old cynical Liberal politics, but we want to help everyone.
River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And look, I find it really tragic that after the coalition's poll numbers have been the bottom has fallen out from under them. They have become so desperate that now all of a sudden there's a carbon tax chaos brought forward by the Liberals, and then the NDP are now trying to justify a argument for affordability on home heating. Yet, Madam Speaker, when we go back to February of 2022, that party voted against a break on home heating. April 2022, that party voted against a break on home heating. June 2022, that party voted against a break on home heating. October of 2022, that party voted against a break on home heating. December of 2022, that party voted against a break on home heating. February of 2023, that party voted against a break on home heating. June 6th, that party voted against. October, that party voted against, and then we have yesterday, they finally have figured out that Canadians are struggling. So, Madam Speaker, my question is simple to that member. When will they vote to actually axe the tax to give all Canadians a break so that Canadians can afford to keep the heat on?
The honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Let's agree on one thing about the chaos on the Liberal side, because they don't know which way to turn. I agree with my colleague. There are fundamental differences, though. What we want is to take the GST off all forms of home heating, which will help all Quebec and Canadian families. In Quebec, there is no carbon tax, so the Liberal solution is inequitable. It doesn't help Quebecers. And the Conservatives don't even think there's a climate change problem. They think everything's all well and good. So once again, they just want to allow people to pollute for free, but that's not how the NDP sees things. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. He mentioned earlier that the parliamentary budget officer's report said that the oil patch could be $4 billion more could be generated in tax revenues from the oil patch, from their profits. So I'd just like to know, in Quebec, thermal pumps aren't just used for heating. They can be used for cooling too, but it costs from $8,000 to $20,000 to install one. So there are lots of people in Canada and Quebec who can't afford that. So a free the cost of these free heat pumps for everyone would be billions of dollars. So how is the NDP going to pay for that? The honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I find it interesting that the Bloc is concerned about us taxing pharmaceuticals and the oil patch and so on to help people in concrete terms. We have a thermal pump at home. It works great. It's very efficient. And what we're going to do will be effective and it'll be efficient. We're going to find the money to help Quebecers.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Here, here. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm actually very pleased to rise today, Madam Speaker, to speak to this issue. This is an issue that is near and dear to my heart. And I have some stuff to offer today in terms of how I see, where I see some flaws with this motion, quite frankly. But first, I want to establish and correct the record, Madam Speaker. I've already heard from both NDP interventions today, both the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley and Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie, who have indicated that the removal of the carbon tax from home heating oil was regional, and that is 100% incorrect. The way that it's done is if you heat with oil and you are currently subject to the federal price on pollution, regardless of where you live in the country, you will not pay the carbon tax. So, for the member from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie and the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley who said that this is somehow regional, Well, I got news for them. There's twice as many people that heat with oil in Ontario than all of Atlantic Canada. So this notion that it is somehow a regional thing, while I hate to say it, but the NDP appears to be just jumping on the bandwagon of a narrative that the Conservatives are trying to set. And it's factually incorrect. And I think it's very important to point that out. And so while I'm on this topic, Madam Speaker, I would like to address the issue of home heating oil and the carbon tax, or the price on pollution that has been removed from that recently. Some call it the carbon tax. And I want people to appreciate why that happened and why that was done in the way that it was done. We know two things about heating with oil. It is the dirtiest form of heating, and it is the most expensive form of heating. Just so that people can understand it from a numbers perspective, in 2023, the annual operating costs in British Columbia, Vancouver, if you heat with natural gas and you have a 96% efficient furnace, you will pay $600 in gas. If you heat with oil in the same country and have a 94% efficient furnace, you will pay $1,800. You will effectively be paying 3 times the amount if you heat with oil. In Calgary, Alberta, it's $800 versus $3,200, 4 times as much. In Regina, Saskatchewan, $1,400 versus $4,400. In Toronto, Ontario, $900 versus $3,400. In Winnipeg, Manitoba, $1,300 versus $4,700. In Montreal, Quebec, $1,300 versus $3,400. In Fredericton, $1,600 versus $3,600. In Halifax, $2,200 versus $3,200. In every single example I've given, I've shown that it is significantly more expensive to heat with oil. And it is the dirtiest form. So, a natural question that environmentalists might have, and I think it's a very good question, because quite frankly, it is a policy that I had to really think about when I heard that it was announced. Why? The question would be, why would you remove the price on pollution from the dirtiest form of heating? And it's a really good question. And actually, if you were to only remove it and stop there, it'd be bad, because you would accomplish nothing. Yep. And you wouldn't be encouraging people to heat with oil because of the price difference, unlike the leader of the opposition who implied in a question during question period last week. But you certainly wouldn't be pushing forward. So our plan is not to remove the price on pollution. It is to pause it for 3 years so that people can use that money that they otherwise would have been spending on the dirtiest form of fuel to transition to a heat pump. So, from an environmentalist perspective, I'm not happy with the idea of removing a tax from the dirtiest form of fossil fuel, but I know that in the long run, we will be better off from an environmental perspective because more people will have transitioned to heat pumps. And this brings me to the second policy that was also adopted that Conservatives and, quite frankly, the NDP like to conflate as well. And that's the issue of heat pumps aren't available throughout the entire country. That's not true. Heat pumps are available through a federal provincial program to the whole country. It is up to the individual province to sign up and to say to the federal government, yes, we want to participate. We will provide X number of dollars, you provide X number of dollars. That's the way the program works, that's the way the program's set up, that's the way the 3 Atlantic provinces who have bought in, signed up for the program, are currently on it. So I want to make absolutely clear, the program is available throughout the entire country, but it is up to the provinces to decide that they want to come on board. Now let me shift to the problem that I have with this motion, Madam Speaker. And the problem was highlighted very early on in the debate by questions that have been coming forward. The problem has been highlighted very early. Oh, and actually there's one more thing I wanted to mention about home heating and oil. Quebec has actually banned oil heating in new homes starting on the 31st of December as of 2023. They banned it. You can't build a house in Quebec that has oil as a form of heating. According to the CBC article from December 31st of 2021, as of December 31st, oil-powered heating is banned on all new construction projects across Quebec. A part of the province's push to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Quebec has always been a leader in this regard. In 2 years, Quebec will go a step further by making it illegal to even replace an existing oil furnace with any sort of heating system powered by fossil fuels. So in 2 years, after December of this year, basically, you have to replace with a non-fossil fuel burning source. Quebec, as a province, is doing the right thing here. They're bringing in bold initiatives that are important, that are going to genuinely transform how people heat in the province. But as I indicated in a question that I asked earlier, over 80% of Quebec already heats with electricity. So this motion is actually unfair to Quebecers, which is why I had asked the question earlier. I was going to ask the question, but it was answered already by the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. When I read this motion, and I will read it again for you, Madam Speaker, the motion says that the House call on the government to remove the GST from all forms of home heating. Sounds easy. I'm sure who drafted it made a lot of sense. But you're forgetting the complexities, Madam Speaker, of how people heat their homes. And it's not as cut and dry as somebody has a gas furnace, somebody has an oil boiler, somebody has electric baseboard heating. Well, for example, heating your home with a heat pump is done by electricity. So the question that I had originally when I read this was, okay, well, what about people who use electricity? Now, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley answered that question by saying, we will remove, this motion would apply to all forms of heating. Therefore, if you heat with electricity, you don't pay the GST on your electrical bill. So then I'm thinking, okay, so when my kids are playing with their PlayStation or their Xbox, whatever, and they're using electricity, they're not going to be paying GST on that if I happen to be one of the people that also has baseboard heaters. Because now I'm heating with baseboard or an electric forced air furnace. Those are very common too, especially in Quebec. So if somebody uses a forced air electric furnace, presumably, according to this motion, all GST would be removed from their electrical bill. But then how is that fair? Because now the consumption of electricity that's not related to home heating is something that's not subject to GST anymore. So then I'm thinking to myself, okay, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley addressed that point too. He said, oh, no, we knew about that when we drafted this. I'm paraphrasing, of course. We knew about that when we drafted this, and we intend this to be on the entire electrical bill. Well then, how is that fair to somebody that heats with gas, but also has an electrical bill? So my gas bill would not have the GST on it, but my electrical bill would because I don't happen to heat with electricity. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I think I understand where the NDP is coming from, but in my opinion, with all due respect, this is an extremely flawed motion in the wording. It doesn't achieve what I think that they intended to when they originally wrote this. And so that's why I'm concerned about supporting this. I actually agree with a number of the things in here. I agree that, and I've said this in this House, Madam Speaker, that the oil and gas sector has profited record profits. I brought to the attention of this House during various different debates the fact that the oil and gas sector, as it relates to purchasing gasoline at a gas station for your vehicle, is 9 times the impact, the increase is 9 times what the carbon tax effectively is. So let me explain that. In the preceding year, on the average liter of gasoline in Canada, the carbon tax contributed a 2-cent increase per liter, but the wholesale profits So the profit's made not by the retailer who owns the gas station, but the oil company that is selling it to the retailer made 18 cents more per liter. So 9 times more of an effect from the price on the profits that are being made versus the carbon tax. Yet conservatives are nowhere on that. They're not 9 times as outraged with the big oil companies. No, not at all. They're picking on the 2 cents per liter when the bigger fish is the 18 cents per liter. But they're silent on it. I wonder why. I think we all know. I really don't have to say it. But my point is that I recognize that. And so I actually think that it is important to do something with respect to the oil and gas sector. Now, does the issue of what the NDP is proposing solve the problem? They're saying take the record profits. Okay, well, how do you do that? Do you do that the way that we did that with the banks? Because the way we did that with the banks and the insurance companies was over a 5-year period. It was set up. It was an established baseline. If you made anything more than that, you had a separate tax level. But that's only for 5 years, and it's only while those profits are high. How does that, I mean, I understand you collect the money and then you reinvest it into environmentally friendly options, which is what they're proposing, but I don't understand the long-term strategy there. I certainly understand the short-term strategy of penalizing them for gouging the market, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, but there's no long-term strategy there. Where I think the better long-term strategy is, quite frankly, in dealing with oil and gas sector, Madam Speaker, is dealing with the sector from capping the emissions that they're allowed to produce. And this is a highly effective and established mechanism for doing it. It's nothing new. And that's why, we set up strategies, Canada's methane strategy, which includes the requirements for the oil and gas sector to achieve methane reductions of at least 75% by 2030 from the 2012 levels. And so we had a position paper that's been done on it. I've submitted so many petitions, well over 20 petitions by this point, Madam Speaker, to this effect. I happen to have another one here because I presented one yesterday. I'll probably present this one tomorrow. But these are Canadians, and this is what Canadians are talking about. They're saying, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned us repeatedly that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades will bring widespread devastation and extreme weather. They are concerned and certainly feeling the impacts in Canada today with increased flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. They want to address climate change, and they recognize that this requires a drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius in the oil and gas sector, which is the largest, fastest growing source of emissions. And in 2021, they know that the federal government committed to cap and cut emissions for the oil and gas sector to achieve net zero emissions. So these petitions, and I presented this on behalf of thousands of Canadians, call on the government of Canada to immediately move forward with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in nature in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. I mean, I think that is a better strategy. We have 2 forms of really pricing pollution. You can do that through a direct price on pollution, what commonly called a carbon tax, and that is done, and people are provided rebates as an incentivization to curb their behavior but still get more money back, which is why 80% of more Canadians that are paying it get more money back. Or you can do the cap and trade model, which is a model that the Western Initiative adopted with a number of states in the United States and a couple provinces, including Canada and Ontario, although Doug Ford has since backed out of it. That's another way that you can do it, through cap and trade. And so by capping the emissions, Madam Speaker, we can start to control what we know is the highest emitting sector and the fastest growing. As a matter of fact, it's the only sector, Madam Speaker, that hasn't started to turn downwards in terms of its graphical representation of its emissions. So I think that it is really important that we develop sound policy. I kind of get where the NDP is coming from. I understand at least their motivation, but I completely disagree with it. I think now is the time to be steadfast in our commitment to the environment, but also find ways to support Canadians. And I don't see how removing the GST from all forms of home heating, notwithstanding the fact that I've already pointed out the flaws in the motion, I don't see how that ends up encouraging people to reduce emissions. That's what the price on pollution is. That's what the Conservatives got the NDP to agree with them to vote on yesterday, which I was really surprised when I saw that. A reporter asked me a question on this, why is the NDP voting in favor of it? And I said, I don't know. I understand that they see people are struggling, because we do too, but we can provide other supports for people. We don't have to rely on, this narrative that the Conservative leader has created. There are ways that we can deal with helping people that don't have to be at the expense of the environment. And so I will conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying that although, I appreciate where they're coming from, I think that this motion is highly flawed. I think it creates a lot of questions. I think that those questions create a lot of inequality. And I think that it would be much better served for us to find ways to support people. And by the way, I just want to throw this out there for my NDP colleagues. You basically called on Galen Weston's house to not pay GST on home heating. Are they aware of that, Madam Speaker? Are they aware of the fact that this motion basically says Galen Weston doesn't pay tax GST on his home heating? I don't think that that's what Conservatives, or that's what NDP had in their head when they created this. But unfortunately, this motion is creating a lot of problems. And we would be better off, and I actually think that nobody knows this better than the NDP, we would be better off targeting our supports at those who really need it and not those who don't. Hear, hear. Myself, Galen Weston, other people who are able to afford the cost of heating. And so I would encourage my NDP colleagues to really give it some thought. I understand where they're coming from, but unfortunately I think that this was extremely flawed in its execution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well said. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
I listened to the Honourable Member's speech with care, and he noted that the impact of excess profits of 9 times the carbon tax. And I just wonder why he's not 9 times as outraged himself about the excess profits that are being raked in while contributing to the climate crisis. So why will this government not support an excess profit tax on oil and gas that was even imposed in the UK by Conservatives?
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Hansard has this really good feature to the member across the way, Madam Speaker. You can go onto it, you can put in a couple keywords, and it's going to pull up results for you. Put in the keywords with my name and oil and gas sector profits, and it's going to pop up a lot. I've actually raised this point a lot in this House. I've been asked that question a number of times from my NDP colleagues, and I've raised it. I've also raised it on the grocery chains. I will not shy away from bringing to the attention of this House where I see gouging, as we've seen in grocery chains and as we've seen in the oil and gas sector. Referencing specifically 18 cents wholesale profits, 2 cents carbon tax, I've said that at least 20 times in this House. So it is something that I'm routinely, and it is something that I am routinely bringing up within my party, and it's something that I'm routinely bringing up through petitions. I read to him a petition that I'm bringing forward. This is not an issue that I shy away from, nor have I in the past.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to me to take to my feet. The member actually mentioned Regina and home heating oil, and there isn't a lot of people in Regina that heat their homes with heating oil, so they don't get any of the divisive carbon tax exemption that they brought forward. And also the Liberal minister from, no they don't, the Liberal minister from Newfoundland and Labrador actually said if you want to exemptions and be treated fairly, please vote Liberal. Well, this Liberal member didn't bring home the tax exemption for his people, and there are more people that use home heating oil in Northern Ontario than in Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker, and there are quite a few Liberal members in Northern Ontario. So why are they so incompetent that they couldn't get the tax exemption for their constituents and the people that live in their communities when they are the ones, after 8 long years, that created this affordability crisis in the first place?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
So either the member doesn't know the policy or the member is providing the wrong information in this House, Madam Speaker. Because I started off my speech by saying, it doesn't matter what region you live in. This is the policy. If you live in Canada and heat with oil, and you are in a province that is subject to the price on pollution, you will not be paying the carbon tax on that oil. Full stop. Conservatives want you to think that this is a policy just for Atlantic Canada. And I deeply regret that the members from the NDP, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and the member from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie have indicated the exact same thing. This is not a regional thing, and he's right. Actually, he's right about one thing. Twice as many people in Ontario heat with oil than Atlantic Canada. So I did bring it home for my constituents that heat with home heating oil. We're bringing home, reducing the price for home heating oil so that we can help people transition to heat pumps.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion we have before us today states that those who use more energy will save more because of the GST removal. It also states that someone who lives in housing that pays through their rent for heating will receive no benefit. It says that someone who rents will not be able to access a heat pump because they pay rent. It's not their house. My question is as follows. Why shouldn't we improve energy efficiency programs so that low-income families have better access to them? Should we not also allow renters to be able to apply to this kind of program? This will be effective for all of Canada. Thank you.
Député de Kingston et des Îles.
The member brought up an excellent point, Madam Speaker, that quite frankly, I hadn't even thought of till she said it. Not only does this motion call on Galen Weston to not pay GST on his home heating, but if you live in an apartment where your heating is included in the rent, you're not benefiting from this either. It's a good point. That's an excellent point. So the NDP are going to have to come to terms with the fact that when they crafted this, it wasn't well thought out. I understand where their intentions were, Madam Speaker, but the way that they crafted this just didn't work. They would be much better off calling on the government to bring in programs to support lower income Canadians, not to support Galen Weston, but to support people who could genuinely benefit from this. I really think that this motion needs a do-over, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can just continue to provide some thoughts in regards to how this is being compared to a motion that we had previously debated and actually voted on yesterday. And for me, it's one of the issues that seems to be getting lost is the environment and the benefits of the heat pump and the policy towards the environment. And if he can just provide his thoughts in regards to that.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I intentionally shied away from going heavily into this area because I actually think that the NDP have provided good and meaningful contributions, in particular in this Parliament, so I didn't want to pick on them too much, but I will say the member has a really good point. You know, how does this tie back to yesterday's motion? From my perspective, the NDP are trying to provide cover from the fact that they voted with Conservatives yesterday. And they're trying to hastily bring something forward to show constituents that they are trying to play both sides of this. And I just think that there would have been another way that they could have done that. They could have done that through a way that targets supports at Canadians that really need it. And to his question specifically about the environmental impact of this, I just want to reiterate again, because I think it bears repeating. Everywhere in Canada, if you heat with oil, if you're subject to the federal backstop on the carbon tax, you do not pay a carbon tax on that. The whole point of that is to provide relief for people so that they can make the transition to heat pumps. Some provinces have signed up with the federal government to do that transition. 3, we need more. So I encourage more provinces to step up and get together with the feds so that we can help provide more provinces with more people with heat pumps.
Hear, hear. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for his speech, and I listened carefully to it. And you know, I think what we all know is that primarily the biggest benefactors of this carbon tax pause on home heating fuel is those from Atlantic Canada. And in fact, the minister from Newfoundland Labrador clearly said that other areas of the country could have had that same exemption had they voted more Liberals in. Well, I'm sure the Liberals in Atlantic Canada, or the constituents in Liberal-held ridings in Atlantic Canada, said, "Oh, goody, we get a tax break," and I'm sure they were excited. But my question is, why would they have given a pause on the dirtiest, the most carbon-intensive home heating fuel that there is, a break on the carbon tax? Why not the other cleaner-burning fuels?
Good. The honourable member for Kingston and the Island has 1 minute to respond.
Notwithstanding the fact that the premise of the question is flawed again because it's this region pitting regions against each other, which isn't the case, and I've addressed that many times, I do want to address this question. He asked a really good question, and I want to answer it if they can stop heckling me. The answer to the question is, because we understand that oil is the dirtiest form. We understand that it's 3 to 4 times more expensive for Canadians across the country. And we want to provide relief to people so that they can transition away and towards heat pumps. And by the way, he brought up heat pumps. I'm very glad to hear that Manitoba is currently sitting down with the federal government to work out a program where Manitoba can get on board with that same program that is being used in Atlantic Canada.
Right on. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise in the House again to keep the pressure on our common sense Conservative plan. Sadly, yesterday it was the Liberals that rejected fairness for all Canadians. It was our Conservative plan, our Conservative motion to take the tax off so Canadians can keep the heat on. That's right. And I am honoured today to be sharing my time with the honourable member from Carleton and the leader of the official opposition. There is one party, Madam Speaker, in the House of Commons that is fighting here every single day to lower taxes for all Canadians. After 8 years of the NDP and Liberal government, Canadians are hurting badly in every part of this country. Whether it be housing, where housing costs have doubled, whether it's been inflation that is hitting the pocketbooks of every family in Canada, food inflation still stubbornly way too high. An average family in this country paying $1,000 more this year on their grocery bills than they did just last year alone. After 8 years, Madam Speaker, it is time to stop taxing and taxing and taxing and taxing every part of this country and instead provide some much needed relief. Heating your home in this country, our cold Canada that we live in, is not a luxury. It is a necessity. And again, Madam Speaker, the problem we hear over and over again in every single part of this country is Canadians are struggling to pay the bills. They are having to choose between heating and eating. It is heartbreaking, and we continue to see an NDP and Liberal coalition vote time and time and time again to make matters worse. What we have here now, and why I think this debate has exploded in the last couple of weeks. Conservatives have been talking about taking the heat, axing the tax entirely, not just on home heating, but the carbon tax entirely.
Doesn't work.
It is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. And just breaking news this morning, the independent Environment Commissioner in the Office of the Auditor General and the work that they do in their audits confirmed once again that the carbon tax is a tax plan, not an environmental plan. Wow. Because they're not even going to meet the very targets they're claiming a carbon tax would solve. They are failing by every measure possible, Madam Speaker. But what has really amplified this conversation and provided again an opportunity for our Conservative motion yesterday that was sadly defeated, and the one from the NDP here today, was the Prime Minister's desperation. His desperate, last-minute, panicked announcement up a floor above here, scrambled on a Thursday afternoon where they updated his itinerary and he grabbed all of his Atlantic caucus members because they were in full revolt as a caucus. They were hearing what the Leader of the Opposition was doing in Nova Scotia in a long-time Liberal riding where an electric rally of 1,000+ people in the riding of King Hants was about to get underway. Atlantic Canadian MPs panicked and basically forced the Prime Minister to go out and carve out a deal for 3% of Canadians. What the Prime Minister announced has backfired. Right. And the NDP and the Liberal MPs and their costly coalition, they know it. Because what the Prime Minister is doing is what he does best. That's not leading, it is dividing. He's pitting one region against the other. He's only carving out certain exemptions for certain types of home heating that impact certain parts of the country. And if the Prime Minister wasn't divisive enough in that announcement and how hasty it was the Liberal Rural Affairs Minister from Newfoundland that came out and said, well, if other regions were going to get the benefit and get some sort of pause from the pain of the carbon tax, they should have voted more Liberal. Shameful is absolutely right. Tone deaf and out of touch. Madam Speaker, I've had the honor and privilege in the last few months of traveling to many parts of this country, to Atlantic Canada, to hear the pain the carbon tax is causing. The food bank in Fredericton, New Brunswick, has seen a 35% increase in usage in the last year. We heard in Nova Scotia, the president of the Nova Scotia Community College say that they have students that are granted admission, and they're calling the school to ask if they can live in their pickup trucks on campus because they can't afford to live and to rent and to heat and to eat. And we are hearing in Newfoundland and Labrador, trucking companies saying it is adding hundreds of thousands of dollars to their transportation bills to get groceries and reefer trucks from across the country to that province. And when we talk about what the Prime Minister and the Liberals and NDP and their budgetary plan now that the NDP will prop up and go along with like they always do, think about Northern Ontario. Eastern Ontario, my neck of the woods, Madam Speaker, and the member for Carleton, the leader of our party from Eastern Ontario, they deserve that same pause from the pain as anybody else in the country. People on natural gas and propane heating are hurting too. They're struggling to pay the bills just as bad as anybody else and anywhere else in the country. But I'm thinking of Northern Ontario, where I've had the honor of traveling and hearing directly from Canadians there. In North Bay, Sudbury, Sault Ste. Marie, been up to Timmins, in Thunder Bay. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, the landscape there is changing. After 8 years of NDP and Liberal government, they have had enough. And they are behind our plan for tax fairness. They are disgusted. They are furious at the fact that the government won't treat them with the same respect they're offering other Canadians. The Prime Minister admitted his carbon tax was punishing families and their budgets at home. It was causing a burden on them being able to heat their homes and pay the bills. And yet, what do we have here now? time and time again, they ignore the concerns. Every single Liberal MP yesterday voted against the same pause on the paying of the carbon tax that some of their colleagues got in other regions. And the situation is just as bad. In Thunder Bay, the regional food bank said their usage is skyrocketing. They can't keep up with the number of people looking for assistance with their groceries. 12,000 people in Thunder Bay and in the region, and they've had to sadly admit they can't even service far north communities anymore because they don't have the funds and they don't have the food. And what we have at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, is the same division. The NDP proposed their motion here today. One thing I will note is a little curious and absent from their motion. They talk about removing the GST from all forms of home heating. Maybe it's a clerical error. Maybe they could take the opportunity to fix this. They just voted yesterday with us to take all tax off all forms of home heating for all Canadians. That's the right approach, what they need to do. And here we are, 24 hours later, not even 24 hours later, less than a day later, they're only saying taking the GST off. At the end of the day, here's the thing about the NDP. They can propose any motion they want here on their opposition day motion. The Liberals won't go for it. But what the NDP will go for, like they've done every single time in their coalition deal, they'll talk a big game, they'll talk tough, they'll ask those questions, but when the time comes to vote on the actual budget, they prop up the Liberals every single step of the way, and they're going to continue to do that. And here's the reality, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day. They are going to continue their plan. The Prime Minister's putting a pause on to the next election. Bring it on. Conservatives will axe the tax. The Prime Minister and the leader of the NDP will quadruple the carbon tax in the coming years after the next election. Their plan is still in place, and it will cause great pain to this country and to millions and millions of families and small businesses struggling to survive. 61 cents a litre, the carbon tax is going to go on the price of fuel. This country is struggling. Canadians are struggling. They need relief. And what I think they need, Madam Speaker, is the NDP to finally stand up against our costly coalition, take the tax off all forms of home heating for all Canadians in this country.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When talking about the carbon tax relief for home heating oil, this member specifically said, and I really want him to answer my question instead of trying to go off on a tangent somewhere. He specifically said, quote, it affects, quote, certain parts of the country, end quote. That is not true. If you heat with oil and you happen to be subject to the carbon price backstop by the federal government, it is eliminated everywhere throughout the country. As a matter of fact, in our province of Ontario, there are twice as many people who heat with oil than Atlantic Canada. So what he's saying is not true. Will he stand up and not pivot somewhere else like he's really good at doing? Would he not just stand up and answer my question? Does he not agree that twice as many people will benefit from this in our province than Atlantic Canada?
Honourable Member Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Oh, I love that comment, Madam Speaker, because the member from Kingston has the same desperation the Prime Minister has. Yeah. They are in full panic mode because, Madam Speaker, here's what the folks in Kingston and in Ontario, if you heat with propane and natural gas, Conservatives acknowledge you're hurting as well. Right. The carbon tax is causing pain, and there are tens of thousands of Canadians residing right in that member's riding that don't get the same deal. The Prime Minister is dividing people by only giving exemptions on certain forms of home heating. Anybody in this country that heats on natural gas and propane, Conservatives acknowledge the pain that they're paying. They're acknowledging under their plan it's going to quadruple the carbon tax. He's the one that's dividing. We're saying take the tax off all forms of home heating for all Canadians and stop pitting region and certain types of home heating against each other, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Generally, the Conservatives don't like taxes or taxes that affect everybody. They're saying you have to take taxes off of all residential forms of heating oil, and they'll vote against the NDP motion that says we have to take the GST off all forms of home heating. How is it that they want to maintain the GST? Are they in favor of maintaining the GST for all Quebecers and Canadians then?
Member Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP continues to contradict themselves. Just yesterday, they voted for our Conservative motion to take the tax off all forms of home heating for all Canadians. Now in their motion today, they're only talking about the GST portion. But let me make it clear again, Madam Speaker, the NDP will table this motion, but what we talk a big game in every part of this country, but when it comes to their voting record, they will prop up after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government. They can't afford it, and Canadians know the NDP are just going to prop up the same failed plan of the Liberals and the NDP once again.
Questions and comments. A brief question. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, we hear the Conservatives say a lot that they want to help ordinary people put money in their pockets, and we heard this today that oil companies are making huge profits. I'd like a clear answer to my question. I'd like to know, in my colleague's opinion, could we not take the subsidies for oil and gas and increase old age security from starting at 65? There was an agreement, at least verbal, from the Conservatives before the leader changed, and we never heard a yes that they agreed to increase the old age security starting at 65. I'd like a clear answer on this.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. A brief answer, please.
All businesses pay their fair share of taxes, but one thing I think I'll say again is hypocritical and contradictory to the Bloc Québécois. When they talk about taxes, the irony of the Bloc Québécois, a separatist party here in the House of Commons, voting multiple times on a second carbon tax that actually doesn't go to Quebec, it goes to Ottawa, 100% of which it is adding on the additional carbon tax, a second carbon tax. The Bloc Québécois needs to have a caucus meeting and figure out exactly where they stand on tax issues, because folks back home in the province of Quebec aren't impressed with the second carbon tax and the Bloc's all over the map approach.
Reprise le débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister's desperation reached new levels. He teamed up with the separatists in order to tax Canadians' home heat. He's more concerned about staying in power and keeping his hands in the pockets of hardworking people than he is representing the interests of this country. Let's take a quick trip down the Prime Minister's division, starting with the carbon tax on home heat. Originally, the Prime Minister said he would quadruple the tax on all Canadians everywhere in the country, no matter how they heated their homes. Then, after I launched a relentless campaign to axe the tax, and moments before I was to rise before 1,000 common-sense Nova Scotians in a gigantic rally to keep the heat on and take the tax off, he scurried into the House of Commons foyer with Atlantic Canadian MPs, all of whom were terrified to lose their jobs, and said that he would bring in a 3-year pause to their home heating. We later found out that only 3% of Canadians would get the pause. The other 97% would be left out in the cold. So I put forward a motion to treat every Canadian equally. Because as the Prime Minister said, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. And my motion reinforced that exact same principle. Now, because of a vigorous Axe the Tax campaign in NDP ridings, the NDP was forced to flip-flop, having voted 16 times for the carbon tax. The NDP leader caved. He admitted that he was wrong all along. And he voted for my common sense motion. leaving the Prime Minister without a coalition partner. The Prime Minister then signed a new coalition deal to keep the tax on and throw Canadians out in the cold. This time, though, he signed the coalition, the Carbon Tax Coalition, with the Bloc separatists. In so doing, the Liberals have given the finger to Canadians. They gave the finger to Canadians literally while they were voting to raise taxes on the people of this country. They gave the finger to the elderly woman who can't keep her heating bill paid.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I don't believe anyone standing up and suggesting that any member of the House is giving the finger to Canadians as appropriate, Madam Speaker. And I would suggest to you that it is unparliamentary in terms of what it is that the member has stated. I do think it's...
So I just want to remind members to be careful on the words that they use or the terms that they're using. If it's causing disorder in the House, then it becomes a problem. So I just want to remind members of that. The honourable member for the honourable official opposition leader.
Madam Speaker, I agree that giving the finger is unparliamentary, but it was caught on tape, literally while the Liberals were voting to keep the tax on, in fact, quadruple the tax on home heating. They were literally giving the finger to Canadians, the same Canadians who will choose between eating and heating, the single mother who is skipping meals so that her children don't have to, the 2 million Canadians who are going to a food bank, a record-smashing number of people. They gave the finger to the working class people in Nova Scotia who are now living in campgrounds after 8 years of this Prime Minister because they cannot afford housing. They gave the finger to the countless young people who are stuck living in their parents' basements because housing costs have doubled.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has another point of order.
Maybe I'm explaining it wrong. I do not believe it's appropriate for a member to be able to stand in their place and say that they're giving the finger to someone. I believe that it's the context. If you take a look at Beauchene's 6th edition, you will find it's the content and it's the context in which one says something and telling the Parliament of Canada that so-and-so is giving the finger to Canadians on this point, giving the finger to Canadians on this point. It'd be the equivalent of me saying that the leader of the Conservative Party is giving Canadians the finger.
Again, this is becoming a point of debate, and I do want to remind the members that there was an issue that was raised yesterday. The Speaker at the time had indicated that he would come back to the House if need be. I would just ask the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition to please continue with his speech. And again, as he's seen that there is some disorder that is happening in the House, and I would just ask him to please be careful on how he is wording his speech. Another point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Clarification on this because I will be addressing this particular legislation or this opposition motion.
Please. I am listening and I'm hearing some of these comments that are not very respectful. I have the floor right now, and when I give the floor to somebody else, it is their responsibility to speak without being disrupted, and that is very disrespectful. And I will tell someone when their time is up. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and it's just purely for clarification purposes. And that is, if I'm speaking inside the chamber and I say that so-and-so across the way is giving the finger towards Canadians on the environment, would that be parliamentary for me to be able to say that?
And I just want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that this is an issue, and the Honourable Member of the Official Leader of the Official Opposition, this is an issue that was raised yesterday. There wasn't a determination as to whether that was substantiated, and therefore I would just ask members, and as I've indicated, the Speaker did indicate that he would come back to the House if need be. I know that I'm not sure where that work is at this point, but I would just ask everyone to please be respectful in the House. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree that it is absolutely unparliamentary for someone to give the finger on the floor of the House of Commons, and that is why we are called on the Liberal caucus, the entire Liberal caucus, to apologize for the conduct of one of its MPs. And by the way, the Speaker did not say we were not allowed to address the incident. He did say he would come back, but we are free to speak, and we will not be censured. Madam Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister now has a carbon tax coalition with the separatist Bloc Québécois. And we know that he did this because he could not maintain his existing coalition. The pressure that Conservatives mounted on the NDP forced them to collapse and admit that they have been wrong all along. But I remind the House that there has only been one party that has been consistent throughout and will be consistent forever. We are the only common sense party that will axe the tax for everything, for everybody, for everywhere, forever. I note that the NDP today has now performed yet another flip-flop. Originally they wanted to quadruple the tax. Yesterday they said they wanted to pause the tax. And today they won't take a position because they have omitted mention of the Prime Minister's quadrupling of the tax into the motion. They don't want to stick by their position. They think that they will quietly sneak back into the carbon tax coalition and have nobody notice. Well, their constituents are noticing. And that's why working class people across the country are abandoning the NDP in droves. Even the NDP Premier of Manitoba has now said that the carbon tax represents an attack on working class people, and therefore it cannot work as climate change policy. And I will note that we're getting all pain and no gain from this Prime Minister on the carbon tax, because his own Environment Commissioner came out just today and confirmed that under the current policies, including the carbon tax, he will miss his 2030 climate targets. He has missed his Paris Accord climate targets again and again. Emissions continue to rise under his leadership, which proves that the carbon tax was never an environmental policy. It was a tax policy designed to pick the pockets of people and put more money in the hands of politicians to spend. This is political and governmental greed at its worst, and no wonder Canadians have never been worse off than they are after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Mais ce que je trouve intéressant.
What I find interesting, though, is that the Bloc announced a coalition, a costly coalition with the Prime Minister, and that was confirmed in La Presse, where Liberal ministers said they had a deal with the Bloc to keep this Prime Minister in power for another 2 years. Yesterday, the Bloc leader saved the Prime Minister. There was a motion to reduce the cost of home heating for everyone, but the Bloc blocked that motion and voted against people in the working class who want to heat their homes, against seniors, against other people who can't afford their heating bills, and to keep the Prime Minister in power. So the Bloc is going against the position of Quebec. The government of Quebec joined with the other provinces in opposing a federal carbon tax in a court case, in a court challenge to the unconstitutional bill C-69 and in the challenge to the carbon tax. So the government of Quebec wanted to prevent federal taxation powers from being used, but the Bloc is on the side of the feds. Once again, the Bloc, every time the federal government wants to tax Quebecers, we can expect to see the Bloc saying yes, yes to bigger government in Ottawa and no to Quebecers. That is the true record of the Bloc Québécois, because the Bloc leader is afraid of another election. He wants to keep his spot as leader so that he can go on big trips to Europe and burning oil on planes to get there. But he goes over there on these junkets to talk about sovereignty with other groups overseas who are far from the concerns of Quebecers. I am sure that people in Chambly who are having a hard time paying their bills, I'm pretty sure they're not interested in the Bloc leader's separatist cause being promoted in Europe. The Bloc makes no sense. They're not working hard for Quebecers. It's the Conservative Party alone that has the common sense to scrap the second hike to the carbon tax. Quebecers don't want to be paying the carbon tax on food and gas. Quebecers want lower taxes so that work pays once again, so that work is worth doing, so that the paychecks are adequate. And they want to see more affordable housing built in Quebec. Only the Conservative Party is capable of delivering the goods. So that's the choice Quebecers have before them in the next election. Either they vote for a costly coalition between Liberals and the Bloc, which will increase taxes, which will take more money out of Quebecers' pockets, they're free criminals, and double the cost of housing, or they can choose the Conservative Party, the common sense party. We will reduce taxes, offer bigger paychecks so that people can buy food, gas, and affordable housing.
A costly coalition that takes your money, taxes your food, doubles your housing costs, punishes your work, and frees criminals into the street, or common sense conservatives that free you to bring home powerful paychecks that buy affordable food, gas, and groceries in affordable communities. Madam Speaker, that's why I move the motion to the following amendment to the motion, which reads, that we will add a section D, and it shall read, that extend the temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil to all forms of home heating. Thank you very much.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or in the case that he or she is not present, consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsor's party. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do not accept.
There's no consent. Accordingly, pursuant to the standing orders, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments?
Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the corporate champion of Carleton for his comments. Now, the Conservative government in the UK has put in place a windfall tax on oil and gas companies. Will the Leader of the Opposition support our plan for a windfall tax so we can invest that money in giving working people a break on their energy bills? Or is he too afraid to axe the profits of his oil and gas buddies and CEOs?
Honourable member for the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
First of all, let's just acknowledge what happened here. The NDP has flip-flopped again, right? They, for the last 8 years, they've supported the Prime Minister's plan to quadruple the tax on home heating. And then, under relentless pressure from common sense conservatives, yesterday they flip-flopped. They admitted that they were wrong all along. And then today they flip-flopped again, saying that they now support a carbon tax on home heating for some. So the coalition is reunited. And they're all three of them together now, the separatists, the socialists, and the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, this costly coalition is bankrupting the people. The only solution is a common sense conservative government that will act.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Whip, l'honorable whip du gouvernement.
Honorable Whip, rather. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Talking about flip-flops, the opposition leader is part of the furniture here. He's been here for God knows how long, but in 2008 he ran under Stephen Harper, and he promised to put a price on pollution. In 2019 and 2021, he ran under Aaron O'Toole and promised his constituents solemnly, and the whole gang opposite, they all promised voters solemnly that they would put a price on carbon. They made that promise. So when it comes to flip-flops, we can talk, because you have to look no further than the opposition leader. When did he change his mind? Was he misleading people back then, or is he misleading them today? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Never. I've always been against the carbon tax. Always. The whole time I've been here. When I began my career here, the Liberal lobbyists were there all over Parliament Hill calling for more taxes and other perks for Liberal cronies all over the Hill. He's an example of the lobbying industry around Parliament Hill. And it's all about pleasing the cronies of the Prime Minister, and it's very expensive for taxpayers. So after 8 years of this Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost. And he admitted it by giving a break to some people with the carbon tax. And that was because his Atlantic Liberal members were rebelling against him. But the same break has to be given to all voters.
A carbon tax election to choose between the Liberal NDP bloc plan to quadruple the tax and my common sense plan to axe the tax and bring home lower prices.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Government Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition referred to the member from Gatineau as a former lobbyist. He's never been a lobbyist. Maybe he wants to retract that.
This is a point of debate. The
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Questions and comments. Trois-Rivières, ma'am. Trois-Rivières, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Conservatives, the Leader of the Opposition, for those insults. What did he read this morning in the papers? Because I must have been reading something different. There's a lot of talk about trickery and deceitfulness, and I didn't see what he was referring to in La Presse. And I'd also like him to define common sense for me. Instead of just using it as a meaningless slogan, I'd like him to stand up and philosophically explain what he means by common sense. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, a quick answer, please. Common sense is getting rid of the carbon tax to bring prices down. Common sense is reducing taxes so that Labour pays employees decently. Common sense means building more affordable housing for Canadians. Common sense means balancing the budget to bring inflation down and interest rates. And common sense means Quebecers are free to get big paychecks to buy food, gas, and houses that are affordable in safe communities. That's common sense.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, this is kind of a funny situation. Here we are in the House, and we're caught between some extremes, people that are panicking on both sides. They're looking at the polls. I think there have been 3 polls. And the government is making decisions in a bit of a panic at the last minute, because they can see those polls. If there's one thing I agree with the Conservatives on, Madam Speaker, and I'd ask them to pipe down as they're leaving the chamber, I agree about the government's panic and these bad decisions that they're making under pressure, including the announcement they made last week. So we're kind of caught here between that and populism. The Conservatives are making these crazy proposals and they're full of slogans. We asked for an explanation of what they mean by common sense. All we got was a litany of slogans or sound bites, but we're no further ahead in terms of understanding what's meant. There's a lack of truth when you're stuck in between these two extremes. When a party leader stands up and makes all kinds of far-fetched proposals, not to help people in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, but just to score political points. Well, this motion, obviously none of the other political parties will be able to accept it because they've deliberately put unreasonable things in it. And then they want to be able to stand up and, criticize everyone else for not supporting them. So under the influence of emotion, and I was quite concerned, Madam Speaker, when you mixed my riding up with Trois-Rivières. I took it for a compliment because the constituents of that other riding are all great, but all jokes aside, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Trois-Rivières, for whom I have the greatest respect, of course. So this motion really doesn't hold water, and it's unfortunate because fundamentally it's not negative. It's well meant. But the problem with the NDP is sometimes their proposals don't add up, and other times they encroach on Quebec's jurisdiction. It's one or the other. And I'll give as an example the pharmacare proposal. That's fine with us. We're not here to undermine the rest of Canada, but allow Quebec to opt out. So we'll be voting against it if they won't allow Quebec to opt out. The same thing from the Conservatives. And this is the irony, Madam Speaker. They're talking about voting for a second carbon tax, and the opposition leader talked about this yesterday too. This was never voted on. It's a regulation. The second increase to the carbon tax, it's by regulation. We don't even get to vote on it. We've never voted on that. And like the first carbon tax, it has no impact whatsoever in Quebec because Quebecers already have an equivalent system. And in fact, Quebec's restrictions are even tougher. So not only will this not have an impact on Quebec, they say we voted for it. If that's not lies, I don't know what is. Now, the motion talks about giving people a break. We're on board for that. Giving people an incentive to be more energy efficient because we need to make an effort with climate change and so on. But that's not what this motion actually would produce. And I hope that the NDP's intentions are better than the Conservatives. I hope they're not just setting us up to put us in a situation where they can point the finger at us and say that we voted against this. I hope not, Madam Speaker. I hope they're better than that.
The issue is that there is no calculation of costs and revenue. When it comes to a windfall tax on oil and gas, the idea is interesting, but we even heard an estimate provided by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. This would be about $1 billion a year. However, the measures in this motion talk about $4.5 billion a year for GST. And Mr. Speaker, who has just replaced Madam Speaker,
davantage pour les
it's for replacing one's heat pump or turning to heat pump as a method of heating one's home. So I would say that the wording is a bit duplicitous. The motion says, let's just give heat pumps to everyone, which isn't really realistic. I would love to give heat pumps to everyone, but my colleague tried to be a bit more reasonable than myself. She said perhaps we could reduce prices. We could reduce the price of a heat pump, but this would still cost $100 billion. Now, we're not against heat pumps once again, but it's simply the math doesn't add up. I dream of a day where we will be here as members working for the common good with reasonable measures, but these measures are not reasonable. And then tomorrow we will rap our knuckles saying that we voted against. I find it hard to manage this in the day-to-day of this chamber, Mr. Speaker. This populist dishonesty that's used to score some points. We have a motion that seems to say, well, we see that polls are changing and we are now in a panic. And so we also want to help people with their taxes. That's what it sounds like. So, abolishing GST for home heating. It's not a bad idea, but it should be studied. How would we, for example, distinguish heating from other types of energy use? Over 80% of Quebecers, for example, use electricity to heat their homes. So how will we differentiate between heating and non-heating electricity? And how will we differentiate that from someone who uses propane, who uses heating oil, who also uses electricity, but whose electricity isn't used for heating and so wouldn't be compensated, but the Quebecers will be compensated? It's all very confusing. There are certain things that don't work with this idea. There would also be very high costs, as I mentioned already. The most bizarre, out-of-this-world proposal, if I may use the term, is everyone gets a free heat pump, including the middle class. That's a lot of people with heat pumps. So how will we compensate those who are going to get one, who already have one? How can we make sure that service is available for entrepreneurs who install heat pumps? Because there will be an explosion in heat pump costs over the next 2 months if this were to be the case, because they would charge more knowing they'll be paid by the government. How can we balance public budgets? We need to balance the budget, a lot of people say in this House, but this measure would cost $100 billion. That's huge. It's a bit of an imbalance for our budget. So how can we help low-income people through this kind of measure? My colleague mentioned people who pay for their heating through their rent. They won't get anything, and then the owner might get a tax credit. How does that help low-income people? Some people with 28-room mansions will have access to the same program for that huge mansion. We need a nuance. We need to actually think before tabling a motion. And I want to be seen as someone who is moderate and reasonable. I understand it's a good intention. They want to do something, but they kind of go at it without really thinking because they know that no one's going to vote for it. And then they'll say, hey, those who voted against don't want to help people. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is actually looking for people to work seriously on the matter, to stop subsidies on oil and gas. Yes, oil and gas profits are nonsensical, but by 2035, the Canadian government will give them $83 billion in subsidies. That's a lot of money that we could use for heat pumps if we want to make easy connections between the two amounts. We could reduce subsidies. We could increase OAS starting at 65 so that people can pay their bills, people can buy their groceries, and then we can figure out how to help low-income individuals with tax credits, those who need help, those who actually need to be helped because they have a big family, they need to buy their groceries. Tangible and specific targeted approaches without being populist. It's rather disgusting populism, if you want me to be honest. I'm tired of this populism, Mr. Speaker. I want to work for our people, for Quebecers and Canadians. So questions and comments?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was a Madam Speaker until you just arrived. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from the Bloc for his intervention today. He certainly brought up a lot of the similar points that I brought up. So my question actually is, I want him to perhaps explain some of the policies that currently exist in Quebec that are really encouraging people to move towards cleaner options. We know that Quebec has a long history of this. Quebec recently has announced that it is illegal to install oil heating in homes, and soon it will be illegal to even install any new fossil fuel burning heating options. Quebec genuinely has been a leader in electricity, affordable electricity for the province. What can he share that the rest of the country can benefit from?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Metz-Guilongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his generous question and in his help in answering, because he gave half the answer himself. But Quebec has been at the forefront of this. We saw this with childcare. Canada caught up 25 years later. And I hope that with regards to electricity and energy, Canada will understand as well, but a bit quicker this time. We are helping people to install more effective and efficient heating apparatus. So heat pumps, for example, this is well regulated. It's also focused on people who need it the most. So low-income individuals and families. What could Canada learn from Quebec? Is that what we want to do? Perhaps they could let us go to better manage our affairs. What we want is to manage our own affairs, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day. Questions and comments?
For King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question. There's a 70-year-old grandmother in Newfoundland that can't afford to eat or heat her home. She's had to go out and get a second job to support her family. Wow. How is this carbon tax going to help this individual? Can he explain to me, if seniors matter, why is the Quebec caucus voting with the Liberal government and not with us for common sense solutions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Metz-Guilongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be quick because there are many parts to the question. The carbon tax does not apply to Quebec. I've said it, I've repeated it. I don't know when it's going to percolate into their minds because it's an important point. That's why we voted against yesterday, because we don't want to create a disbalance between different people. And there's a way to help people. She talked about a senior who's 70. I talked about OAS kicking in at 65. Their party kept saying that they would be for, but since the new leader, they don't want this to happen anymore at 65, but now we have someone who, without joking, talks to us about someone who's 70 and who's having a difficult time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the bloc members' comments, and I thought I heard a couple of red herrings in there. One concern the Liberals also raised about there might be some wealthy person in Canada who would benefit from having GST removed from their home heating. I'm not really concerned about that as long as they pay their taxes. And the other one is that the high cost of these programs. So my question to the member is, would he support an excess profit tax on the oil and gas companies so that we can help pay for things that help others afford their heating and get off fossil fuels?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Metz-Guilongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intelligent and well-stated question, which is a refreshing change from other questions I may have heard. I already talked about oil and gas. The big issue and the big thing for which that we want there to be changes, and we've been shouting from the rooftops about it for many years. I'm talking about, can we perhaps stop subsidizing oil and gas? $83 billion until 2035. That's not logical at all. Yes, we're open to all proposals. We will study them, every single one of them, but we have to be intelligent when we tax, and we need to try and avoid increasing costs. What we saw with the oil and gas industry is that too often, Mr. Speaker, it's up to the consumers to foot the bill because they're prisoners to oil and gas. And then there's record profits. We have to stop subsidizing them. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to, first of all, note and thank my constituents who often talk about the precariousness of the French language and immigration. I can't say it often enough. The most recent amendment to the Official Languages Act does not favour Quebec, and we will remember this. Today we have a motion, the NDP motion on heating, on GST. If we dissect things, we'll see, well, in 2023, there was climate change, the record fire season. This is unfortunate. But it's a real one. It's a real statement. Then Canadians continue to struggle with dramatic increases to the cost of living, while Canada's biggest corporations, including oil and gas corporations, post record profits. That's a fact. Once again, it's a fact. But banks aren't being mentioned, and they're doing the same. We're not being talked to, there's nothing about grocery stores. Then we're told about federal government programs aimed at supporting energy efficient retrofits. But it's a bit of an interpretation of this. We need to be a bit more methodic than just this kind of wording. When I read this proposal, first of all, what it tells me is that we're talking about social justice, equity. I seem to see an intention behind this motion. The intention is to help the poorest and those who need it the most, which is what we come to expect from the NDP. However, sometimes we have to go deeper, more methodically, to see whether the intentions translate into the actual implementable intentions of this motion. An explanation. Over the past 20 years, we saw from businesses a whole managerial discourse to motivate human resources. We heard about responsibility or accountability, benevolence, which means absolutely nothing. We often hear about teamwork, which often means competition, Mr. Speaker. Veiled competition. So oftentimes we hear great terms, and the leader of the opposition is an expert in the field. But they don't really understand the meaning behind these terms and words. My colleagues are always happy to hear that when I say that a word is sound with meaning. But sometimes the same sound can have a different meaning or is interpreted differently. We noted also over the past number of years that, you know, the old adage saying that the ends justify the means. Oftentimes people mix the two up. Means are seen as an end, which is an error in judgment. The carbon tax is a means towards an end. It's not the end itself. But what is the motion about? On the surface, the motion is noble. Who wouldn't want to help the most disadvantaged? But is that really what the motion is all about? I was rather surprised to see such a motion be tabled and debated this week, today, at this point in the parliamentary session, because for a while now we are all witness to the disarray of the government, the Liberal government, which no longer knows where to turn with its flagship measure, the carbon tax. Do I apply it? Do I not apply it, they think? Do I apply it here? Do I don't apply it there? Should I stop? Should I continue? Should I stay or should I go? You could go so far as to say, Mr. Speaker, that the government's failure leads its non-participating support partner astray, also known as a supply and confidence agreement. I've therefore noticed the frenzy with which the NDP has suddenly woken up for the sole purpose of distinguishing itself from the Liberals. Abolishing the GST on heating is, well, not a bad measure in and of itself, but it has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the carbon tax. Heat pumps. You know, Mr. Speaker, measures already exist for getting a heat pump or alternative heating. Quebec talks about energy equity. There are other means of doing this. Heat pumps, at the end of the day, who is going to fund them? As the NDP often asks, but doesn't tell us how they're going to fund it. To fund a program, we need money, and for money, we need revenue. For revenue, we often need taxes. We can tax oil and gas, yes. Now, who will fund this? It would be oil and gas, yes. So we have to invest in oil and gas, so that oil and gas can then invest in our heat pumps. This seems antithetical to the NDP's usual position. The NDP likes to say we're going to tax profits. Now, I'm not against taxing profits, of course, but profits exist for a reason. A risk was taken, and the risk is therefore sees a return on investments. A windfall tax, perhaps. The NDP wants to help those who need it the most, and this through the lens of equity. What do we owe to low-income individuals? What do we owe to people who may get this GST tax credit, or who may not get it because they pay for heating through their rent? Let us talk about justice, social justice. The two terms often are seen as equivalents. Suffice to say that it's doing the right thing at the right time, in the right way, and for the right reasons. And I don't believe that it's the case with this here motion. Frankly, I believe that the intention of allegedly helping those who need it the most hides a veiled intention, which is the following: scoring political points for a party that is experiencing dire straits. Adopting this motion would be a mistake. With this motion, the NDP seems to be going against some of their own principles, taking into account that the intention of the intention in the motion isn't the same as the veiled intention. Because of all this, we will be voting against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to go back, I guess, to yesterday's motion, because I think today's motion is in good part what had taken place in terms of the vote from yesterday. And I think one of the things that's getting lost in this debate is the issue of the environment and the valuable role that heat pumps play going forward. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide, it's easy to say, get rid of this tax, and so forth. But I think it's overshadowing the importance of good, solid government policy on heat pumps. And I'm wondering if the member could just share his thoughts on that particular issue.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the question and the ever pertinent questions of my colleague. I don't want us to conflate various taxes. I didn't say that heat pumps are useless. We do have to fund them. As it stands, taxes wouldn't be affected by a reduction in GST. So I haven't said whether the tax would be permanent or not. I'm going against measures that seek to mitigate the effects, because the effects won't be those that we expect.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank somewhat the member who just did the speech. I was a little confused, and I'm hoping that through you, Mr. Speaker, I can get some clarity. So the member talked a lot about social justice and the impact of that, and I'm just wondering if he, from his speech, understands the correlation between economic justice and social justice, and how so often the lowest income people are often the ones working the hardest to make ends meet, while the very wealthy CEOs are making that money off of their back. And does he not think that those two things need to be dealt with if we are going to be proud of this country that we call Canada?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague will be overjoyed to hear that I completely agree with what she had to say. That being said, I don't believe that the means in this motion reaches the intent of the wording of the motion. I don't think the means are the best to reach these laudable intentions.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his brilliant speech. I will make an exception. I will speak to you about someone in my family, Mr. Speaker. My sister-in-law, Carol, has a very important medical appointment in a few minutes, and she's always been there for me, and I'm always there for her. She can count on my support. My question now to my colleague, is tied to what I've just said, being there for others. Could my colleague explain to me the role of a member is to be there for his or her constituents? And this motion will not be passed. Is it to score political points, or is it for some other reason? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I thank my brilliant colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé. He always asks relevant questions, and I too stand with his sister-in-law, Carol. It's good to do things for other people. It's what an MP does. People give us the right to represent them here in Parliament, so we are taking action for our constituents and for the population. Electoral considerations are never far, but these should be talked about during an election campaign, but not during a session where we are here to help the most vulnerable. And as my previous colleague said, given we have to consider economic and social justice. We perhaps no.
Passons à la prochaine.
Let's move on to the next one.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to let you know that I will be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg Centre. Mr. Speaker, just a few minutes ago, I saw the headline that just came out. Liberal government set to miss 2030 emissions targets, says Environment Commissioner audit. I found it interesting as I read the article, and I want to quote the article. The audit said it had expected to find specific targets for how much each of the measures it implemented would cut emissions, but found there was no targets for 95% of those measures. Without expected emission reductions transparently available in the plan, it is not possible to know which of the mitigation measures to reduce emissions were key, the audit said. Mr. Speaker, we are in a climate emergency. Every day we're seeing the change of our environment. This summer, I watched as many communities across my province of British Columbia were on fire. People were fleeing in circumstances that I cannot even begin to imagine. In this province, we've seen communities destroyed by a river that literally fell out of the sky. This is happening, and the expenses of this are phenomenal. So here we are today. We have an actual motion that addresses some of these issues, that understands that the seriousness of what is happening on this in our climate has gone beyond the pale, that we are at an existential crisis that we need to make right. We need that action. We also know that in this circumstance, we're seeing Canadians struggle with the cost of living. And at the same time that everyday Canadians that I talk to across my region are struggling, they're trying so hard to keep up to costs. We know that Canada's biggest corporations, including the oil and gas sector, are seeing record profits, unlike anything they've seen for about 30 years. So we need to address climate and what's happening. And we also have to acknowledge that our society is becoming one that is simply, in my opinion, unfair. And everyday people are working hard. They're not getting ahead because the ultra wealthy are scooping up the excess and leaving the ordinary Canadians that work so hard behind. So this motion asks this place to remove the GST from all forms of home heating. This is something the NDP has been working on for a very...
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Battleford. We'll try that again. Battle River Crowfoot. I don't know why we get caught on that one lately. Battle River Crowfoot.
The best place in the country, I assure you, Mr. Speaker, would love to welcome you there at some point. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a quorum call.
Okay, quorum call.
Well, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Look to my table. Thank the honourable member. We now have quorum. May we continue? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, I'm glad to hear we have quorum in the House, Mr. Speaker. And if I could go back to the fact that the NDP has been fighting for a long time to have GST removed from all forms of home heating. In fact, there's been multiple motions that the Conservatives have made in the House where we have tried to amend those to make sure that we could see the GST included in these.
Wait, I believe we have another point of order, this time from the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Is there any quorum requirement that requires any one member of the Conservative Party to be in the chamber?
But we cannot say whether someone's here or not. The honourable member fully aware of that. We'll continue with the debate. And I really apologize to the honourable member for North Island, Powell River for being interrupted so many times.
It is unfortunate to be interrupted so many times. It's unfortunate that people don't want to hear the reality of so many Canadians in the riding of North Island, Powell River. Hopefully people will be listening from here on end. We have also done a lot of work on trying to get this place to understand that one of the things that we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is finance the changes that we're seeing greatly needed across this country by placing a tax on excess profits of oil and gas corporations and holding to account, of course, places like grocery stores that are making a credible amount of profit off the backs of everyday Canadians. We know that Canadians across this country in North Island, Powell River are scraping by and they're cutting back and they're trying to make ends meet, and it feels like it's absolutely impossible. And they deserve a break on their heating bills wherever they live across this country, not just particular parts of this country. And here we are in this reality, and we need to see action taken. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to the fact that the NDP has called on the Liberals and, in fact, the Conservatives to remove the GST tax off of home heating. In fact, we did that on multiple amendments that we offered to the Conservatives when they had motions before the House. For me, one of the reasons this was incredibly important is, as a British Columbian, I know that the solutions, so-called solutions that the Conservatives are offering, leave BC out. The reality is, and it's common knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that there is a provincial process for carbon pricing here in BC and not a federal one. So when the federal carbon pricing is removed, it actually doesn't have an impact in British Columbia. And that really concerns me because the people in my riding are struggling. They need a bit of a break, and the GST would actually offer them one that was consistent and reliable that people could have some faith in. So here we are in this situation, and I don't know why. I don't know why the Conservatives keep leaving BC out. They keep leaving Quebec out and the Northwest Territories as well. So I find that confusing, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully we'll figure that out. And I think about not only the huge cost of dealing with climate change across this country, but the human cost. In my riding during the summer, when we saw a lot of those significant forest fires, volunteer firefighters from my riding, from communities like Port McNeill, Port Hardy, Campbell River, Comox, Powell River, probably more, Mr. Speaker, all went out to help. They took their time, they went out there and they fought fires because there's just not enough people to do that work. So these people are making significant sacrifices away from their families, their health and well-being, and they're doing it because this is what's happening. And their health and well-being matters to me. And so does the future of this planet and the health and well-being of our children. So here we are in this climate emergency. People can't afford the basic necessities, and it's only going to get worse if we don't see some significant work done on both sides of this. We know that small communities, especially in my riding, if they have to face a forest fire or some sort of natural disaster that's happening due to climate change, they often have one road out of the community or they just have the ocean. We are living in a rainforest with drought again and again, year after year. It's very concerning. And we also know that this Liberal government keeps saying that they're going to do things. We talked about that at the beginning when we see the commissioner saying there's no real targets that we can follow that is actually going to show a consistent movement towards meeting those goals. And we know that it has to be dealt with quickly. And home housing helps with that. Canada, in fact, has committed to more than 10% of home heating to be used by heat pumps by 2023 in order to achieve the commitments for the emissions reduction plan. Right now, we're only at 6%. So what we need to do is by 2030, to get to that 10%, there has to be about 560,000 heat pumps installed across the country. That's about 70,000 a year. So I believe this year we're just over 400. So we're nowhere near where we need to get to. So this is about a motion about fairness. It's about making sure that everybody gets a little bit of help during this time of profound financial challenges. It means having stability. And it's time for us to see that action. We know that what the Liberals are announcing is temporary pausing of heat, oil in all provinces and taking away the tax on that until 3 years is up and doing some of these things, but it doesn't actually look at across the country and what we could do. And we need to see the heat pump program actually be a lot more resilient. It needs to be affordable for everyday Canadians. And, I heard a member talking earlier about, it's going out to the middle class. Well, the costs that are increasing right now, the middle class is hurting profoundly. And the class below that are struggling in ways that we can't even imagine. So if we're going to take this seriously, we need to be addressing both things at the same time. How to make sure there's a bar of dignity that people in this country don't fall below, and how to make sure we're addressing the climate crisis at a rate that is actually going to get those emissions down and see us progress. We're not seeing that in this country. We're not seeing the federal government actually commit to this, and we need to get it done. It is time for, Mr. Speaker, for the ultra-rich to start paying their fair share. So we're going to fight hard, and we're going to continue to do that, to say the oil and gas industry making huge profits while so much gas costs are going high, we need to make it right. So I thank you so much, and I hope that people will reconsider and vote for this motion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP are saying, in essence, all forms of heating would not have to pay for GST. I think where there's a considerable amount of confusion is that if you were to say then no electricity, natural gas, propane, heating oil, all be exempt from paying the GST, two issues come to mind. One is in regards to a lot of those products are used to do more than just provide home heating. So is there a way in which the NDP would compensate for that or take that into consideration? And then the second issue is this something that would be of a permanent nature, or is it something that would be for 6 months, like during the summertime, for example? Would this, the GST still be taken off?
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much. And I would just say this through the chair or the speaker to the member. Seth Klein said this: the federal NDP have a motion coming forward Tuesday trying to shift the debate caused by the Liberals' boneheaded carbon tax carve-out. This motion lays out a far better approach. This alternate motion calls on government to eliminate the GST for all forms of home heating, including electric, offer free heat pumps and energy retrofits for low and middle income middle-income households and pay for it with revenues from a windfall profit tax on oil and gas companies. That's who I'll be listening to. Thank you, Seth.
And comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech today. But I find it very interesting that yesterday the NDP voted with Conservatives on our common sense motion to remove the carbon tax from all forms of home heating for all Canadians. Instead of just singling out 3% of Canadians who use heating oil for their homes, they're neglecting the 97% of other Canadians who use other forms such as natural gas or propane for their home heating. And winter's here, it's going to be minus 20. So why then did the member today, through you, Chair, decline our leader's common sense motion, the amendment to the NDP motion today, to exclude the carbon tax on all forms of home heating for all Canadians, because they could do that today by accepting the Conservative amendment?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much for that question through you, Mr. Speaker. And I will remind the member that actually I was very clear in my speech that we offered an amendment more than once for the Conservative motions around their carbon taxing concerns. And we've pointed out that BC, Quebec, and Northwest Territories are not included. So my question is, why are the Conservatives leaving those provinces and territory out of something so that those folks don't get the support they need during this time of huge inequality in income?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. And I want to draw her attention to an important aspect. In the beginning of her speech, she insisted on the climate crisis and the fact that we need to act as a result. In the measures proposed, however, there is no distinction made between energy sources. Doesn't she believe that perhaps something could have been proposed that would have been more meaningful in order to encourage the move away from fossil fuels towards cleaner sources of energy? Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And this is an incredibly important part of what we need to be talking about in Canada, moving onto a forward in energy that is more economic, more environmentally friendly. What this motion is really addressing, though, is the fact that we need fairness for all people across this country who are dealing with an economic crisis that is really stressing people out and making it hard to make decisions between if you're going to feed, pay for heat, pay for medication. So this motion specifically focuses on this. Of course, we've offered other ideas and motions that deal with those broader conversations. And so we didn't want to make all of that a big motion. It gets harder for people. So this is what we're focusing on today, but I look forward to continuing to work with every member in this place to move towards a greener economy that really has environmental friendliness at the heart of it.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate of the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of our party's opposition motion. This is what real climate action looks like. Climate action that doesn't divide people up, but brings people together. Climate action that gives families and individuals struggling to make ends meet a break, while also reducing our carbon emissions, and climate actions that ask the big polluters who have seen record profits to pay for it. We are in the midst of two different crises that must be addressed: a climate crisis and an affordability crisis linked to growing inequality. Last summer and spring, we were confronted directly by the impact of the climate crisis. Record-setting wildfires covered large parts of the country, causing provinces to declare states of emergency and many residents to flee. Smoke blanketed cities across the country, including Winnipeg, where poor air quality kept people indoors and posed a danger to people with pre-existing health issues, including asthma. What we saw over those months was a window into our future if we do not treat this climate crisis with the urgency it deserves. We cannot allow extreme weather events that put people's lives and health at risk to become the new normal. It is not normal. It is a consequence of our failure to act. Meanwhile, a growing affordability crisis is forcing a growing number of people in our communities to choose between groceries and rent, to choose between heating and eating. Grocery prices have soared, far outpacing the general rate of inflation and wage growth. Winnipeg Centre, which has the third highest child poverty rate in this country, food bank use is climbing. In fact, according to a report by Food Banks Canada, food banks in Manitoba have seen a 30% rise in demand. In March of this year alone, there were 57,000 food bank visits, more than 20,000 of whom were children. Life is getting harder and harder for people who are already struggling to get by. But you know who's not struggling, Mr. Speaker? Canada's big oil and gas companies. The top 5 Canadian oil and gas companies reported $38.3 billion in profits for 2022. That's an increase of more than double compared to their profits of $16.9 billion in 2021. Shameful. Suncor alone made over $9 billion in profits during 2022, an astonishing amount, a shameful amount. And where is this money going? Not towards fighting climate change or making life more affordable for people. It's going to reward their shareholders and CEOs. And speaking of CEOs, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about Imperial Oil. Brad Horson, the CEO of Imperial Oil, is the highest paid executive in the Canadian energy industry. His pay almost doubled in 2022, up from $17.3 million. Imperial Oil is currently under formal federal investigation for a months-long tailing leak at their Kearl oil sands mine in northern Alberta. Documents filed by the company show that they knew that tailings were seeping into groundwater for years before contaminated fluid was reported on the surface. When my constituents miss a shift at work, Mr. Speaker, they get their pay docked and they risk getting fired. When CEOs of Imperial Oil presides over an environmental catastrophe, he gets his pay doubled. It's an insult to hardworking people all over this country whose wages haven't budged for years. And it's just one reason why we need a windfall tax on the excess profits of big oil and gas companies. And why a windfall tax, Mr. Speaker? It's about ensuring that the big polluters who are worsening this climate crisis are paying for the action that is needed to address it. Right now, we know that's not happening. Major loopholes in carbon pricing framework means that oil and gas companies only pay a small fraction of the cost of their pollution, while 80 to 90% of their emissions are exempt. To take one example, Suncor, who I mentioned previously, only pays 1/14 of the full carbon price. 1/14, Mr. Speaker, of the full carbon price. It would also generate significant revenue that we can invest in lowering people's energy bills and a home retrofits that reduce emissions and make life more affordable. How significant, Mr. Speaker? The Parliamentary Budget Office estimates that a windfall tax would generate $4 billion over 5 years. This could fund a program to make heat pumps and other retrofits free of cost to families who would otherwise not be able to afford them. And Mr. Speaker, a windfall tax, we know, is not a radical idea. The European Union, in fact, in the UK and India are among those who have implemented one. Why? Because it's common sense. At a time when energy companies are making record profits and people are struggling to pay their heating bills, we need to turn a portion of those excess profits to relief for consumers. And we can also use revenue from a windfall tax for massive exemption of energy efficient home renovations for low and middle class Canadians, home retrofits and heating homes, whether you use home heating oil, natural gas, electric baseboard heating, or anything else. You should have access to a program that lets you reduce your carbon footprint and reduces your monthly power bill. It's about how we get to net zero emissions and how we'll bring millions of people along in the fight against the climate emergency. Life is hard enough already, Mr. Speaker, for families and individuals in my riding who are working 3 jobs, skipping meals so their kids can eat. These are not the people who should be paying more to address the climate crisis. It is big oil and gas companies and their CEOs who are fueling this crisis, and we should be sticking them with the bill. We are running out of time, Mr. Speaker, to get this right. Dividing people up by region and putting all the burden onto individuals, as the Liberals are doing, will not get us there. Neither will burying our heads in the sand and refusing to even offer a climate plan, which is the Conservative approach. In fact, the leader of the opposition, the corporate champion from Carleton, is silent when it comes to the obscene profits being made by his oil and gas buddies. And no wonder, because when he was actually sitting at the cabinet table, his government handed out $55 billion in tax cuts to wealthy corporations, including oil and gas companies. It is time for a new approach, one that finally asks the big polluters to pay their fair share of costs, one that gives families and individuals who are struggling a real relief from rising costs that are driving them deeper into poverty and despair, and one that makes energy efficient upgrades available to millions of households that want to do their part for our planet but can't because the costs are too high. Today's motion is exactly that kind of new approach that is desperately needed, and I urge this government and all parties in the House to support it and put us on a path to real climate action that lifts people up and gives them the help they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire, and try to keep this as a Manitoba discussion. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague, who I am surprised to hear use language that is typically attributable to the Conservatives' policy on climate change, if she could comment on the following, which is that at no time in the last few years have the prices of groceries in Canada exceeded the cost of grocery prices in the United States. Canada remains among the lowest countries in terms of the price of groceries in the G7, and this is against other countries, our allies, that do not have prices on pollution. So my question would be, can she comment on the correlation between an increase in grocery prices and a price on pollution if in jurisdictions where there is not a price on pollution, grocery prices are still higher? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre. And I'd like him to ask the residents of Winnipeg Centre, or having the hardest time ever feeding their families, about his bragging rights about the fact that our food prices are really low. I have the third highest number of children in the country that are going without food. And where is this Liberal government trying to buy off and divide Canadians with these bogus plans for political points? I have a Liberal government that instead of going and supporting the NDP motion to control grocery prices, is just having meetings with CEOs like they've demonstrated, like they're going to do the right thing so that people in my riding of Winnipeg Centre can eat. So I'm done with the political banterings and sound bites and bragging rights about how the Liberals have tackled the affordability. I'd like him to sit down with the families and people of Winnipeg Centre who are currently starving and on the verge of being unhoused to see what they think of how well the Liberal government is doing with the affordability crisis.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for her speech. And I agree with her, no one should go hungry. There's 8 billion people in this world, 4 million of which are fed by synthetic fertilizers enhancing our food production. And that's been acknowledged in 3 committees I've attended this past week. Would she acknowledge that natural gas from our fossil fuel countries is integral to feeding half of the world's production, as it has been acknowledged by the World Food Programme, Canadian Food Grains Bank, and others?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I'd also like to say we know that the fossil fuel industry is contributing to catastrophic climate change. We know that climate change and the climate emergency is impacting food production, particularly in countries that the Food Grains Bank works in. And, you know, let's talk about common sense. Like, I'm concerned about the Conservatives' common sense plan because they're not willing to axe the profits of their corporate buddies. But let me tell you, they are willing to fill their profits. And I'm wondering if the corporate champion from Carleton, the leader of the Conservative Party, will put forward what he thinks is common sense and give another $55 billion to corporations and the big oil and gas industry.
In comment, question commentaire, the honourable member for Windsor West.
And I thank my colleague for her intervention today. And one of the things that's really important is the cost of living in general. So we're scoping on this component here too. But I like her comments with regards to affordable services that are actually very important, essentially essential, being cell phone prices and the costs there, and how Canada has actually deviated away from market control on these things. The United States has better control, the European Union has better control. So when we look at this, what are some of the other things we can also look at in terms of creating affordability for Canadians? And the industries that I've mentioned are also making record profits actually using public service, which is the spectrum of airwaves that we have, where the Liberals and Conservatives brought in $20 billion from that spectrum. At the same time, they passed on the extra cost to consumers.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, about 20-odd seconds.
Well, I think it's important to note that, you know, access to communications is a fundamental right that the Liberal government continues to turn a blind eye to. There's so many people across Canada who don't have access to a cell phone, who don't have access to internet. That's something that the government should be addressing. It's a human rights matter that the government is failing on, and they need to act on it now.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a privilege and a pleasure to rise in this House and see all my colleagues on an afternoon, and I see my colleague from just north of me in the area that they represent. Mr. Speaker, before I bring into my formal remarks, I do want to go into some issue regarding affordability, because it's important to note, and I think it's important to get on the record this morning for myself, for my constituents, and all Canadians, what our government has done to make life more affordable for all Canadians over these last several years that we've been in power. And, you know, we ran on a promise to cut the middle income tax bracket from 22% to 20.5%. And that's roughly every year about $3.5 billion tax cut for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. So over 8 years, over $26 billion of money in the pockets of Canadians. About $330 per year per individual, over $600 per couple. Then we brought in something that I actually recommended in conversation, and I think I want to claim a little credit for it, was a raise in the basic personal expenditure amount to $15,000 by 2023. So what that means is Canadians would not have to pay federal income tax on the first $15,000 of their income. Mr. Speaker, in fiscal 24-25, this is a $6 billion tax cut for Canadians. This is literally putting hundreds of dollars into the pockets, back into the Canadians' pockets, excuse me. This is something we should be proud of. This is $300-400 back in the pockets of individual filers, more so for families. And literally combined, we're looking at nearly $10 billion in tax cut for hard-working Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Then you think about the Canada Child Benefit, a benefit that has lifted 653,000 children out of poverty, along with a strong labour market and growth and wages. Again, a $26 billion plus program that we put in place to help Canadian families, help Canadian children, lift children out of poverty. For small businesses, we cut the tax rate from 11% to 9%. Again, putting more money into the pockets of business owners across this country. Mr. Speaker, there are so many other measures that I can go forth, but I do want to directly speak to the opposition motion at hand today and the energy sector that they sort of reference and other aspects of it. And I would say the energy sector is about 10% of the Canadian economy, something that I salute the workers there, contributing real export dollars. Our trade statistics came out this morning. Again, the energy sector led the way. They account for over 25% of Canadian exports. They'll account for them today. It'll account for them tomorrow. And even with the green transition that we are seeing that's full force, the Canadian energy sector leads the way for Canadian workers and Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to take part in today's debate. The motion brings up important issues. There's no doubt the effects of climate change are real and becoming more and more devastating, harmful, and expensive. That is why this government has put in place a price on pollution and stands by it. Economists would agree that one of the ways that a price on pollution is one of the least expensive and most efficient ways to reduce emissions. And it is much, much less costly than the cost of doing nothing. As everyone knows, Mr. Speaker, the majority of proceeds from the price of carbon pollution go straight back into the pockets of Canadians in provinces where the federal fuel charge applies, with 8 out of 10 Canadians in those provinces getting more money back through the climate action incentive payments than they pay as a result of the price on carbon. In Ontario, for example, for a family of 4, it's nearly $1,000 back in quarterly installment payments that is returned back to hardworking Ontarians. 8 out of 10, even more than that, I would estimate, are better off under this system, and it's a very efficient and the least expensive way to reduce emissions. Notre système de classe.
Our world-class carbon pollution pricing system is an essential part of our fight against climate change. Not only does the system put money back into the pockets of Canadians, it's also highly effective because it sends a clear economic signal to businesses to find the most cost-effective way to reduce their emissions. At the same time, it increases demand for the development and adoption of clean technologies. What's more, the investments made to strengthen Canada's competitiveness in the clean economy will not just support the transition to carbon neutrality, they will also provide good jobs for Canada's middle-class workforce in communities all across the country. Today, a climate plan is as important as an economic plan and a jobs plan. Climate policy is also economic policy. However, the reality is that many Canadians are struggling to pay their bills, and they're under enormous financial pressure across the country. So it's important for us to help them. On October 26th,
spending my time with the honourable member for Whitby this morning, my colleague and dear friend.
On October 26th, the Prime Minister announced that we would double the supplement for rural communities through pollution pricing rebates ranging from 10% to 20% of the base amount starting in April 2024. Our government understands that people in rural communities face unique realities, and this measure will put even more money back into the pockets of families who face higher energy costs because they live outside a major city and also have limited access to clean transportation. Rural residents will receive their first enhanced payment as of April 2024. And in the future, this increase will be applied annually.
Mr. Speaker, I note that the motion at hand mentions heat pumps in order to provide more time and financial support for the roughly 1.1 million homes in Canada and the tens of thousands of homes in Ontario using home heating oil to switch to heat pumps as part of that October 26 package. The government also announced that it proposes to temporarily pause the application of fuel charge on deliveries of home heating oil in all jurisdictions when it currently applies for a 3-year period. Canada's cold climate means that heating accounts for over 60% of the energy used in the average Canadian home. Making the switch to more energy-efficient heating equipment, such as cold climate air, source heat pump, can save energy and reduce utility bills, and yes, reduce the carbon footprint. Heat pumps are one of the best ways for homeowners to get off of home heating oil when compared with other electric home heating sources. They are also 2 to 3 times more efficient. So as to another part of the affordability measures put forward 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister also announced a strengthened oil-to-heat pump affordability program introduced in 2022. The program helps low to medium income homeowners who are currently heating their homes with oil transition to electric heat by installing a cold climate air source heat pump system. To strengthen the program, the federal government is partnering with provinces and territories in collaboration, Mr. Speaker, to increase the amount of federal funding that eligible homeowners can receive for installing a heat pump from $10,000 to $15,000. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adding up to an additional $5,000 in grant funding to match provincial and territorial contributions via co-delivery arrangements. The Strengthen program also includes upfront payments of $250 for at or below median income homeowners that use heating oil and sign up to switch to a heat pump through a joint federal-provincial government program. This would make the average heat pump installation free for low to medium income homeowners as we continue to minimize upfront costs and make federal programs even easier to access for all households using home heating oil. Des choix plus abordables.
More affordable cleaning heating choices will save people money on their energy bills. This for years to come. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that homeowners who switch from oil to a cold climate heat pump to heat and cool their homes save an average of up to $2,500 a year on their energy bills. Mr. Speaker, climate change is very real, as are the catastrophic consequences for Canada. It is therefore important to take concrete action to combat it, and that is exactly what we are doing. All the experts agree that a pollution pricing system is the best way to combat climate change, and that is why we are continuing in this direction. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear that we are going to continue to implement our pollution pricing system while ensuring that we continue to put more money back into the pockets of Canadian households. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for York Simcoe, the Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada.
The Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I enjoyed my colleague's speech. And we know that the carbon tax disproportionately affects rural Canadians. And, you know, I was shocked this week for my riding of York Simcoe to see that we are now classified as Toronto. You know, the Liberals came up with this meager top-up that's about as handy as a front pocket on a pair of underwear, Mr. Speaker, but a meager top-up for people, and now the people of York Simcoe won't even be getting this top-up. And, you know, being classified as Toronto and York Simcoe, all my farmers, small businesses, rural families now won't get this top-up. And, you know, we're classified now, just like Toronto, as I said, with subways, with transit, with Uber. We don't have any of that stuff in York Simcoe. So I'd ask my colleague, how does he think that's fair?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, and he's going to be careful in his response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable member, a dear friend, actually, from York Simcoe. We have spoken about this issue. He's raised it with me. I think this issue does need to be raised in terms of how the riding of York Simcoe is viewed in terms of the carbon pricing system and the proceeds that are returned to residents. York Simcoe is a beautiful part of Ontario, the Holland Marsh area. There are many farmers there. There are many rural residents, and we need to ensure that they are looked after in the way that they are not part of the City of Toronto or the GTA, as we would call it. That would be the right thing and the fair thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for my colleague's intervention. The GST brought in by Brian Mulroney, then HST later by Stephen Harper, are regressive taxes. They're regressive taxes because they punish basically any consumers out there, and they also are ones that escalate the cost and inflationary element. And so we have in this House, in the chamber, I mean, there was elections fought to eliminate the GST, never actually enacted on that. But at any rate, we have reduced them off of certain essentials that Canadians have. So why not just reduce this off the essentials for home heating in this particular case? Because there is a history of us reducing the GST off of essentials for many different things.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I want to thank the honourable member from Windsor West for his very important question. Our system of taxation is obviously a progressive system in Canada. We brought in a number of measures to cut and reduce income taxes for middle-income Canadians. We've asked the wealthiest to pay a little bit more, and that's the right thing to do, and we'll continue to march in that manner. It is important that taxes are collected to pay for all the social programs that Canadians depend on, from old age security to the guaranteed income supplement to the tax-free monthly Canada Child benefit to the Canada Workers benefit to the Canada Dental benefit that hundreds of kids in my riding depend on, that over 500,000 children in Canada have used. So it's very important that we have a strong social fabric put in place. Canadians understand that. The residents of my riding understand that, and we need to continue down that path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just go over something with my honourable colleague. There was a post that was posted by What's Interesting in Vaughan, and I'll read the post. It says, "Interesting and frustrated, real change. It completely wrecked our economy, tarnished our international standing, and unleashed a housing crisis of unprecedented proportions in Canada. The carbon tax has killed this country. However, the Liberals voted against it." My colleague liked the post. Can he explain that to me, please?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
First off, if that post was like that, was done in error. What's Interesting Vaughan, Mr. Speaker, is a Conservative-run Instagram account. My honourable member knows that from King Vaughan. And the honourable member used the language of the carbon tax killed Canada. I would actually ask the honourable member to retract that word, because that's a very killed in the context of what the world is in now is a very, I would say, incorrect term to use. The Canadian economy, we have a very low unemployment rate. We've had economic growth over the last several years, very strong. Our fiscal foundation is very healthy. We maintain a AAA credit rating. Our borrowing rates are amongst the lowest in the world. Our growth rates are strong. We continue to generate a lot of jobs. There are inflationary pressures on all Canadians, and it is a global issue. We are dealing with it, and we will continue to deal with it in a responsible manner, bringing in place measures to deal with affordability, including the Canada Child benefit, the Canada Workers benefit, middle-income class tax cut, the Canada Dental benefit that the opposite member knows will also apply for seniors next year, and I can't wait to go around the city of Vaughan and tell all the seniors about the Canada Dental benefit and how it will help every single one of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Bonjour à tous. I see that this topic has been on the minds of everyone here in the last few days. The Government of Canada understands that the effects of climate change have been devastating for many families and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. In fact, the Canadian Climate Institute estimates the costs annually by 2025 to amount to $25 billion. And by mid-century, the estimated costs of climate change on our economy in Canada would be half the projected GDP growth of our entire country. That is an astounding and devastating amount of damage that climate change is already causing. In 2023, we saw record wildfire season, with some areas burned double that of historic records. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians had to evacuate their homes. I think it's safe to say that we all watched in horror as we saw those fires rage across the country. And that's not the only climate disaster or extreme weather event that this country has gone through in the past several years. We've seen record floods and heat domes and many other natural disasters. Meanwhile, Canadians are facing an equally pressing affordability challenge as energy prices have skyrocketed. With winter coming very soon, households are facing higher heating bills. The government is taking real action to keep life affordable and to fight climate change at the same time, and now we must go further, faster. This is why the Government of Canada recently announced major new funding to help households switch away from polluting home heating oil to efficient and clean heat pumps. We know that home heating oil is 3 to 4 times more expensive than other forms of heating, and so it being the most carbon intensive and also the most costly is exactly why recent measures have targeted home heating oil right across the country. Low and middle income households are struggling to make the switch to environmentally friendly heat pumps, mainly because of the upfront cost. So we get that, Mr. Speaker. We get that the upfront cost is truly the barrier to making the transition, because Canadians want to do their part, Mr. Speaker. And we want to encourage people to make the switch as soon as possible. And helping out with that upfront cost will really help them make that switch. That's what we've heard, and that's what we're doing. But we also recognize that acquiring and installing a heat pump can take a number of weeks, if not months, and people will still be facing high oil heating costs in the meantime. 2 weeks ago, the Government of Canada announced an expansion of the funding for heat pumps, making the average heat pump free for low and medium income Canadians. The Strengthen Oil to Heat Pump Affordability Program will partner with interested provinces and territories to increase the amount of federal funding eligible for homeowners so that they can receive not just $10,000 but up to $15,000 for installing a heat pump in their house, adding to an additional $5,000 in grant funding to match provincial contributions in jurisdictions where programs are co-delivered. Low to medium income households that heat their homes with oil and sign up to participate in the OHPA program to switch to a heat pump will also receive an upfront payment of $250. On average, homeowners who switch from oil to cold climate heat pumps to heat and cool their homes save between $1,500 to $4,700 per year on their home energy bills. That's a whopping $125 to $400 per month of savings. I think that's a sizable affordability measure that will really help Canadians that are struggling to heat their homes, and those that are using oil to do so that obviously are subject to some of the highest costs to do that. The idea is to provide households with funding to help make the transition from heating oil to more efficient, environmentally friendly electric heat pumps that much more easy. This new heat pump funding is in addition to what we already were doing to support Canadians in these uncertain times. I also want to talk about a few of the climate measures that our government has put in place that are funding all kinds of other important initiatives. I don't mean to give the impression that this one program is all that we're doing, or this newest measure that we've announced is the only thing we're doing. There's many, many other aspects of the federal government's plan to fight climate change, build a stronger economy, and reduce emissions. So the Low Carbon Economy Fund, for example, a new intake for one of our funding streams under the Low Carbon Economy Fund has just opened. It's called the Low Carbon Economy Challenge. The Government of Canada remains committed to supporting projects that reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions, generate clean growth, build resilient communities, and create good jobs for Canadians. So far, the Low Carbon Economy Challenge is providing more than $250 million to support 94 projects that invest in proven low-carbon technologies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I want to take this opportunity to highlight some projects we recently funded through the Low Carbon Economy Fund. We have supported projects that range from replacing oil-fired boilers with electric models at a YMCA in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, to waste emissions reduction projects in Alberta, to Sask Power's Northern First Nations home retrofit program in Saskatchewan, and home heat pump retrofits in Atlantic Canada starting this year. Projects like these support the local economy, drive clean innovation, and help Canada achieve net zero emissions by 2050. The fund also supports climate action by Indigenous peoples We recently funded some Indigenous-owned and led renewable energy and energy efficiency and low-carbon heating projects such as the Peavine Community Solar Farm project, which will offset a portion of Peavine Métis settlement's electricity needs thanks to a solar photovoltaic system, and the Cletanox Community Bioheat project, which will displace 100% of the propane used in 6 community buildings, a church building, and a healing center in their community. We've also funded projects through the Climate Action and Awareness Fund, which is a fund that is invested over $206 million over 5 years to support Canadian-made projects that help to reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. This fund focuses on supporting youth climate awareness, climate research, as well as advancing climate change science and technology. I think about projects like Science North's touring and stationary innovative climate change experience for young Canadians. Under this fund, the Government of Canada is also funding projects that are focused on strengthening Canada's science capacity to identify, accelerate, and evaluate climate mitigation solutions and strategies. The idea, Mr. Speaker, is to create jobs for Canadians who work in science and technology, academia, and at the grassroots community level. These jobs are critical as we continue to build knowledge, skills, and a sustainable net zero emissions economy by 2050. I also want to just highlight quickly the Climate Action Fund, which was in existence from 2018 to 2020, which provided up to $3 million annually to support projects delivered by students, youth, Indigenous peoples, nonprofit organizations, small and medium-sized enterprises, and research and educational institutions. Projects like the Green Building Council's work on redesigning our architectural landscape, Random Acts of Green's mobile app, and agriculture in the classroom in Saskatchewan. These projects show us that Canadians are ready to take action against climate change in their everyday lives. These are only a few examples of funding initiatives that the Government of Canada has put in place to support Canadians as well as organizations and businesses in the fight against climate change. By taking the lead on climate action, Canada can become a leader on many of the new technologies the world will need to adopt to support climate change while unlocking economic growth and trade opportunities. We've seen many other projects, of course, Mr. Speaker. Some of the most prominent ones are the major investments made incentivizing private investment in our electric vehicle, battery supply chain, as well as automobile manufacturing. Those are big, exciting announcements, but there's a lot more going on at different scales within our economy. And I think Canadians have asked us to take action on climate change really because they know that our economic growth and prosperity depends upon it. It is the biggest opportunity for our economic growth, and it helps us address affordability challenge because climate change, in fact, is the biggest contributor to inflation that we have today globally. So we've listened on all fronts, and we're delivering on all fronts. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. The honourable member for, oh, I know, look at it. They're going to fight over this. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to take to my feet today to ask this random Liberal from Whitby a question because he's actually, I'll give him credit, one of the only Liberals that told the truth most recently when he looked in the camera and said, Canadians are going to feel pain because of our costly carbon tax. And he was honest. And the pain has come forward. There is an affordability crisis after 8 long years of this NDP Liberal government because of their policies. And he went through a litany of policy programs where they're trying to give the money back to Canadians through different programs. So why take it in the first place? Leaving it in their pockets because Canadians can spend their own money better than government can. But one program that he didn't mention was the oil to heat pump program, the affordability program that came out in March of 2023. And then it was the provinces joined Newfoundland and Labrador in June of 2023. Do you know how many heat pumps they have actually delivered in this country since March of 2023? 43. Their failure, they failed on the environment. The Environment Commissioner said they won't meet the targets. This is a tax plan, not an environmental plan, and they've never reached the target. So when will they admit their carbon tax has failed Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's question as usual, but I think we stand on opposite sides of this debate as always in this House. The Conservatives don't seem to really understand that climate change is real. They deny the science, and they don't understand what it means to invest in Canadians and take advantage of the clean growth opportunities that really our economic prosperity depends on for generations to come. We know that the price on pollution has been documented numerous times to give back up to 80% or more to 80% of the population, and specifically to low and middle income families, which is what's been documented by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. We also know that it's the most effective, cost-effective market-based mechanism for incentivizing and disincentivizing the kinds of changes that we need to see in order to fight climate change. So I'm sure I don't have more time, but I'd love to debate it with the member perhaps at committee.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate this opportunity today to through you, Mr. Speaker, ask the member, because I am receiving emails in my riding, and I wanted to speak specifically about a member in my riding who has been waiting 7 months for the Canada Greener Homes grant. They were informed that they were eligible, and based on the report and the required heat pump that they installed, their grant is worth $4,600, and they have waited 7 months for it, Mr. Speaker. Calls and reaching out, they have not been able to reach anyone. So, Mr. Speaker, will the government reach out to my office, reach out to me, and make sure that this Canadian who has taken the steps to take advantage of the opportunity and do their part, as the member said, to move forward on climate action, but need the results. The government has to stop announcements and start acting. Will this government respond to my constituent?
The honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thank you to the honourable member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you. I know that some members of communities have had challenges with the administration of the Canada Greener Home Grant and program. I know that there's constituents in my riding that have also taken full advantage of that program and have been able to access both components of it, and they've retrofit their homes to get as close to net zero as possible. That included installing extreme cold climate heat pump, as well as solar panels on the roof and a two-way meter so that they can feed into the grid. And that seems to be the recipe for getting a lot of Canadian households to as close to net zero as possible. And remember that saves them hundreds and hundreds of dollars per month on their home energy bills. So I'd be happy to look into the member opposite's specific question. Obviously, I don't know that specific case and what might be holding that member of her constituency's application up, but I'd be happy to look into it.
Time for a quick interchange. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Mr. Speaker. And this member, he spoke at length about heat pumps. Can he please tell this House in 10 or 15 seconds just how heat pumps work in, say, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, please? Thank you.
The honourable member for Whitby.
So my understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that extreme cold climate heat pumps work in Canada. There's examples of them working all the way up to as far north as you can get. They're actually very effective, far more efficient in terms of the use of energy, and really, I can't think of a better solution for wider adoption that Canadians can take advantage of to get those cost savings on their energy bill. The member opposite doesn't seem to understand the technology. Maybe he should do his homework.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to start by saying I'll be sharing my time with the wonderful MP from Edmonton, Griesbach. And I'm very honoured and frankly excited to stand here this afternoon to speak to the NDP motion that sets out a truly fair, common sense approach to deal with two of the most important issues of our time: the climate catastrophes that we are living through every year across this country, and the struggle that many Canadians are facing just to get by. In a nutshell, the motion recognizes that Canadians are facing increasing costs, both the financial costs and human costs of the climate crisis, and at the same time they're facing rising fuel costs for gas at the pumps and in their home heating, while the fossil fuel companies that are charging those costs are reaping record profits. And on top of that, both oil and gas heating are contributing to the carbon emissions that are fueling the climate crisis. The NDP motion proposes 3 straightforward solutions to that situation. First, take the GST off home heating, provide heat pumps free to lower and medium income families in an easily accessible program, and fund that program with a windfall tax on the record profits made by fossil fuel companies. You know, listeners at home may quickly realize that this motion is a reaction to both the Liberals' bungled program to provide relief to some Canadians by taking the carbon tax off home heating oil, and the Conservatives' motion to extend that relief to natural gas for home heating as well. Both those ideas fail the fairness test of this Canadian Federation. The Liberal program benefits predominantly Atlantic Canadians, where many homes are heated with oil, while the Conservative motion leaves British Columbians and Quebecois out in the cold, since families in those provinces don't pay a federal carbon tax, and have yet to hear a single Conservative from BC admit that fact in this place. So the NDP is proposing to take the GST off home heating bills. GST is not supposed to be paid for the necessities of life. We don't pay GST on food. And I think everyone would agree that home heating is a necessity of life in Canada. But right now, everyone across the country has to pay it. So removing the GST on home heating bills would save everyone across the country money on their energy bills, helping people to get by in a truly fair way. Mr. Speaker, we've had bad years for extreme weather and wildfires for the past 8 years or so, but this year was in a different league of catastrophes. It started with a hot, dry spring that sent fires in Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Alberta raging through forests and communities. As the season progressed, we had fires explode in British Columbia, the Northwest Territories. Several of those fires in BC were in the coastal rainforest, where it's usually hard enough to start a campfire, let alone destroy a forest. And then Nova Scotia, which was still recovering from 2 catastrophic fires, suffered a devastating flood. I live in the dry interior of British Columbia in the South Okanagan Valley. We held our breath as we saw fires springing up in northeastern BC, then central BC, then Kamloops and the Shuswap. And then at the end of July, the fires began in the Okanagan and Similkameen valleys. One came within inches of destroying a large neighborhood in Asuyas. In mid-August, the Shuswap fires swept out of the wilderness and burned through Solista, Scotch Creek, Squilax, communities that I used to live in during the summers of the 70s. A fire in the mountains west of Kelowna roared down to devastate neighborhoods on the west side of Okanagan Lake, and then jumped across the lake 2 kilometers to terrorize neighborhoods on the east side. People struggled to breathe across the country this summer. Hundreds of thousands had to leave their homes in hastily planned evacuations, including the entire city of Yellowknife. People lost their homes. Some people, unfortunately, died. This was a summer that marked another shift in public opinion, public awareness that climate change is not a theoretical event somewhere in the future. We are living it today, and we have to adapt to it. And the climate data back that up. This year has literally been off the charts. Air temperature records shattered every day around the world. Ocean temperatures so high the scientists could barely believe what was happening. And this year was even worse than 2021. That year in British Columbia, we had a heat dome in late June, followed by an unprecedented atmospheric river event in November. The town of Lytton burned down after reporting Canada's record high temperature 3 days in a row. The cost of that climate destruction in 2021 in BC alone was over $5 billion. But even as we said 2021 was the worst year ever, people are saying that 2023 is the worst year ever, the projections are saying these will actually be the best years for the rest of our lives. These extreme weather events will only get worse as we pump more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And now what many people forget or don't even know is that 619 people died in Metro Vancouver during the heat dome of 2021. 619 people in 1 week. That was the real tragedy of that year. What most of those people had in common was that they lived in the lower income parts of the city, neighborhoods with no access to shady, cool, green areas, in apartment complexes with no air conditioning. They died with their windows closed against the stifling heat. We can't let this happen again. We need to provide people, and especially lower income Canadians, with air conditioning, even in places like Vancouver and Halifax, where maybe they didn't need it very often in the past. They will need it in the future. That will save hundreds of lives during future heat events. And if we do that with heat pumps, switching out oil and gas heating units will not only save lives, but will cut emissions, and people, including landlords, will save significant money on their energy bills all year round. And at the same time, we must make it easy to get people to properly insulate their homes. We have to make sure that we're not building new buildings, new housing with fossil fuel heating infrastructure. New builds should have electric heat, preferably heat pumps. There's a growing movement in cities across Canada to ban fossil fuel infrastructure to heat new homes and buildings. Montreal has done that. Nanaimo has done that. Vancouver almost did it and then backed off to a partial ban. It's being discussed by communities in my riding. Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are struggling to pay for fuel costs, fossil fuel companies are raking in record profits. The top 5 companies in Canada posted $38 billion in profits last year alone. Meanwhile, Canadians saw prices at the pump go up almost $1 a litre over the last 3 years. Conservatives' big bogeyman, the carbon tax, went up 5 cents over that time. The fossil fuel companies aren't paying any more to make gasoline or natural gas. They're just benefiting big time from a rise in world oil and gas prices. These are windfall profits. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has determined that a windfall tax on these profits would bring in over $4 billion. The NDP has been calling for such a tax for over a year, but have got no support from either Liberals or the Conservatives. So we are proposing today to bring in a windfall tax on the profits of fossil fuel companies and use that money to fund our proposal for an easily accessible program that will install free heat pumps in Canadian homes. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are handpicking what regions get help with the cost of living and leaving the rest of Canada behind. The Conservatives have absolutely no climate plan. For over a year, the NDP has called on the government to remove the GST off home heating and help everyone across the country, but the Liberals and Conservatives have ignored those calls. The NDP want to make eco-energy retrofits and heat pumps free and easy to access for low to middle class Canadians, regardless of their initial home energy source, heating energy source. And we're calling on the government to fund those changes by finally implementing a windfall profits tax on the excess profits of oil and gas companies. These are common sense, effective ideas that will save all Canadians money, save lives and heartache from climate disasters in an increasingly dangerous future. And I'm sure all members here will support this motion to help all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could provide some clear indication in terms of what the NDP policy actually is. Are they proposing to get rid of the GST on home heating, on all aspects of home heating, which would be everything from electricity to oil to propane, natural gas, permanently? Even during the summertime? Is that the intent, or what is the policy with the NDP in regards to that?
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Winnipeg North for that. I think it's kind of obvious. Yes, that's what we're proposing. I said in my speech, the GST was never meant to be charged on things that are the necessities of life. We don't have to pay GST when we go to grocery stores and buy food. However we heat our homes in Canada, and we have to heat our homes in Canada, we pay energy bills, whether it's to the electricity company, the natural gas company, the oil company, and we pay GST on that. We shouldn't. And yes, the NDP is asking that we take the GST off our home heating costs, even in the summer. And maybe in Winnipeg you have to heat your home in the summer. I don't usually in British Columbia, but that's what we're proposing.
In comments, question and commentaire, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. Thank you very much for his speech. I listened keenly. A lot of discussion this morning, Mr. Speaker, about heat pumps, and I've heard nobody bring it up yet as to the installation of a heat pump. So there's a portion that goes outside the house, there's a portion that goes inside the house, and then you've got pipes underground. Mr. Speaker, not that long ago I introduced Private Members Bill C-241, which is a deduction of travel expenses for skilled trades. So as we need heat pumps across the country, we won't have people to install them, Mr. Speaker. My question through you to the member is all but one Liberal member voted against Bill C-241. The NDP were good enough to vote for it. Does the member, would he agree with me that indeed the Liberals should have voted for Bill C-241?
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, yes, I mean, Bill C-241, as I understand it, was an NDP bill before the member thankfully took it up and brought it here again, and we passed it. And that's what we should be doing. We should be supporting working people across the country, tradespeople that have to travel. Whenever any other business person travels, they can charge their travel expenses. And we will need, as he mentions, we'll need more tradespeople to do all this work. As I said, we not only have to install heat pumps, we have to retrofit homes to make sure they're properly insulated. That's one of the first things we have to do. I've just finished doing that in my house, and now I'm going to turn my thoughts to the heat pump part. But we will need tradespeople for that. And you know, sometimes it's difficult to find enough tradespeople because they're doing a lot of work in this regard. So yes, we should be training tradespeople to do that. We have a program for that in Okanagan College in Penticton. It's one of the leading sustainable building trades programs in the country, and we have to support people going into those programs and once they come out.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a lot of respect for him. He's my seatmate, and we often chat. I have a question for him. In this motion we have that appears to be paved with good intentions, but I don't think it adds up because providing free heat pumps to so many people could cost at least $60 billion, and the tax on the oil profits could only generate about $4 billion. So how do you make up the shortfall? The honourable member.
Well, you know, as we just had a conversation about tradespeople and how important it is to have enough of them. This is not going to happen in 1 year. It will happen over a number of years. And yes, $4 billion can only buy, I don't know, I'd have to do some quick math, maybe 400,000 heat pumps. There might be 3 million households in Canada. So it would take, you know, maybe 5 or 10 years to get through this program. But we have to start it now. This is a very common sense, easy to understand approach with a funding mechanism, with a clear goal and clear benefits for all Canadians.
Time for maybe a quick question and comment. The honourable member for Fort York. We'll try that again. Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start off the bat by saying I will vote in support of the NDP's motion. I think a lot of Torontonians will struggle to heat and hopefully keep their homes this winter. But I have trouble reconciling this position with the fact that at the end of the day, there's only one opposition party that can compel the government to do anything, and that's the NDP. So instead of putting this up to try to score political points, why won't they just compel them through the supply and confidence agreement to actually do it?
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Spadina Fort York for that. Maybe he doesn't really understand how confidence and supply agreements work. You come up with an agreement between the parties. The Liberals say they will do X, Y, and Z that the NDP would like done, and we'll see if that's enough to provide our support in confidence agreements. And in this case, there is a list of, 20, 25, 27 things the Liberals said they would do, and it was good enough for us to say, we want that. We want dental care. We want pharmacare. We want anti-scab legislation, and on and on. Maybe not everything was in there. There was other things that we would have loved to be in there. This is not what we would put forward if we were government, but it was good enough for us, and we'll keep pressing this government to do better, and this is an example of just that.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing the double crisis of affordability and climate change. It's no secret that Canadians from coast to coast to coast have been demanding action in the face of extreme weather events. There's been families, countless numbers of families, Mr. Speaker, right across this country who've been disproportionately impacted by wildfires, by floods, by terrible natural disasters that shock entire communities. Mr. Speaker, these aren't just instances that are one-off. These are truly a pattern that is growing in intensity, growing in disaster, and growing in costs. And I mean that, Mr. Speaker. When I say cost, it is huge. We're talking about some of the largest costs in relation to our GDP that we've seen in decades. According to the Parliamentary Budget Office, for example, extreme weather events caused our GDP to be 0.8% lower than it should have been if we had combated climate change more appropriately. This equals to about $20 to $25 billion less on reported GDP. Mr. Speaker, these are things that could have this is funding money that could have went to supporting real people, could have went to supporting seniors, could have went to supporting young people, could have went to supporting hospitals, and albeit we're right next to Remembrance Day, it could have been there to support veterans. Mr. Speaker, this is real capital, real money that's being just drained because the government lacks the courage and the will to implement real climate solutions. On the other side, we have an official opposition party with an official opposition leader who denies climate change even exists, plummeting us even further into a deficit. Imagine if we had, for example, even worse outcomes next year, God forbid, we have worse outcomes, worse wildfires, worse floods, and the number gets worse. Even worse, we even lose human lives. I hope we can prevent that. We need real climate solutions. We need real serious leadership when it comes to climate change. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be lost without mentioning that we've been calling for these kinds of changes before. It's not the first time that New Democrats have been calling for real solutions to climate change in addition to real solutions to fight poverty. It's been many times and many occasions that we've tried to do this. And it's not lost on me that Remembrance Day is very soon from now. And I want to remind Canadians about a defining moment in our history where we rose to the challenges, these global crises like we're seeing in terms of climate change. We don't have to look all that far in our own past to know that we have the solutions to combat the things that would take away our future. And that includes combating the climate crisis. Canada, when it was a very early and young country, was relatively seen as a small and poorer country, a country that couldn't levy the resources in order to tackle huge issues. But we proved the world wrong once before. And Canada can play a role in being a global leader in ensuring that everyone has a dignified, clean, and safe future. And that was the story that Tommy Douglas reminds us of great Canadians that enlisted in our military in 1939 when we declared war against the terrible fascist Nazi regime in Germany. For the first time in our history, Mr. Speaker, we utilized the Bank of Canada to make financially possible what was physically possible, materially possible. We fed, we clothed, and we armed over 1 million men and women, and we put them in uniform. At home, we even did something greater. We put everyone to work. The government had organized over 100 crown corporations. We manufactured things that had never been manufactured before. We gave our farmers and our fishermen guaranteed prices, and we produced more food than we had ever produced in peacetime. Mr. Speaker, we also, in addition to all of that, We created one of the largest merchant navies in global history. We did all that without even borrowing $1 from outside of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we were able to do that. Our collective consciousness, our united effort, our true Canadian spirit was unified in order to fight the terrible fascist regime in Germany. And albeit if we can utilize and restore our own will to ensure that we use the same resources to fight against poverty, social injustice, and yes, climate change, we can in fact change our future. We can change it for the better. We can change it for the next generation. New Democrats have been calling in this motion to a very serious solutions to very serious problems. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that climate change is having these disproportionate impacts on our economy. It's also no secret that Canadians are struggling to get by. They're struggling to make ends meet. They're struggling to pay for the basic bills that they've been working so hard for their entire lives. We're talking about making sure that home heating, something as simple as home heating in Canada, something that we all need. And the former member from the New Democrats spoke about this important differentiation between needs and wants of Canadians. It's important that we delineate what those needs are and provide relief so that those needs are actually met. One of those relief measures is to ensure that GST is removed off of home heating. But why is that important, Mr. Speaker? It's important because we made a commitment, a tax commitment in this country to ensure that all necessities would not have a tax burden on them. People need to eat. People also need to heat. So we need to make sure that these important measures are dealt with. And I invite my colleague from both the Liberals and the Conservative bench to think about that critically and to say, we can do something good. We can do something good for Canadians. We just passed, we supported, New Democrats supported a motion from our Conservative colleagues earlier this week that called for the removal of the carbon tax on home heating oil. And we supported that. And we're hoping that the Conservatives would support GST removal off of all home heating as well. We think that's a better policy. We think it's a stronger policy. And it'll also ensure that more Canadians have more money in their pocket, something that they talk about very often. So I invite them to support that very important measure. Now, when it comes to making sure that we actually have a plan to reduce our liability and reduce our dependence on higher forms of carbon-emitting fuels, it is important that we utilize technology. Every time we talk about or debate climate change in this House, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives rise and say their solution is technology. It's technology. But not ever mentioning what that technology is. And then when we have technology present to Canadians, like a heat pump, for example, that is growing in both its popularity and also growing in its use and weatherability in Canadian climates, we're seeing them reject those proposals. But why? Why is that we have real proposals, real solutions on the table that are going to save Canadians thousands of dollars and our country millions and our country billions as decades continue to move forward? And finally, it's so important that we finance these not on the backs of Canadians. We don't finance this crisis on the backs of Canadians. Canadians didn't make this crisis, Mr. Speaker. They didn't do it. They showed up to work every single day. They did the hard work, and they tried to make ends meet with their families, and they're doing everything right, but they're falling further behind. All while those who are claiming to play by the rules get away scot-free by evading and avoiding taxes. It's time, Mr. Speaker, that our country do what's right and rein in the huge windfall profits of oil and gas companies. We've seen that kind of courage in this world once already. During the pandemic, we've seen the Conservative government in the United Kingdom bring in a windfall tax because they've seen what we all see. The fact that we're seeing unstable oil prices currently at some of the highest commodity prices we've seen in a long time, increasing huge revenues for governments. But not enough, apparently, in order for us to invest in real climate solutions to mitigate what would be future damages to our economy. I want to remind members, it wasn't all that long ago where we seen the massive issues in British Columbia by flooding that cut off essentially an entire province by way of supply chain to the rest of Canada. That had real cost to Canadians, billions of dollars, as a matter of fact. In terms of its impact. We also see on top of that consequential seasons of wildfires, drought, and serious related issues that have only continued to exacerbate the economic impact of climate change to Canadians. This costs Canadians real money. Real, tangible money in their pockets are being lost because these disasters continue to destroy communities and ways of life. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to end with this. We have the ability in our country to be as courageous as all those veterans were all those years ago who said, we will serve our country so that tomorrow is a better day. We have the chance to honor those commitments, to do what's right for the next generation today, and ensure that this motion passes so that we actually have real tangible solutions, so that our kids know that we're taking the climate crisis seriously, our economy can stabilize by ensuring we have good revenue, and ensuring that we finally see a day where the affordability crisis finally gets under wraps by this, by efforts of this chamber, and we can actually show Canadians we can unite and do what's right. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. I invite all members to do what's right. Our children are watching.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I look at the NDP motion, the first thing, or one of the first things that comes to my mind, is the biggest benefactor to the motion is actually Canada's wealthiest 1%. When you stop and think about it, we're giving the biggest break on the GST in what they're proposing to Canada's 1% wealthiest. And I'm wondering if my Democratic friends would not recognize that as being factual, and to the degree in which, as a government, we have demonstrated through the grocery rebates that there's other ways in which we can support Canada's middle class. Why would they have a permanent disposal of the GST on home heating when the biggest benefactor is Canada's wealthiest 1%?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I find it disingenuous for a member to rise in this place and then to speak to the fact that the New Democrats would be attempting to, in some way, shape, or form, ask for a break for the Canada's 1%, when speaking to the direct need that Canadians have in relation to the price of heating their home. The member is full well and fully capable in knowing the fact that we already do this for groceries. You can go into any grocery store today and see that there's no GST on any of those groceries, because we as Canadians understand that's a need. Like, Canadians need to feed their families, and that is so important to their survival. The same is true with heating. We need to see GST removed off of home heating so that Canadians can actually heat their homes. The consequence of not doing that is that their pennies are even further pinched. The risk of that is they fall behind, and the ultimate risk is that they don't have a home that's heated. New Democrats stand against that, and invite the member to join us.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I find it so incredibly disingenuous that now all of a sudden the NDP claim to, along with their coalition partners, somehow be standing up for the affordability of Canadians. Yet, Mr. Speaker, over the last number of years, we have seen consistently, February 2022, they voted against a measure that would have reduced costs for Canadians. April 2022, same thing. They voted against a common sense measure to reduce costs for Canadians. June 2022, same thing. They voted against a measure that Conservatives brought forward to reduce costs. October of 2022, again, they voted against a measure to reduce costs. December of 2022, they voted against. February of this year, they voted against. Mr. Speaker, June of this year, again, they voted against. October of this year, they voted against. And then, Mr. Speaker, suddenly we find that they're concerned about the affordability, the impact the carbon tax has on the affordability of Canadians. Can they at least admit that they're wrong and maybe join with Conservatives to axe the tax so Canadians can keep the heat on?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
The member seems to conflate two important issues and principles in this debate, Mr. Speaker. One is the equality of Canadians, ensuring that when we have taxes, that those taxes are applied equally and fairly. But we've seen by the move by the Liberals was to not proportionally do that for all Canadians. We disagree with that move. On the other end, we do believe in carbon pricing, something that member who just rose actually campaigned on. They went on a campaign, Mr. Speaker, in order to have a carbon price that was worse than the Liberals' carbon price. And so I would, when talking about who's disingenuous, I'd say that the Conservative Party of Canada today that flip-flops on whether climate change is real is the most disingenuous in Canada.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the parliamentary budget officer, you could get about $1 billion in increased tax revenues, or $4 billion over 5 years through this tax, less than could be generated in other ways from the oil patch. Why is the NDP satisfied with a measure that wouldn't measure up instead of dealing with things that could, in fact, more directly subsidize and fairly subsidize citizens? The honourable member.
I thank the member for that important question. I think it's one of the better questions asked today because it contemplates the revenue side of Canada's economy. And I'd like to suggest to the member that to think about this in two ways. One, yes, there's going to be a revenue generation from the taxation on windfall taxes of oil and gas companies that does amount in the billions of dollars, $4 to $5 billion. But as a matter of fact, when we invest that amount of money in Canadians, and when we invest all of that in terms of looking at the difference between that investment versus the impact to our economy, if we didn't do those things, we'll actually see that that's actually a larger amount. And so to put it in perspective, if we can prevent a climate disaster, for example, by mitigating the increase to our global temperatures by at least 2%, 1.5%, or 1.5 degrees, ideally 2%, 2 degrees maximally, we can save Canadians billions of dollars if we take action on that now. So it's not only a revenue question, but it's also how much can we save in terms of the direct impact to our infrastructure, the direct impact to Canadians' way of life in future years. I agree with the member that there's going to have to be more solutions to the revenue side of things, and I welcome cooperation between the Bloc Québécois and the Democrats to find those solutions.
Questions and comments, and I'll just get to squeeze another one in here. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Edmonton, Griesbach, for, I think, making some important distinctions and bringing some clarity to an otherwise obfuscated debate. And I wonder if he just wants to take a little bit more time to elaborate on why removing GST from home heating would be a better idea, and the problem that the Liberals have created by introducing regional schism into the carbon pricing program.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Transcona for not only his hard work and his incredible contributions to this chamber, but also to my own knowledge in much of this. He's a good teacher and a very wise person. I'm sure many in this chamber have benefited from his wise advice. But to make very clear why New Democrats believe GST of home heating is something that's important, it's because we represent Canadians as far north as Nunavut, for example, and as far south as Victoria, and every Canadian in between. And what we know about those Canadians and their experience is that the winters get cold. And those cold winters imply that we need to ensure that the cost of heating is as low as possible. One of the ways to make that as low as possible, remove GST of home heating. That's going to affect more Canadians. That's going to put more money back in Canadians' pocket. That's going to actually ensure that home heating is as low as it could possibly be. And the government at that time will stand with Canadians, especially New Democrats. We stand with Canadians. And we hope that the government and the Conservatives will also stand with Canadians as we contemplate removing GST.
And I'm sure the honourable members won't mind if I start maybe just a few seconds early rather than getting the honourable members started for a minute and get gone into statements by members. Statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I want to bring attention to a critical issue that's threatening the safety of our children and communities. The matter involves the Liberal government providing exemptions for the operation of safe injection sites that would otherwise be illegal under the Criminal Code. Mr. Speaker, there are 4 pillars of an effective drug strategy, but harm reduction without enforcement, without prevention, and without treatment does nothing to break the cycle of addiction. 35 addiction experts made public a letter they wrote to the Minister of Addiction and Mental Health calling for safe supply to be reformed or abolished. Mr. Speaker, national failures have local consequences. Downtown Toronto has become a war zone of increasing violence and danger. If the government provides exemptions that endanger children and communities, it must provide the funds to ensure that neighborhoods who host such sites have the resources to keep them safe. In the absence of that, it's time for Liberal government to listen to the experts and either reform or abolish safe supply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives offer anger to Canadians, our government offers solutions. Recognizing that rural Canadians everywhere need relief, we have doubled the pollution pricing rebate. And we are working with provinces to make heat pumps essentially free. Homeowners who switch from oil save up to $2,500 each year. This is welcome news for the almost 300,000 people in Ontario, including Northern Ontario, who heat with oil. We know that oil is the highest polluting form of home heating, and it's also the most expensive. Years ago, we helped Canadians get off coal, and now we're doing the same for people who heat with oil. We're increasing their pocketbooks while decreasing harmful emissions. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives lack any strategy to protect Canadians against climate change and are content to watch Canadian communities burn, I'll continue to stand behind measures that address climate change and make life more affordable for the people in my riding of Sudbury.
Hear, hear, hear. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, on Remembrance Day, Canadians honour the sacrifice made by past and present members of our Canadian Armed Forces. One such sacrifice is Flying Officer John Earl Stillings, known to our family as Jack, who was in the RCAF during World War II. He was on voluntary redeployment when the Lancaster bomber he was in was lost over the North Sea on a training mission. To memorialize my great-great-uncle Jack's death, his brother Blake wrote the poem Ode to Jack, which I share with you all today. Your mortal frame must never lie in some deep cavern of the sea, unknown to man by human eye, unseen for all eternity. But from that prison dark and cold, unfettered from its bonds set free, your living spirit, bright and bold, shall soar to course the sunlit skies where you gave all for liberty. All of us, indeed all Canadians, owe our existence to those who sacrificed. From the soldiers who went to fight wars overseas to the CAF member stationed locally at Camp Wainwright, across Canada and around the world. On behalf of Canada's Conservatives, may God bless our troops, God bless all those who sacrificed, and let us commit to always remember, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation care deeply about the environment and their children's future. But nonetheless, 450,000 households in Quebec still use home heating oil. This is expensive and bad for the environment. The cost to acquire and install a heating pump, even though that's cleaner and cheaper, is an obstacle for them, especially in rural and remote communities. The $10,000 assistance offered by the heat pump program will make it much easier, and I'm very pleased that the government is increasing that assistance and cooperating with Quebec to offer more support to families that need it for sustainable heating solutions. Unlike the Conservatives, who have no plan to protect us from the climate crisis, we will commit to the transition to a clean economy while leaving no one behind. Before going on, I'd just like to remind members, let's try to keep our discussions quiet during member statements. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 Nobel Peace Prize was given to an Iranian journalist who has been in prison since 2011 for being involved in movements to defend human rights. She has fought against the death sentence, against the oppression of Iranian women, and against having to wear the veil. Her daughter, who's a refugee in France, was there to receive the award, but she herself has received a sentence of 31 years in prison and 154 whip strokes. She is currently undergoing a hunger strike in prison. Her family is worried about her health, and the Bloc Québécois would like to express their solidarity. She has stood up to the authoritarian regime in Tehran. We'd like to join our voices to congratulate her for her Peace Prize and express our deepest admiration for her courage.
L'honorable député de Madawaska, Restigouche.
Monsieur le Président, tout en maintenant le cap.
Mr. Speaker, while continuing to fight climate change and while recognizing the effects that this can have in remote regions, our government has decided to do more for rural communities.
Pause to the federal price on pollution on deliveries of heating oil for the provinces and territories who receive the climate action incentive payment. Les Canadiens touchés par ces mesures pourront
Canadians affected by these measures will be able to take advantage of provincial programs over the next 3 years to move to heat pumps. This means that people in Madawaska-Restigouche, for example, will receive more financial support to meet their energy needs, and in order to compensate their restricted access to transit.
As we aim to ensure that carbon pricing is fair and balanced across the country. Voilà une initiative du gouvernement.
This is an excellent common sense initiative of this government.
Member for Lennox, Hastings and Addington.
For many Ontarians, this week marks the beginning of the deer hunt. For rural communities across the country, hunters and anglers represent a much-needed and valued group of Canadians. They are stewards of the land and its animals, keeping wildlife populations in check while providing food and sustenance to many. However, these people cannot carry out this tradition if they do not have their long guns. I have proudly voted against this Liberal NDP government's attempt to punish law-abiding firearm owners who play by the rules. The vast majority of gun crimes are done with illegally smuggled firearms into our country. None of that will be solved by banning hunting rifles. On top of this, the bureaucracy of renewing your PAL license. It's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Canada's Conservatives will continue to protect people's rights and go after criminals to keep our communities safe. To those taking part in the hunt this season, enjoy the fellowship. Good luck, be safe, and know we will always stand with you.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the government introduced important adjustments to the national carbon pricing plan that matters across the country, including those that I represent. First, we are doubling the rural supplement from 10 to 20%. This will mean, on average, a family living in Kings Hants will receive $200 more a year than those living in the city. And this change is to ensure those who do not have the same ability to change behavior are better represented under the national program. We are also focused on heating oil, Mr. Speaker, where it costs upwards of 4 times the amount to heat your home and is worse from an environmental perspective. We are pausing the carbon price and expanding a national program to help people make the switch to a heat pump. The carbon price pause will save on average $300 a year this winter, Mr. Speaker, and ultimately thousands of dollars a year to those who use home heating oil in their house. Speaker, I contrast that to the Conservatives. They are not offering long-term solutions to my constituents in Kings Hants to help them save thousands of dollars a year. We'll continue to focus on affordability and environmental progress at the same time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, in Châteauguay-Lacolle, families are very familiar with the climate crisis, and they want to do what they can for the environment. They know that using greener and cheaper heat pumps instead of continuing to use home heating oil is a good option. But the price of a heat pump can make it difficult, especially for lower-income households. Therefore, I'm very pleased with the federal program that helped people move from heating oil to heat pumps. It's already shown in my riding how useful it is, and I'm very pleased to hear that Quebec will continue to cooperate with our government to support these families and help them to find sustainable heating solutions. Unlike the Conservatives, who don't seem to have a plan to protect us from the climate crisis, we are committed to an accountable and fair transition to a clean economy.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
A Canada-wide warrant has been issued for high-risk sex offender Randall Hopley. His lengthy criminal record includes 3 sex offenses against children. He served 6 years for kidnapping. He is such a risk that he was designated a long-term offender, meaning he had a supervision order for years after completing his sentence. He was charged with breaching that order. Rather than jail, he got bail to a halfway house. The protection? An ankle bracelet. Unlike a jail cell, ankle bracelets can be cut, and that's exactly what happened. Even NDP Premier, an ally of the Prime Minister, has raised alarm bells. He said, quote, everybody with a 4-year-old in their life is thinking about that child right now and the fact that this man is at large, end quote. This government needs to take child safety more seriously. No more bail for sex offenders. No more house arrest for pedophiles. The time has come and gone for this government to act. If this government doesn't want to act, then get out of the way, because we will.
Well said. L'honorable député de Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Mr. Speaker, we know that putting a price on pollution and rebating all the proceeds back to Canadians remain the most effective way to fight climate change. In Canada, we are reducing emissions faster than any of the G20 nations. In Atlantic Canada, reliance on heating oil, which has gone up in price by 75% this year alone, and the rural nature of our regions created as challenges to our families. That's why we are increasing the oil-to-heat pump affordability grants for low and median-income Canadians for homeowners installing a heat pump, which saves them up to $2,500 a year. Finally, the doubling of the rural top-up rebate and the temporary 3-year pause on price and pollution for home heating oil will help support Canadians in the transition to cleaner energy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Manitoban Liberal MPs voted against our common-sense Conservative motion to scrap the carbon tax on home heating, proving once again that this Prime Minister just isn't worth the cost. After the vote, the new NDP Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, declared that the carbon tax is not a silver bullet when it comes to climate change. Conservatives have been saying this for years. The carbon tax is a tax plan, not an environmental plan. That's right. If the Liberal government won't listen to Conservatives, maybe they will listen to Manitoba's newest NDP Premier and the 12 other ones who are opposing this inflationary tax scheme. The Premier went on to say that the reality is this: during this inflationary moment right now, people are suffering. And Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal coalition, people can no longer afford to live. It's time for this Liberal government to take the tax off and keep the heat on for all Canadians, not just those who vote Liberal.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, along with all of Canada's premiers, Quebec's premier sent a letter to the Prime Minister of Canada to ask for the carbon tax to be suspended on home heating. The Bloc Québécois claims to work for the interests of Quebec and to collaborate with the Quebec government, but instead is working against the Premier of Quebec. Instead is supporting the Liberal Prime Minister. Truth is stranger than fiction. Look at the Separatist Party, which is working closely with the Liberal Party of Canada. It's weird. In 2021, the Bloc was asking for the Prime Minister to leave, but now it seems to be his best friend and dance partner. The Bloc Québécois does not represent the interests of Quebecers. It has its own agenda. The leader of the Bloc has formed a coalition with the Prime Minister to keep the worst government in history in power for another 2 years. It's bizarre for a Separatist Party. I'd like to know what kind of baubles the Bloc Québécois is getting from the Prime Minister. If you vote for the Bloc, it'll have a steep cost.
Député de Egmont. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago we announced that for rural Canadians we doubled the quarterly carbon pricing rebate, and we are in discussions with provinces to make heat pumps essentially free for low and middle income households. On average, homeowners who switch from oil to heat pumps to heat and cool their homes can save up to $2,500 per year on their energy bills. This is good for families facing affordability challenges. It is important to have a clear plan towards clean energy that will protect Canadians from the devastating impacts of climate change and ensures farmers and fishers can continue to produce the food to feed Canadians and the world. We are committed to transitioning to a clean economy in a way that ensures no one is left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate 50 years of service to the Transcona community by the Kids Centre Co-op Nursery School. The centre began in 1973 as a University of Manitoba student project and quickly transformed into a neighbourhood co-op run by a parent board. Today it supports 76 children out of its location in Radisson School. I'm proud to say my own family has benefited from the exceptional learning environment offered by the co-op. I want to say a big thank you to all the parents and staff that have made the co-op a success. I know many teachers at the co-op, including Director Selena, are former parents or students. This is a testament to the quality of their work and the supportive environment it creates. I'm proud to have run on a commitment to a national child care strategy and to have pushed the current government to implement one. It takes many people to make such a strategy successful. Thank you to the people at Kids Centre Co-op and the child sector generally for their work. Thank you to the public servants who are administering the child care agreements, including a competent and dedicated team at Early Learning and Child Care Manitoba. Our future will be brighter for the work you do.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the little boy inside me is very pleased to rise to honour one of the idols of my youth, Pierre Turgeon, who will finally be ushered into the Hockey Hall of Fame. He was a native of Rouyn-Noranda, and he wasn't just a good hockey player. He brought our town to the Little League World Series in 1982. He could have been quite the ball player if he hadn't chosen hockey. He's the fifth person from Abitibi-Témiscamingue to be brought into the Hall of Fame after Dave Quéant, Jacques Laperrière, Serge Savard, and Rogatien Vachon. He received 1,327 points over 1,294 games. He received a Lady Byng. He was also the captain of the Habs. He carried the torch when the team moved from the Forum to the Molson Centre. What a career. He will always be someone that we keep in our hearts and our community. He is still a model for our youth, thanks to his athleticism, modesty, talent, and determination. We'll always admire the Rouyn-Noranda magician and always carry the number 77 in our hearts.
The Honourable Member from Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it is clear that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. According to a recent Statistics Canada report, 1 in 3 Canadians live in a household experiencing financial difficulties. But despite these difficulties, the Prime Minister decided to respond to his declining polls and the revolt of the Atlantic Caucus and axed the tax, but for only 3% of the population residing in Atlantic Canada. But Mr. Speaker, it's cold across all of Canada. And I have heard from people saying the cost of living has increased so rapidly and it greatly exceeds our income, we can only afford food on sale. And others are going out without meals totally. Canadians deserve better. When an opportunity came to help Canadians, we saw just yesterday the people in Thunder Bay are not being heard. They elected a Liberal, the MP from Thunder Bay, Superior North, who was proud to vote against this motion. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians want and need a new government that takes care of the people. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to give a reality check to the leader of the Conservative Party today, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is real. It is actually happening, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I pointed out, as the Conservatives like to flip-flop all over the place on the issue, I want to emphasize a point here for the member across the way. When it comes across to financing of oil, electricity, natural gas, which one do you think is the most costly to Canadians? It is oil, Mr. Speaker. Right. One of the ways in which you can make a good difference is by getting Canadians to looking at heat pumps. Much like the Greener Homes program, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is tens of thousands of Canadians using heat pumps through the Greener Homes program. My question would be to the leader, when will the Conservative Party wake up, listen to Canadians, and realize that they need to care about the environment?
Hear, hear. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Now he's panicking. He's trying to save not only the carbon tax, but also his political career. And the Bloc is there to support him. The Bloc voted in favour of keeping the tax on home heating. And we learned in La Presse that the Bloc wants to keep the Liberals in power for another 2 years. We also learned in La Presse that there was a call between the Bloc Québécois leader and the Prime Minister, a call to protect and save this Liberal government's agenda. So, will they be transparent about all the conditions of this new costly coalition? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as everyone in this room knows, I am always willing to work with whoever wants to do more to fight climate change, who wants to do more to help Canadian families through these difficult times. I'm very happy that the Bloc Québécois has recognized that the best way to fight climate change is to put a price on pollution and to help families with associated costs. And that's what we're doing. I regularly have conversations with the Bloc Québécois leader, but I haven't had any recently. The last time we talked, the Bloc leader and I, we talked about the Middle East and Israel. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is desperate to save his carbon tax, especially on heat. And he started by giving a temporary pause to some people in a region where he was plummeting in the polls and his caucus was revolting. But then he found that the entire country was in revolt and he needed a new coalition partner to save him from my common sense confidence vote to take the tax off the heat. He got that support from the Bloc Québécois. We now learn that he has been in discussions with the Bloc to help him stay in power for 2 years. What did he promise the separatists for them to enter into this costly carbon tax coalition?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to the divisive rhetoric that the Leader of the Opposition is putting forward, the measures we announced on transitioning people on oil to heat pumps apply right across the country. The doubling of the rural top-up right across the country. We're going to continue to work with Canadians to phase out home heating oil, which is dirtier and more expensive. And I want to recognize that we are willing to work with anyone in this House who will step up in the fight against climate change. And I thank the Leader of the Bloc Québécois for continuing to be firm on building a better future for all our kids, on fighting for climate change, against climate change on this and in other occasions. I welcome all parliamentarians to stand up in the fight against climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Now he's thanking the separatists for helping him save his carbon tax and support his plan to quadruple the tax on heat, gas, and groceries. This Prime Minister is playing a very dangerous game. First, he divided Canadians by giving a temporary pause to some people in a region where he was plummeting in the polls and his caucus was revolting. When all Canadians then revolted against this divisive plan, he's turned to the separatists who say that they are going to keep him in power for 2 years and that the Leader of the Bloc has had a call with the Prime Minister to do it. In the interest of transparency, will the Prime Minister reveal what he promised the separatists for them to join in this costly carbon tax coalition?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the level of divisiveness and the rhetoric of the Leader of the Opposition is truly unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians, like the vast majority of members in this House of Commons, recognize that climate change is real, recognize we need to continue to step up in the fight against climate change, not just for the well-being of the planet and future generations, but for families' bottom lines, for families' jobs and careers as well, and we will continue to do that. As members of this party know, of the House of Commons know, I exchange regularly with leaders of different political parties. I haven't spoken recently with the Leader of the Bloc except on the issue of the Middle East, but I'm always open to talking to any party leader that wants to talk about fighting climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Divide and distract from the fact that Canadians, after 8 years of his government, cannot eat, heat, or house themselves. But in a strange way, he united all Canadians at the Premier's conference, who all agree, all 10 of them unanimously disagree that the Prime Minister's approach to take the tax off temporarily for only some. They said that this federal carbon tax policy treats Canadians differently and they expect a change. Will the Prime Minister pull together all the premiers in an emergency carbon tax conference so that we can take the tax off and keep the heat on?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the measures we announced a couple of weeks ago help any Canadian everywhere across the country to get off home heating oil towards using a heat pump, which is cleaner, less expensive, and better for our future. These are things that we've done right across the country. Only the Conservatives would think that taking serious action on climate change and supporting Canadians right across the country with affordability measures would be divisive. Well, it is divisive if you think that climate change is fake. But for everybody else other than the Conservative Party, we know that we can come together to fight climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians know that the only thing fake is this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, today the NDP flip-flopped on its flip-flop. First, they voted 16 times in favor of the carbon tax on home heat. Then they voted to quadruple the tax. Then yesterday, they panicked and flip-flopped and voted for my plan to take the tax off home heating, admitting that they were wrong all along. And now today, they said they're in favor of the tax on home heat by refusing my amendment. So will the Prime Minister tell us at 2:26 p.m. what is the NDP position on the carbon tax right now?
Not certain if that has to do with the administration. That question has to do with the administration of the House. But I do see the Right Honourable Prime Minister rising to his feet. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that the Conservatives are all ready to try and divide Canadians one against the other in any possible way they can, when the reality is the only division around climate change is that Conservative politicians still doubt whether it's real or not, and certainly don't think we should be doing anything to fight climate change. However, everybody else across the country, in all different parties, knows that it's a real issue that we're going to continue to step up and fight, unlike the Conservatives that continue to look to divide and hide from the reality of climate change.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, what the opposition leader is talking about, this phone call, it never occurred. The only true thing that the member is saying is that we are separatist. The opposition leader, while we're talking about him, he spent $3,300 on Facebook ads between August and November. The Conservative Party spent $80,000. The Liberal Party spent $8,500, and the Prime Minister spent $20,000 on Facebook. Meanwhile, social networks are intimidating Quebec and Canadian media. How do they explain that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what's very clear is our political allegiances. Despite our political stripe, whether we're federalist or separatist, we always care about the environment and protecting children, and we will work with allies. Now, as for social networks and information shared with Canadians, we're trying to work very hard with Facebook and Google because they don't want to pay journalists for their work. We're going to continue to do everything that needs to be done to keep Canadians informed about that and about other issues, but we do have some work ahead of us. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We want the government to take a strong stance. We would support a strong stance by the Government of Canada. A few days ago, we learned that over 500 people were laid off at TVA. 500 people lost their jobs because of social networks stealing all the ad revenue of legitimate media. Meanwhile, the Conservatives and the Liberal government are encouraging them by giving them dozens of thousands of dollars each and every month. What kind of message does that send to people? What kind of message does that send to Meta, who doesn't seem to respect anybody? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we were extremely clear about how concerned we are by Meta's behavior in particular. Meta is indeed refusing to support our democracy. They are refusing to allow journalists to do their excellent and thorough work, which is essential to the proper functioning of our institutions and our democracy. We will continue to defend media against web giants that the Conservatives never seem to miss an occasion to defend. We will do everything that we can to keep Canadians informed throughout this. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I know that the Prime Minister's plan on home heating was cynical and divisive, but the Conservatives are no better. They're more interested in playing games than actually helping people, because if they were genuine about helping people, they would support our plan to take GST off of home heating for all Canadians, to help people access clean and affordable ways to heat their home, and to make the big oil and gas companies pay for it. But we know that the corporate Conservatives won't ever stand up to big oil and gas, but will the Prime Minister support our plan to help all Canadians?
Hear, hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know that one of the things that helps Canadians is fighting climate change and supporting them in that fight against climate change. I know the NDP used to support phasing out coal. It is surprising to me that they are not supportive of phasing out heating oil, because that's exactly what we are doing. We're phasing out home heating oil because it is dirtier and more expensive for homes right across the country, and we're facilitating the delivery of heat pumps, including for free for low-income Canadians in provinces that choose to step up and participate. We're going to continue to fight climate change. I really wish the NDP were as unequivocal as that. That's
right. Order. Order. The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
La question à laquelle on devrait...
Here is the question that we want an answer to. Will there be a break for all Canadians in our fight against climate change? All the Conservatives do is say slogans. Will their CEO friends allow them to vote to help Canadians? The Liberals want to pit regions against each other. Will the Prime Minister acknowledge his mistake and offer all Canadians a break on residential heating? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're offering more than just a break. We're offering thousands and millions of Canadians the opportunity to phase out heating oil because it's dirtier, it's more expensive, and there are too many low-income Canadians who currently depend on home heating oil. So we are going to help them transition to heat pumps. That's good policy. That's good policy for Canadians. That's a good policy to fight climate change, too. We are going to continue to be there to help Canadians, and we hope that all parliamentarians will join us.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Prime Minister paused the paying of his carbon tax for 3% of families in region where he is plummeting in the polls. The Liberal minister from Newfoundland said if people in other regions wanted the same pause, that they should have elected Liberals. But people in York region elected Liberal MPs. In fact, 7 of them, and yet their constituents aren't getting the pause. Right. Yesterday, these MPs could have voted to take the tax off for the residents of York region, but they voted with the Prime Minister. So can anybody from York region stand up and explain their choice to leave their constituents in the cold?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said a number of times in this House, we have taken action that addresses affordability for particularly vulnerable Canadians. Heating oil costs 2 to 4 times that of natural gas. It accelerated by 75% in 2022, but we've done it in a manner that addresses the climate crisis at the same time and ensures affordability for people going forward. It will save $2,500 a year. It applies to people who live in every province and territory in this country, so long as provinces and territories step up. The shame in this chamber is that this party has no plan to address the climate crisis. I don't even know if they believe it, but they certainly don't act as though they actually think it's important.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
It certainly doesn't help the people in Newmarket, in Aurora, in Richmond Hill, in Woodbridge, in Markham, in Stouffville, or in North York. All of these communities got sold out by their Liberal MPs, and they can't even tell people why. They had a choice to stand with their communities, and instead they stood with the Prime Minister, and now they're hiding and hoping that everybody forgets. If these MPs won't listen to their constituents, won't advocate for them in the House of Commons, and won't even stand to defend their vote, then what are they even doing here?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This policy choice is about both affordability and about ensuring that we are addressing the climate crisis. I call on all provinces and territories to join us, certainly the Government of Ontario. Ontario has indicated an interest in moving forward with us on co-delivering this project, which would be enormously important going forward. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, that yesterday the Leader of the Opposition essentially said that he will walk away from Canada's climate targets, eroding Canada's credibility in the international community, eroding the ability of the world to address the climate crisis. This is enormously reckless, Mr. Speaker. It is an enormous risk for the future of our children. Shame on him.
The honourable member from Parry Sound Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister paused the paying of his carbon tax for 3% of Canadians in regions where he was plummeting in the polls. Then the Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said if people in other regions wanted the same pause, well, they should elect Liberals. But the people of Sudbury did elect a Liberal MP, and yet her constituents aren't getting a break. Yesterday, she could have voted to pause the carbon tax on all forms of home heating for the residents of Sudbury. But she voted no. Wow. Why is this government so committed to quadrupling their carbon tax that they forced the member for Sudbury to leave her constituents out in the cold?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a serious plan, real policy that addresses affordability, but also addresses the climate crisis. The Leader of the official opposition has no plan. He mouths taglines like technology, not taxes. These coming from a guy who actually has zero background in technology, zero background in business. This coming from somebody who has been opposing the deployment of offshore wind technology through the passage of Bill C-49, something that is actually supported by the Conservative Premier of Nova Scotia and the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. Shame on them, having no plan for climate change, having no plan for the economy of the future.
Colleagues, I'm having some difficulty hearing members ask questions and to give answers. I would ask, please, that you do not exchange or engage in conversations across the aisle until you have the floor. The honourable member from Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, just this morning, the Environment Commissioner confirmed that this government's so-called climate plan is nothing more than a punishing tax on heat, gas, and groceries. And after yesterday's vote, it is crystal clear that this NDP Liberal government has no plan to make life more affordable either. Yesterday, the member for Sault Ste. Marie could have voted to pause the carbon tax on home heating for all the residents of the Soo and all of Northern Ontario. But he voted no. Why is this government so committed to quadrupling the carbon tax that they forced the member for Sault Ste. Marie to leave his constituents out in the cold?
Here. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is an equity thing that's happening here. Treating all folks equally when they start out unequal, that just perpetuates an inequality. It costs 4 times as much to heat your home on heating oil as it does natural gas, and that is a particular problem when you live in a region like me that does not have access to natural gas. Let us pick up for those people hardest hit, Mr. Speaker. Let's make sure that they get the break that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I'm going to ask the members from South Shore St. Margaret's, please, and his neighbour to please take the floor when a question comes to you, and then we can listen to the answer without any problems. The honourable member from Kenora.
The Prime Minister has paused the paying of his carbon tax for 3% of families in areas where he is plummeting in the polls. And the Liberal Rural Affairs Minister says if others wanted a similar pause, well, they should have elected more Liberals. Mr. Speaker, the people of Thunder Bay Rainy River did elect a Liberal MP, yet they are not seeing this pause. And just yesterday, that member had an opportunity to vote to take the tax off and keep the heat on, but he voted against our common sense motion. So, Mr. Speaker, why is this government so committed to quadrupling the carbon tax that the member from Thunder Bay Rainy River left the people of Northern Ontario outside in the cold?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said before, we put forward a plan that addresses affordability in the long term for vulnerable Canadians who are suffering from high costs associated with home heating oil that has accelerated significantly in the last 2 years, but done it in a manner that is consistent with the fight against climate change, a fight that is not just Canadian, but is happening in countries around the world. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that it is the height of hypocrisy for the member opposite to be talking about this, about a price on pollution that they endorsed in their campaign platform and was part of the basis on which he was elected to this House.
The honourable member from Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, they have absolutely no plan for affordability after 8 years, which must be why the Prime Minister has paused his carbon tax paying for 3% of families. But people in Thunder Bay Superior North want to know why their MP, a Liberal minister, wasn't able to get the same pause for people across Northern Ontario. And just yesterday, she had the opportunity to vote to keep the heat on and take the tax off for people across Northern Ontario. So again, Mr. Speaker, why is this government so committed to quadrupling their carbon tax that the member from Thunder Bay Superior North was forced to leave the people of Northern Ontario out in the cold?
The honourable member, the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times, it is shameful that the party opposite has no plan to address a crisis that is a crisis facing all of humanity. But I would tell you, in the modern age, having a recognition and acceptance of the realities of climate change is critical to having an economic plan that can be relevant for the future. What we hear is the Leader of the Opposition will cancel the Volkswagen battery manufacturing plant, that he opposes offshore wind and hydrogen development in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, that he would get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, that would eliminate the small modular reactor project at Darlington. He is opposed to everything, and at the end of the day, he has no plan for the economy and he has no plan for the environment. There you go.
Tous les députés.
I ask all members to please follow your whip's signals in order to keep calm here in this place. The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, 547 layoffs at TVA last week. It was the darkest day in the history of our TV industry. The federal government must realize that C11 and C18 will not be enough. The government must announce a $50 million emergency fund for news media, and the government must convene a General Assembly no later than this spring with all industry stakeholders to find long-term solutions to ensure the survival of the media. The future will be shaped by what we do right now. Will the minister create an emergency fund? And will the minister convene a stakeholder meeting?
L'honorable ministre, Patrimoine canadien.
The Honourable Canadian Heritage Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, there has been a crisis in the media over the past few years, and we have seen the impact of that crisis on media across the country. That's why we've implemented programs to help. I'm, of course, very concerned about the announcement of the 547 layoffs. We're working on many different options which are on the table, and we're looking into everything we can do to support the media. But the Conservatives have systematically blocked us from modernizing our laws. If we had been able to modernize the Broadcasting Act in 2020, the first time we tabled the bill, then there might not be these layoffs happening today. So the Conservatives are not helping, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois supports successful immigration. We've said so loud and clear. That's why we want immigrants to be able to find housing. We want them to have access to a family doctor. We want their children to go to school in nice classrooms and to receive all of the educational support that they need. We want them to be able to learn French because that is the key to succeeding in Quebec. That's what integration capacity is all about, Mr. Speaker. That's what we mean. Will the Liberals finally realize that they are jeopardizing this by setting immigration targets that are totally out of sync with our integration capacity? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank our colleague for bringing up the very important and relevant issue of housing today. Today, we announced that the CMHC will build 28,000 new housing units over the next 5 years, including 5,000 affordable units. In fact, this has been accomplished over the past 5 years, and it's twice what has been accomplished over the past 30 years. So this is what we can do when we work together with not-for-profits, municipalities, and the federal government. All levels of government and all groups can work together to make more affordable housing units for more people in Canada. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals don't have a clue about Quebec's integration capacity. Why didn't they consult Quebec before developing their immigration levels? And in addition to refusing to consult Quebec's government, they refused to consult with organizations that don't have a Canada-wide mandate. They refuse to speak to Quebecers. They refuse to speak to Quebec. So it's thus very unsurprising that their immigration levels are totally out of sync with our integration capacity. The Honourable Minister. The member across the way is disconnected not only from Quebecers, but also from the news. Today, we heard news from Quebec, and the only way to fix the labour shortage is through immigration. That's one of the main solutions. Quebec's GDP is lower than expected because of labour shortage, lack of workers, and we need immigration to fix that. Successful immigration, of course. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois separatists joined the Liberals yesterday in voting against our motion to remove the carbon tax for home heating for all Canadians. Yet, the Premier of Quebec signed a declaration with all other provinces to support our initiative. So the Bloc Québécois is working against the Premier of Quebec and for the Prime Minister of Canada. Who would have thought? What concessions did the Bloc Québécois get to keep this incompetent and costly Prime Minister in power? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know about you, but as for me, I'm a big fan of Infoman. And last week, Infoman did a segment on the Conservative Party of Canada's half-truths. They mentioned half-truths twice in their show. So Infoman determined that the Conservatives' claims are false. The Conservatives claim that the carbon tax has a 16% impact on carbon tax, but that is in fact false. It's 0.15%. Factually speaking. So that's a really great episode of Infoman with conservative untruths, and I recommend it to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this is quite funny. Infoman is now leading the government's future. After 8 years of this Liberal government, though, Mr. Speaker, a new coalition was formed yesterday, a Bloc Liberal coalition. We were already tired of the bloc of the Liberal NDP coalition. Now there is another coalition, a separatist, independentist, federalist coalition, the Bloc Liberal coalition. The Bloc is supporting the Liberal Party so that they can stay in power for another 2 years. Now this government is known for its extravagant spending, and we want to know what the Bloc Québécois got in exchange for making this deal with the Liberal Party. The Honourable Environment Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's true that there is a coalition in this House. The Liberal Party of Canada, the Bloc Québécois, the Green Party, and the New Democratic Party are all in this House, and all these parties believe that climate change is an existential threat. There's one party in this House that doesn't believe that, and that's the Conservative Party. So there are 4 parties in this House which believe that we need to take action against climate change, that we need to put a price on pollution, that we need to promote green energy, clean energy, and electrification of transports, and there's only one party in this House that doesn't believe in that, and that is the Conservative Party of Canada. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, it costs a lot to vote Bloc, and they demonstrated that once again yesterday. Yesterday, the new Bloc Liberal Costly Coalition voted against our common sense motion, which would have allowed Canadians across the country to keep warm in winter. We cannot say it often enough. They voted together to drastically increase the carbon tax at the expense of Canadians. They are not worth the cost. It's costly to vote for the Bloc, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what concessions did the Bloc Québécois obtain in exchange for keeping this incompetent Prime Minister in power? The Honourable Minister. What is he talking about? Where was our colleague this summer when rivers were overflowing, when there were wildfires? Where was he this summer when people were displaced all over the place, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives and their backward policies, they refuse to believe in climate change. They're climate change deniers. They want to move Canada backwards all the way back to the Stone Age.
Before we listen to the next question from the member for Lévis-Lotbinière, I would like to remind the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier that his voice is rather loud, and it's important to keep his voice under control before he rises to speak in the House of Commons and is recognized. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this incompetent Prime Minister, he's found a new partner. Yesterday, the new costly Bloc Liberal coalition voted to maintain the carbon tax on home heating for all Canadians. It's truly shameful. Mr. Speaker, for a second time, what concession did the Bloc Québécois obtain to keep this incompetent Prime Minister in power? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we won't take any lessons from people who thinks that humans and dinosaurs lived at the same time and that TV shows like the Flintstones are documentaries. We are going to fight climate change, and the Conservatives want to make us take a step back on the environment, on firearms, and bring us back to the Stone Age. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, endless announcements, the photo ops and rhetoric, but for all their talk, the Environment Commissioner has given the Liberals a failing grade in the climate change fight. Canada is going to miss its target, not least because we're still waiting for the emissions cap for the oil and gas sector. Under the Liberals, we're giving more public money to fossil fuels than any other G20 country. That's quite a feat. When will the Liberals wake up and take this crisis seriously? When the planet goes up in smoke? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague took the time to listen to the Commissioner of the Environment's press release, he said that the last year's plan is the best plan to fight climate change in the history of this country. I didn't say that. It's the Environment Commissioner that did. Should we do more to fight climate change? Of course. Would I be pleased to work with him and the Bloc and the Green Party to allow Canada to go faster and further on the fight against climate change? Yes. Despite what they're saying, yes.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
The Liberals are out of touch with Canadians struggling to find a home that they can afford. They just handed over 6 parcels of federal land to wealthy developers, and only a small fraction of the homes built will be affordable. We're in a housing crisis. Rent is through the roof. Canadians are having to make impossible choices. Some end up living in cars or on the street. Canada needs at least 2 million non-profit homes. So why are the Liberals putting profits over people having an affordable home yet again?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleague for raising the importance of investing in more housing. The good news is that we've just done that this morning. So this morning, with Canada Lands Company, we announced the construction of 28,000 additional new homes in the next 5 years. 20% of them, at least, will be affordable homes, which is 5 times the amount of affordable homes that we have constructed in the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, there is more to do, including with non-profit housing providers. We're going to do that.
Bravo.
The honourable member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, even as my weather, high prices and tough economic times, they remain deeply concerned about climate change. That's why Yukoners welcome actions from our government to reduce fossil fuel emissions while conserving energy and reducing costs. Contrary to a common misconception, Yukon-based studies have shown that heat pumps can operate efficiently in very cold climates. The Prime Minister has invited all interested provinces and territories to join the co-delivery program for heat pumps. Can the Minister of Natural Resources update the House on the progress in bringing this program to my riding in the Yukon?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank my colleague from Yukon for the question and his tireless advocacy for his constituents. Heat pumps have been well tested and adopted in northern climates for years. That is why we are working to deploy more cold climate heat pumps across the territory to reduce ongoing energy bills and to reduce emissions. In fact, heating oil actually serves over 50% of the population in Yukon, making it a pressing issue of affordability and climate. I had a conversation recently with the Premier of Yukon. He is extremely interested in moving forward on a joint delivery, and I expect that we will have good things to say very soon.
Then I have
the honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we saw the true colours of the Bloc. Once again, they let Quebecers down by voting with the Liberals. And when we say it costs a lot to vote Bloc, we saw the proof once again yesterday. Voting against the application of the tax break to all forms of residential heating in Canada for all Canadians, well, the Bloc voted against it. Incredible. This costly new Bloc Liberal coalition is doing nothing good for Quebec. What concessions did the Prime Minister make to the Bloc to hold on to power for another 2 years? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Last week, the Honourable colleague asked what my former Greenpeace colleagues thought of my work, and then he thought what Equiterre thought about it. And here's what they said. In terms of our plan, it's the first time that we have such a detailed strategy to attain our targets that we set. David Suzuki said, this plan has the best chance of success of any other previous Canadian plan. Greenpeace, for the first time, a climate plan in Canada sees the oil and gas sector significantly reducing its emissions. What is the Conservatives' plan? I don't see it.
The honourable member from Foothills.
The Prime Minister's Christmas gift to 97% of Canadians. Merry Christmas. You're going to have a carbon tax in your home heating this winter. The Prime Minister literally gave Canadians a lump of coal by voting against a common-sense Conservative motion to take the tax off and keep the heat on. Now, we thought the Liberal NDP carbon tax coalition was bad, but there's a new addition to the carbon tax naughty list. The Bloc joined the Liberals and voted to keep the carbon tax on home heating this winter. Which gift did the Prime Minister leave under the separatist tree to protect his government for 2 more years?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times, it is important to actually have a plan to address critical affordability issues in a long-term way, but also to continue to address the climate crisis. Those are the measures that we have put into place. I have to say again that I do find it the height of hypocrisy that my honourable colleague across the way, who ran on a platform that included putting a price on pollution, gets up in the House today and actually says what he's saying. It is the height of hypocrisy.
The honourable member from Foothills.
The Prime Minister joined the separatists to divide Canadians. Those Canadians will have to pay a carbon tax on their home heating over the winter, and 3% of Canadians who will get a pause on the pain. It's clear that the Liberals and the Bloc, their Christmas gift to Canadians is to punish families for heating their homes this winter. Right. They voted against a common-sense Conservative motion to take the tax off for every single Canadian. Again, what Christmas wish did the Prime Minister grant the separatists for the Liberals to avoid an election on the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think every party in this House actually is concerned about affordability issues, but the only party in this House that does not care about the climate crisis is the Conservative Party of Canada. The only party that actually has no plan to address it and doesn't even believe that climate change is real. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition essentially said he would walk away from Canada's climate targets, walk away from every member of the international community. He would walk away from our children's future, and he would walk away from a clean economy that will actually create jobs and economic opportunity across the country. Shame on him.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
After 8 years, the revolting Atlantic Caucus and the panicking, plummeting Prime Minister now have 2 coalitions with which to flip Canadians the bird. The costly coalition with the NDP to drive the cost of everything up. Unfortunately, Canadians know too much about that. The other, according to the Quebec media, is with the separatist Bloc, who committed to keep the Liberals in power for another 2 years. The costly coalition Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister release his full carbon tax coalition agreement with the separatist Bloc?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable friend across the way used the word revolting. You know what is revolting? Are the tactics, the circus act that is going on in the Natural Resources Committee, blocking the passage of Bill C-49. It is endangering the health and safety of the translators in that committee. It is an enormous waste of taxpayers' money. It is opposing the Premier of Nova Scotia, the Conservative Premier of Nova Scotia, and the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. It will create jobs and economic opportunity for the future in a manner that is consistent with fighting the climate crisis. Shame on him.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the situation is very serious in Beauport, Côte-Beaupré. Here, 142 SMEs have announced they will go bankrupt if the federal government does not postpone CEBA repayment without loss of the subsidy. It's the same across the National Capital Region as well. While the Liberals are asleep at the switch, the Conservatives are defending oil. Our local small businesses are on the verge of bankruptcy. When will the government finally give them the 1-year deferral they need? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform my honourable colleague that roughly 9 million companies benefited from CEBA, and that is why we announced an extension of 1 year of the deadline for refund and greater flexibility in terms of financing. And this is in addition to the increase to the CCB and to the $10 a day daycare. This will allow more women to remain in the workplace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be a wave of small business bankruptcies if the federal government does not defer repayment of the CEBA loans without the loss. Flexibility in terms of financing. And this is in addition to the increase to the CCB and to the $10 a day daycare. This will allow more women to remain in the workplace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be a wave of small business bankruptcies if the federal government does not defer repayment of the CEBA loans without the loss of the subsidy. According to the Insolvency Professionals Association, last quarter, more companies filed for insolvency than in the last 10 years. In Beauport-Limoilou alone, 154 businesses have declared bankruptcy. How can the Liberals sacrifice them when all they're asking for is a 1-year postponement, not 18 days? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we are proud to have created this program which allowed us to provide $40 million to small businesses in Canada during the serious challenges they were facing. And I'd like to thank our partners for supporting these crucial programs, even though the Conservatives said our pandemic support wasn't good. What's important today is to underscore that small businesses now have until December 31st, 2026 to repay.
From Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals voted down our common-sense Conservative motion to axe the carbon tax on all forms of home heating for all Canadians. Now, the NDP leader said his NDP MPs would be supporting our Conservative motion to keep the heat on. However, not all British Columbia NDP MPs voted to take the carbon tax off. Now, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister quit forcing British Columbians' rates on British Columbia for the carbon tax rates, which he plans to quadruple on home heating?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have been saying, we have a plan to ensure long-term affordability for particularly vulnerable Canadians. The cost of heating oil is 2 to 4 times that of natural gas, depending on which province you live in. It is accelerated over 75% in 2022. It is a plan that actually addresses that in a way that will give savings to people over the long term. It will do it in a manner that fights climate change. I had the opportunity to speak with Premier Eby about it last week, and I believe that the people in British Columbia will have access to exactly the same proposal as everywhere else.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister paused the paying of his carbon tax on 3% of Canadian families in the areas where his polls were the lowest. the Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said this. She said that if people in other regions wanted to see a pause as well, then they needed to vote Liberal. But the people in Calgary Skyview did vote for a Liberal Member of Parliament, and yesterday he could have voted to keep the heat on and take the tax off, but instead he voted no to the people of Calgary Skyview. So why is this government so hell-bent on quadrupling their carbon tax that the member from Calgary Skyview left his constituents out in the cold?
Good.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said, we are moving forward on a program that will ensure long-term affordability for people who utilize heating oil, do so in a manner that is consistent with addressing climate change. I have reached out to my counterpart in the government of Alberta, and we will be having conversations about how Alberta can participate in this project moving forward. But I would say once again that it is time, and I think Canadians are expecting the Conservative Party to be able to at least tell folks that they believe in climate change, they have a plan for addressing the climate crisis in a manner that is consistent with long-term economic prosperity and affordability.
Order. Colleagues, I wasn't able to hear who had said that comment, but every member who is recognized by the floor to be able to speak has the right to do so until that time has expired, and the Speaker will let that person know. The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
So what I heard from the member opposite is that this government is committed to picking winners and losers, and the winners are the 3% that use oil to heat their homes. They won't have to pay a carbon tax for the next 3 years, but the rest of Canada will. When the Minister for Rural Affairs was asked about this, she said, well, they just need to vote more Liberals in place and then we'll give them our attention, referring to those in other parts of the country, of course. Ooh. Now, for those that live in the constituency of Edmonton Centre, they did elect a Liberal Member of Parliament, and yet they were not showing that favoritism. They were not showing the benefit of having the carbon tax removed. And so my question is simple. Why is this government so hell-bent that the people of Edmonton Centre still have to pay the carbon tax on their home heating?
And again, I'm going to obviously offer the Minister an opportunity to respond, but I'll ask all members that I'm quite aware of the time that members have to pose and to respond to their questions. I politely declined their reminders as to how to do that. The Honourable Minister for Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the members opposite know that more than 8 out of 10 Canadians get more back than they pay. But why are we hell-bent on this? Because our planet demands it. Mr. Speaker, 15,000, that's the number of Canadians who died prematurely as a result of air pollution in the country. That cost $114 billion. It is escalating. If we refuse to take action on this, not only do we have a moral and fiscal imperative, but we have an obligation to ensure the party opposite doesn't return to attacking climate policies across the world and move back to an aggressive state where we cease making the project on climate action, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, more than 400,000 Quebecers still use home heating oil. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are ready for the green transition, but not everyone has the means to replace their heater. And that is why programs like the Canada's Green Homes program and the affordable oil subsidy for heat pumps are very important. Can the Minister of the Environment tell us how these programs are used and how these programs can be enhanced in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. We know that home heating oil is the most expensive type of oil and has one that has seen the highest increase in recent years. Our heat pump program wants to save every family that has one $2,500 a year. And we're working with provinces to implement this program as quickly as possible to eliminate home heating oil across the country.
The Honourable Member from Selkirk Interlake Eastmain.
Manitoba's new NDP Premier has joined the chorus calling on these Liberals to pause the carbon tax. After 8 long years, everyone knows that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost, and his Liberal MPs in Winnipeg are failing Manitobans. Yesterday, the member for Winnipeg North could have voted to take the tax off and keep the heat on for Manitobans, but instead he voted to leave his constituents out in the cold. And now these Liberals want to quadruple the carbon tax. Why does the member from Winnipeg North always follow orders from his Prime Minister at the expense of his own constituents?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times, this is a policy that is about addressing affordability for folks who actually are suffering from the fact that heating oil is a much more expensive way to heat your home. We do this in a manner that actually will enable us to continue the fight against climate change and help folks in the long term with affordability concerns. I would tell you that we have had discussions with the Government of Manitoba. I look forward to being able to move forward on a joint basis with the Government of Manitoba, and I'm pleased to see the Government in Manitoba actually recognize the existence of climate change, something that the Honourable Opposition does not do.
The Honourable Member from Provencher.
After 8 years, we now have the socialists, the separatists, and this Prime Minister who's just not worth the cost. They're all part of this costly carbon tax coalition that is leaving Canadians out in the cold. The Rural Affairs Minister recently told Manitobans that if they wanted the tax break, they had to elect more Liberals. Well, guess what? The folks in St. Boniface, St. Vital did elect a Liberal, and they're still paying the carbon tax. Yesterday, he had a chance to vote to keep the tax off and the heat on for his constituents. Why did that member choose to leave the members of St. Boniface, St. Vital in the cold?
I would like to remind all members in their preparation of questions that the questions should be directed towards the government or the parliamentary secretaries, anything that is, or to committee chairs, for the purposes of related to the business of the government or of the House. That a question to a member is not one that is normally recognized. I think I saw a minister standing up on this issue, but if there is no minister standing up, the minister is standing up. If the minister wishes to answer this question, the minister certainly can. The Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
We're talking, Mr. Speaker, so I was sitting. I'm a Liberal and a proud socialist, Mr. Speaker, but this reminds me of a certain quote from Prime Minister Harper, who talked about the fight against climate change as a socialist plot. That's what the Conservative Party, and here it is, you have it again, Mr. Speaker. They do not believe that climate change is an issue. They do not believe we should do anything about it. They oppose electrification of transportation. They oppose deals like Volkswagen, Stellantis, and Nordvolt. They oppose wind development off the shores of Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. They have no plan to fight climate change. They have no plan for the economy. They have no plan for the future of Canada. Bravo!
The Honourable Member from Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the NDP said his caucus would be voting against the divisive decision by the Prime Minister to pause the payment of the carbon tax for just 3% of Canadians while doing nothing for the rest. However, in yesterday's vote, the member from Hamilton Centre didn't even bother to vote. If the NDP member from Hamilton Centre won't do his job, Conservatives will. Will the Prime Minister quit forcing Ontarians to pay a quadrupled carbon tax on their home heating?
The Honourable So I would like to just point out that question, although the preamble dealt with a member who is not of the government, the final part of the question, and that sort of hybrid question, was directed towards the Prime Minister. So the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that member opposite is so concerned about helping Ontarians, then he should be asking the Premier of Ontario to join the program to provide free heat pumps to the hundreds of thousands of Ontarians who would qualify. As he knows, and as every member in this House full well knows, this is a program that applies across the country to transition folks away from home heating oil so that they don't have dirty, more expensive ways to heat their home. We can do this for cheaper, and we can help Canadians both with affordability and the existential threat of fighting climate change, something that Conservatives continue to deny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, 85,000 British Columbians still rely on oil to heat their homes, an extremely polluting fuel that is up to 4 times as expensive as natural gas. Recently, the Government of Canada announced a new affordability package that will help Canadians ditch expensive and polluting oil furnaces for heat pumps that will save them money on their home heating bills and fight climate change. Recently, BC's Premier David Eby was seen at the Premier's meeting proudly donning an I Love Heat Pump shirt. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources provide an update to this House on the progress being made to bring this important affordability measure for British Columbians?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to acknowledge the question from my colleague and my neighbour, and recognize his ongoing advocacy for the people and the environment of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Canada works best when Canadians work together. We are reaching out proactively to every province and territory to discuss participation in this important program to address affordability issues in a manner consistent with fighting climate change. We have had very good discussions with Premier Eby and Minister Osborne, and I expect we will have good things to say for the people of British Columbia in the very near term.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Winnipeg's Christmas Cheer Board is anticipating record demand for their hampers due to the cost of living crisis. 19,000 requests so far this year. And while big corporations are jacking up food prices, the Liberals throw up their hands, and the Conservative leader, the corporate champion from Carleton, stays silent. The Christmas Cheer Board doesn't know if they can meet this demand for help. Will the government support the NDP's bill to lower food costs and give Winnipeg families the help they need? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to remind all members that referring to a particular member using a mock title is not considered to be parliamentary. I see the Minister standing up to answer this question. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. We know right now that many Canadians are having a hard time putting food on the table, and that's exactly why we continue to do the hard work on this side of the House to support Canadian families and organizations doing that work, whether that's from the Community Services Recovery Fund or whether that's the work that we're doing to develop the national school food policy amongst our partners. We are here to support Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
The gap for First Nations infrastructure is at $350 billion. The government committed to end the gap for First Nations by 2030, but the Liberals have spent less than 3% of what is needed. This does not even include funding for Métis and Inuit, which would make the gap even more extreme. Indigenous communities remain neglected despite the calls for actions. When will this government recognize Indigenous people's capacity and work with them to fill these gaps?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Nunavut for this really important question. In fact, after a decade under the Harper government of no investments in First Nations communities, our government got to work with First Nations partners to start to close that infrastructure gap on things like clean water, Mr. Speaker, boil water advisories that have been left unattended for a decade, on things like housing, Mr. Speaker, community centres, health centres and schools. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite. The gap is huge, but we are making progress with Indigenous leadership, and I'm very proud of that.
And with that, we come to the end of question period. I do see a point of order. The honourable member from Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, after I asked my question, you indicated that the questions should be directed through you to a Minister of the Crown and not just to any random Liberal. Well, in fact, I was asking my question to the member of St. Boniface, St. Vital, who is a Minister of the Crown. He's a Minister of Northern Affairs who did not vote in favor of reducing home heating bills for his constituents. And so it was actually a minute.
I'd like to thank I would like to thank the member from Provencher for pointing that out. And as Speaker, I'd like to apologize to the member for making that declaration. I did not make the connection between the member's name as well as the role that he played in government. So my apologies to the honourable member from Provencher. The honourable member from Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you would know, Standing Order 17A provides that all members must rise in their own places to be recognized by the Speaker. Today, during question period, a Liberal member of Parliament flagrantly violated that rule and yet was recognized. So I'd like to know why the Liberal member for Pontiac was recognized when they were not in their seat.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for raising this issue. I will take a look at that and get back to the House if necessary. Thanks for the member for Perth Wellington. The
honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period just now, the Environment Minister misled this House. And I would like to seek the unanimous consent of the House to table news articles that say that Équiterre is suing the minister. I would like to hear the rest, but I have heard many signals that there is not unanimous consent for that motion. I thank the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Now the member on rising on a point of order, the member from Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the question from the member for Winnipeg Centre, you commented on the use of mock titles, and I would remind you, Mr. Speaker, that NDP Liberal Government or Liberal NDP Coalition is also a mock title. If you need evidence, we now have the same members coining a term, Liberal Separatist Coalition. They didn't call it a coalition when they voted with the Liberals on M79. They're raising the question of confidence.
I would like to thank the member from Elmwood Transcona for raising this issue. I think it's an important issue to clarify for all members who are here. When a member of Parliament, an individual, is referred to in a way that has a mock title or a mock name or mocking the name of the riding, that is considered unparliamentary. When it's referring to the party or to the group, as much as I personally don't find it very helpful, it has been the tradition of this place to allow those comments which are not directed towards an individual member to be considered acceptable in this House. I would like to take this opportunity, however, to please remind all members that to ensure that there is decorum in the House, as well as to show fundamental respect that all members and that all parties, which are just composed of members, I ask you to please exercise great restraint when you're referring in a way to a group of folks in a tone that could be interpreted as being mocking. On a point of order, I see the honourable member for Kitchener Centre rising to their feet.
Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seeking your clarification on the same point of order, I believe that the member for Elmwood Transcona both spoke to mock names, but also use of terms like coalition. For example, today, this talk of a Liberal bloc coalition when they voted together. For example, yesterday, the NDP voted with the Conservatives. Is that a new coalition? And are we going to be allowed to use the word coalition when two parties simply vote the same way? I'd appreciate your clarification. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the member from Kitchener Centre for this. As a matter of fact, this issue was raised by the member for New Westminster Burnaby last week. The chair is currently considering this matter, and I will be coming back to members in the days to follow. Order. Order. I'm going to recognize the member from Lakeland, but I'm going to ask the member of Lakeland to please quote the point of order, or to try to make it very brief so that we can move on to the business of this House. The honourable member from Lakeland on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I'm the type of person who has a hard time saying hello in a minute, so I'll try to do this efficiently. Thanks to the peanut gallery for your input. So, Mr. Speaker, just on this, as you deliberate on what we can and can't say here and what kind of topics we can and can't ask about, I just have a question. If in the process of all that, you can also consider when members are asking questions that are clearly provincial policies, or they're clearly about provincial governments, or they're clearly about topics that actually, or they're partisan, and they're clearly about topics that really aren't government policy. I'm assuming that, that's going to go into your deliberation. You'll get back to all of us on that too. Thanks.
I'd like to thank the member. May the honourable member from Timmins Staines Bay please take a seat. I will recognize him in due order. So I'd like to thank members. I would like to assure all members that I can quite easily ask members to sit down on my own. I thank you for your offers of assistance, but it's much better for me to handle it here. I'd like to thank the member for Lakeland for raising this issue. However, and that is part of the reflection which I'm having, but I can mention it has been a long tradition in this House that sometimes questions might take the form of a hybrid method. From time to time, speakers have tried to curtail this. I know that my predecessor from Regina Capel tried to do this as well, to try to get people to not ask questions that start off in one direction and then at the last minute switch into a matter of government administration. This is something which is being considered, and I will get back to all members, as I would promise to get back to the member from New Westminster Burnaby. The honourable member from Timmins James Bay rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your reflection on that. In question period, I think if you'll check the Hansard, the Minister for Environment claimed that he was a Liberal and a Socialist. I'd like to ask him to withdraw those comments. They're deeply offensive.
It's always good to have a bit of levity, but that is not a point of order. It being 3:30, pursuant to order made on Monday, November 6, 2023, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motion at report stage of Bill C-34. Call in the members. La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 1.
The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 2.
Monsieur Champagne, appuyé par
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Husson, moved that Bill C-34, in Clause 4, be amended, A, by replacing lines 2 and 3 on page 3 with the following. Notice for review under Section 15 within 45 days after the certified date referred to in paragraph A.
La période de 10...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchak.
Mr. Kuzmarchak.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Zarillo.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. McPherson. Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Dung.
Mr. Dung.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Stubbs.
Ms. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McCullough All Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. F.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If there are members who are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 324, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare motion number 2 carried. The question, I must correct my statement. I declare motion number 1 carried, and therefore motion number 2 carried. Thank you. The question is on motion number 3.
Seconded by Mr. McLean. Moved. May I dispense? Move that Bill C-34 be amended by deleting Clause 15. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Colney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Boudrevis.
Mr. Angus.
Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Lefebvre.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Laroche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. moves that Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, as amended, be concurred in at report stage with further amendments.
Si un député participant en personne
If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division,
en personne
or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Request a recorded vote, please.
La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangari.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Vandenbelt. Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Back to Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Dorothy.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popten.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. F.
Mr. Bragdon.
Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zerillo.
Zerillo.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si les députés n'ont pas.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Quand.
When shall the bill be read a third time?
Troisième fois. À la.
At the next sitting of the House.
D'accord. À l'ordre. À l'ordre, je vois.
Order. I see the government House leader rising on a point of order. Thank you very much.
Rising to add my voice to the point of order raised on Thursday, November 2nd and Friday, November 3rd by the member for Burnaby, New Westminster, respecting our rules and practices that questions posed by members during oral questions must be within the administrative responsibilities of the government or of the individual minister addressed in the question. Let me start by stating I agree with the member for Burnaby, New Westminster on this point. New Westminster, Burnaby, I stand corrected. The member has raised excellent precedents to support his argument, and I would like to summarize these precedents and add my own perspective to the matter before this House. The member raised rulings from the member for Regina Capel when he was Speaker. I will submit that the member for Regina Capel has been consistent in his approach on this matter when he was in the chair and more recently. On January 28, 2014, the Speaker ruled with respect to this matter, and I quote, as Speaker Milliken stated in a ruling of June 14, 2010, that the use of preambles to questions to attack other members does not provide those targeted with an opportunity to respond or deal directly with such attacks. This, unless there is a link to the administrative responsibilities of the government, can be established early in the question to justify them. Such questions can be indeed have been ruled out of order by successive speakers. We have witnessed a growing trend. We hear preambles to questions that go on at some length to criticize the position, statements, or actions of other parties. We have therefore an example of a hybrid question, one in which the preamble is on a subject that has nothing to do with the administrative responsibility of the government, but which concludes in the final 5 or 10 seconds with a query that in a technical sense manages to relate to the government's administrative responsibilities. It would be helpful if the link to the administrative responsibility of government were made as quickly as possible, end quote. I would now like to address the question of consistency on the matter by the member for Regina Capel raised earlier in my submission. I draw to the attention of the House a question raised during oral questions on Wednesday, June 21st, 2023 at 3:10 p.m. by the member for King's Hants respecting the Conservative Party. As you and all members of this House can see from the video of this question, at 3:11 p.m., the member for Regina Capel was standing beside the Speaker in heightened agitation, pointing his finger and admonishing the Speaker that this was an inadmissible question. I agree with the member on the facts, but certainly not on the approach. In this case, the Speaker did rule that the question from the member for King's Hants did not qualify as a question. Following oral questions that day, the Speaker ruled at 3:28 p.m. and stated, and I quote, "This is not to explain my answers, but so everyone here will know why I said it was not a valid question. The point I was looking at is on page 509 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, which states, ask a question that it was within the administrative responsibility of the government or of the individual member addressed. The reason I did this is there was a long preamble that really had nothing to do with administration. That is the reason I said it was not a valid question. When members are putting their questions together, I ask both sides to put something together that has to do with administration, and if they can, to make my life easier, to make it clear that it has nothing to do with the administration right from the beginning." End of quote. In conclusion, there are many clear precedents that support that questions during oral questions must be within the administrative responsibilities of government. There is no doubt on this matter, Mr. Speaker. We must all abide by these rules if we have any hope of restoring the dignity of this place and better comport ourselves in this august House of Commons. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, l'honorable
I'd like to thank the Honourable Government Whip. And I would also like to thank all those who have participated in this debate. I will take all this under consideration and I will come back to the House with it.
The honourable member from Perth Wellington rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a different point of order, and I'm being a bit of a stickler today, I guess, but I wouldn't normally point out this on behalf of one of my own colleagues, but during the recent votes, a colleague walked out during the vote announcement, therefore, before the vote announcement, therefore negating his vote. This was done on purpose because this member was to be paired with a minister and not supposed to vote. Therefore, I would ask that the vote for the member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier's vote not count on the first group votes on motions 1 and 2 of report stage of Bill C-34.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Perth Wellington for bringing this to the attention of the House. Very honourably done. Because the vote has already been tabulated and reported to the House, this would require unanimous consent of the House to remove that vote. Does the member have unanimous consent? Agreed. I thank the member once again from Perth Wellington. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion, standing in the name of Mr. Backrack, Skeena Bulkley Valley, reducing home heating costs, resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Elmwood Transcona. Madam Speaker, I am very happy and proud to debate our plan to save all Canadians money this winter and to fight the climate crisis. Heating your home in our country, in Canada, is essential. And Canadians are already faced with a high cost of living. And they're looking down at a cold winter and are deeply concerned about increased costs. For the Liberals, it seems like home heating is only an issue if they have their seats they have to save. But for Liberals, it sounds like home heating is only an issue if their seats are at stake. For the Conservatives, that's all a political game. They're not serious about helping people. If they were, they'd be supporting our plan. But the reality is, they're not going to support our motion to take GST off of home heating for all Canadians, to help Canadians find more affordable and cleaner ways to heat their home, because we want to take on big oil and gas. And corporate Conservatives will not stand up to big oil and gas.
That's right.
Establishment Liberals are so out of touch, they think that they need to divide the country. And corporate Conservatives are so beholden to the big oil and gas lobby that they won't stand up for all Canadians. If we want to take on the climate crisis, it's going to require everyone coming together. It's going to require everybody working together to make life more affordable, to create good jobs, and fight the climate crisis. But with climate delay Liberals and climate denying Conservatives, they both want to divide the country. We've got climate delay Liberals dividing the country based on who voted for them, and climate deny Conservatives that don't even believe we have a problem in the first place. Our plan is to stand up for all Canadians. Our plan is to take the GST off of home heating for all Canadians, help everyone be able to have heating that's clean and affordable, and make the big oil and gas companies pay for it. That's our plan. The challenge is, will the corporate Conservatives finally stand up to their CEO and big oil and gas lobbyists, or will they continue to cave in and do their bidding? And will the establishment Liberals stop dividing Canada and support our plan that helps everyone? Si les conservateurs sont
If the Conservatives really care about helping people, rather than just spouting slogans, then they will support our motion. Our plan will reduce bills for all Quebecers, unlike theirs. It will make it easier to install heat pumps, especially for those who need it the most. and it will ensure that the bill is paid by big oil companies. Unfortunately, we know that the Conservatives are basically just here to play games, which is a pity, because Quebecers deserve help.
The leader of the Conservative Party loves his slogans, but today he has a chance to axe the GST tax on home heating.
That's right. You're here.
But what is he going to do?
Not going to do it.
He's not going to support this motion because the corporate Conservatives are beholden to big oil and gas lobby.
That's right.
It's very informative that the reason they're going to vote against this is because, one, we want to help all Canadians have access to cleaner and more affordable ways to heat their home, and because we want big oil and gas to pay for it by taxing their excess record profits, and the corporate Conservatives don't have the guts to stand up to their corporate masters.
That's right. That's right.
But why is that? Why is that the case that the corporate Conservatives are so beholden to the oil and gas lobby? Well, it's actually not hard to figure out why. Half of the governing body of the Conservative Party is made up of oil and gas and other lobbyists for greedy CEOs.
Shame. Shameful.
Their governing party is made up of lobbyists who want to continue to defend the billions of dollars of profits of oil and gas and other corporate sectors rather than stand up for Canadians. That's why they won't be voting for this motion today. The Conservatives are very quick to cut services to Canadians, to take away the services Canadians need, but they are so reluctant to make the big corporations finally start paying what they owe to put money back into the pockets of Canadians, to pay for the services that Canadians need. Well, it's not surprising, because corporate Conservatives will always side with big lobbyists, big CEOs, and big corporations. Madam Speaker, last year alone, the biggest oil and gas companies in Canada brought in $38 billion in revenue. People are struggling to heat their homes. People are struggling to fuel their cars, while those companies rake in record profits. How is that fair? Shouldn't be a surprise. This is a system that's been designed by establishment liberals and corporate Conservatives to continue to benefit those at the very top at the detriment and harm to working Canadians. Now, they're going to do everything they can to protect the status quo. Last year, the establishment liberals and the corporate Conservatives teamed up to defeat a motion that we had that would have made the big oil companies pay what they owe. New Democrats have your back. We're not backing down. We believe Ottawa should work for you, not for the CEOs, not for corporate Canada. That's why today we're calling on the elimination of GST off of home heating, a measure that's going to help all Canadians in all regions. We want to make it easier for families to have access to clean and affordable ways to heat their home, and we want to tax the excess profits of big oil and gas companies to pay for it.
That's right.
This is a plan that's fair, that saves all Canadians money when it comes to heating their homes, and helps us continue to fight against the climate crisis. Madam Speaker, you'll find this quite amusing. This summer, and also very sad, this summer, the leader of the climate denial Conservatives had to cancel his climate denial tour because of climate disasters.
No way.
After all the scientific evidence and the concrete and devastating impacts of climate crisis here in Canada, after all the scientific evidence and also the concrete impacts to the climate crisis here in Canada, how is it possible that Conservatives continue to deny this reality? Well, because climate action hurts the pockets of big oil companies. It hurts their profits. And the Conservative government, the Conservative Party, as you all know, is made up of, the Conservative Party's governing body is made up of lobbyists. 50% are lobbyists for these big oil and gas companies and other corporations, and that's why they don't want to take action on the climate crisis, because it's going to hurt the profits of their corporate masters. They're not interested in helping all Canadians save money, which is what our motion would do, because they would take on the big oil and gas masters of the Conservative Party. They're just here to continue to support the oil and gas sector and other corporate sectors, while Canadians are squeezed between Mr. Climate Delay and Mr. Climate Deny. New Democrats are showing another option, an option where we unite the country, make life more affordable, and continue our fight against the climate crisis together. Maintenant qu'ils craignent de perdre des sièges,
Now that they're worried about losing seats, the Liberals have decided that they're going to help some Canadians with the price of home heating. But unfortunately, that help is only intended for ridings that the Liberals are trying to save. Climate action should be fair. It should not be divisive. There should not be any favoritism on behalf of the government. All Canadians deserve help with the price of home heating these days in these tough times. And if the government wants better environmental results, the government should help more people make good choices for their wallets and for the planet, with better subsidies. That's the plan that the NDP has. We want to help people with their home heating bills. We want to support Canadians in making better choices for the planet. And we want big oil to pay.
Merci. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I could not agree more with the leader from the NDP that climate change is not some passing fad. It's the crisis of our generation. It's an emergency. And I also couldn't agree more that the Conservative big oil lobby is on display every single day in this House, denying that climate change exists, denying that climate change is human-caused, and denying that it is a priority for the government or for Canadians. So I was disappointed yesterday, to be very frank, that the NDP decided to vote with the Conservatives on a motion to reduce the integrity of carbon pricing in Canada, Madam Speaker. I was glad to see a few NDP members, I think 6 NDP members, abstain from that motion, which was heartening. But how can the leader of the NDP justify his efforts to scale back our priority, which is pricing carbon and reducing emissions, when at the same time bringing a very similar motion forward today?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much for the question. What the Liberal government did was present a plan that divides our country, that creates unfairness. And there is no way we can fight the climate crisis and make life better for people if we pit regions against each other. So we voted against that unfairness. But let's be clear. While I absolutely agree that the climate denial of the Conservative Party hurts the efforts to protect the future for our kids and our present right now when we're faced with extreme weather, but the climate delay of the Liberals is also harming that effort. And I want to say to Canadians, you don't have to choose between climate delay or climate denial. New Democrats have a path where we can support our country together, help everyone save money when it comes to the cost of heating their homes this winter, help everyone when it comes to choosing better alternatives that are cleaner and more affordable, and continue to fight to protect our planet.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the leader of the NDP for his speech, and I want to try and find common ground. I think he and I would both agree that the carbon tax disproportionately affects rural Canadians more than urban. And you know, in my riding of York Simcoe, we are now classified as urban. I think the leader of the NDP knows my riding as the soup and salad bowl of Canada, ice fishing capital of Canada, and home to the Chippewas of Regina Island First Nation. And according to the Liberals, like I said, we are now classified as the City of Toronto, being 70 miles outside of Toronto. And we have no streetcars, we have no subways, we have no Uber. And as unbelievable as this is, Madam Speaker, we have no hospital. We have to drive 40 minutes to get to a hospital. So I would like to ask the leader of the NDP how he thinks that is fair, that we don't get the rural top-up or the doubling of the rural top-up, as meager as it is, and it is helpful to some. We don't get that.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
I think it's very problematic that the honourable member's riding doesn't have access to health care or a hospital. And I wonder who the provincial government is in the riding that the member represents. I'm pretty sure that that government has actually been in power now for a second term, and they've continued to neglect the good people of York Simcoe. Right. I hope the people of York Simcoe remember that they've been let down by the provincial government when it comes to what the member has raised as a serious concern, which is not having a hospital, and the fact that they've been in power now, majority government, for now a second term, and they still haven't actually addressed this problem that the honourable member raised. I think the Conservative government provincially has a lot to answer for, but it also points out what you get when you vote Conservative.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Shefford. There's so much noise, Madam Speaker. Is it my turn? Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank the leader of the New Democratic Party for his speech, and I would like to ask him about one aspect of the motion. This past weekend, I met someone in Quebec who comes from France and is interested in the environment, and that individual told me that we need to take serious action. He was telling me that we can't continue to subsidize oil and gas. And he was telling me that countries that have real GHG reductions are not investing in the oil and gas industry. They are investing in the green transition. So can he talk to us more about taxing record profits? Because taxing record profits would be the opposite of subsidizing multi-billion-dollar subsidies.
Merci.
The honourable member for Burnaby South. Thank you for the question. I absolutely agree. It's very problematic that what we are doing in this country is subsidizing oil and gas with public money. It's unacceptable. What we need to do is use that money to invest more in clean energy. We need to invest more in opportunities to build the economy of the future and to create good jobs, all while reducing our emissions. That's why we've added the part about making oil businesses paying their fair share to bring down emissions.
Before we resume debate, I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 36 minutes. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
Order pursuant to Standing Order 38. I would like to inform the House of questions to be raised tonight.
Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa, carbon pricing. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, carbon pricing, and the honourable member for Regina, Louvain, carbon pricing. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise and contribute to what I think has become a really convoluted debate about the carbon tax, and I hope to offer a little bit of clarity. To start, I just want to be very clear about what today's motion is about. Today's motion is to remove the GST from all forms of home heating, to make eco-energy retrofits and heat pumps free and easy to access for low-income and middle-class Canadians, regardless of their initial home heating energy source, and to finance these changes by putting in place a tax on the excess profits of big oil and gas corporations. Now, we've heard a lot about the carbon tax so far, and I think one of the things that's important to say, Madam Speaker, is that carbon pricing is an important tool in combating climate change. It's something that the NDP has long supported. It is something that we continue to support. But serious damage was done to the majority consensus on carbon pricing in Canada when the Liberals decided to introduce into the program regional division. That's not fair. It doesn't pass the smell test for Canadians across the country. And for people who care about the long-term future of carbon pricing in Canada, it's important to maintain that majority consensus. And we can't do it with regional schism and division baked right into the program. That's why we were willing to vote for the Conservative motion the other day that said that the pause that applied on home heating oil should apply to all forms of home heating, including natural gas, because we think it's important that that we maintain a majority consensus and not introduce a sense of regional grievance. The Liberals have said that's inconsistent of us to do, and that's not true. In fact, as I say, I believe it's a critical part of maintaining a majority consensus for carbon pricing. It was wrong of the Liberals to introduce that level of regional division. How do we know? Well, if anyone had any doubt, when a Liberal cabinet minister from Newfoundland went on CTV News and said that the reason they were doing it was to cover their own political rear in the Atlantic region, and that people who wanted a break on the carbon tax should be voting Liberal, it was very clear that this was a regional policy motivated by the partisan political interests of the Liberal Party. Do New Democrats support that? Absolutely not. And that's why we didn't vote to support that last day when we had a Conservative motion on extending the pause to other forms of heating. Now, have the Conservatives got it right? No, because they want to get rid of carbon pricing altogether, and that's the wrong response. Have they got it right when it comes to our motion on the GST? No, because if they were concerned to actually get it right from an affordability point of view, they would be supporting our proposal on the GST instead of harping on the carbon tax as they've been doing. Why is that? Because a break on the GST for home heating would first of all be consistent with a long-standing policy of not charging GST on essentials. It would be better because it would apply to Canadians across the country. The federal backstop on the carbon tax only applies in provinces that don't have their own provincial price on carbon. BC does, Quebec does, a number of other provinces do. They won't see any relief where, as far as they're concerned. But what they do pay, even if they have a provincial carbon tax, is the GST. So if the Conservatives were really interested in lowering taxes for all Canadians, they would support our proposal on the GST. This is not a new proposal of the NDP on the GST. It goes back to the early days of Jack Layton's leadership, who was elected leader of the NDP almost 20 years ago, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, Conservatives should be interested in supporting our proposal because the GST is charged on the carbon tax. Any other day of the week, these guys would be upset about a tax on the tax. But when we say, hey, let's actually remove the tax that makes sense because it would get rid of that tax for all Canadians and would no longer be a tax on the carbon tax, they say, no, the NDP is flip-flopping, we won't support that, even though it's an opportunity to actually do something for Canadians. The other important reason for supporting the removal of GST instead of the carbon tax is because it applies to all forms of home heating. And we know that there are Canadians who are cash-strapped that already are doing the right thing by having methods of heating their home that don't burn carbon and don't contribute to emissions. There's a lot of Canadians that would like to be in that boat, but they don't have the resources to be in that boat. That's why we're talking about a government expanding a program in order to make those heat pumps available. Have already managed to make that transition, shouldn't be punished, as they are under the Conservative proposal to simply get rid of the carbon tax. If the Conservatives would agree to eliminate the GST instead, the Canadians that already have low or no emission heating sources in their home would likewise get a break, and they too are deserving of assistance in a time of difficult economic hardship. Of course, we know that we can pay for increased access to heat pumps for low and middle income Canadians because we can levy a tax on the excess profits of oil and gas companies. Now, why would we do that? Well, Madam Speaker, profits in the oil and gas industry in Canada between 2019 and 2022 increased by 1,000%. 1,000%, Madam Speaker, over a simple 3-year period. Shame. That is billions of dollars that could be reinvested in lowering emissions and reducing home heating bills for Canadians by transitioning to more efficient forms of heating. Is this some kind of red-eyed socialist idea to go around taxing oil and gas companies? Well, I don't know. Boris Johnson and the Conservatives in the UK implemented a windfall tax on the oil and gas industry there. So I hardly think this isn't about whether you're on the right wing of the spectrum or the left wing of the spectrum. It's about whether you're motivated by a fundamental sense of fairness. And I got to say, this Conservative leader who pretends he goes around the country, he says he's got the backs of working people, should be explaining to them why he doesn't support the removal of GST on home heating, because that is what it would mean to have the back of every working Canadian in this country, whether they heat their homes with electricity, whether they heat their homes with natural gas, home heating oil, whether they do it in Newfoundland or Manitoba or British Columbia or the Northwest Territories. That's what it would mean. But he's not who he says he is. He's not the champion of working class people in Canada. He's an oil and gas lobbyist working in the House of Commons. That's who the leader of the Conservative Party is, and it's why he won't get behind a very common sense proposal to help Canadians with their affordability challenge, to reduce emissions, and to make sure that the people who have really been putting the squeeze on Canadians, which are oil and gas companies, you don't get 1,000% increase in profits over a few years without unfairly gouging your customers. That's exactly what oil and gas companies have been doing. And if you look at the extent to which increases in price for oil and gas are responsible for inflation versus the carbon tax, I got to tell you, Madam Speaker, oil and gas prices are a much higher driver of inflation than the carbon tax, which the Conservatives like to say in here, well, the Government Bank of Canada said it contributes to inflation. Yes, 0.6%. One time, we could get a one-time for 1 year reduction of inflation by 0.6% if we were to remove the carbon tax. And after that, continue to go up. Also, had the opportunity to question the Governor of the Bank of Canada about that at committee, and I think it's important to note that one-time 0.6% reduction in the carbon tax assumes that oil and gas companies aren't going to raise their prices, Madam Speaker. Well, any Canadian that's been observing the oil and gas market knows full well that if they think there's any room to increase their prices, they're going to do it, Madam Speaker. So I humbly submit to you that although we don't know by how much they would raise their prices, I think we know they would, and that means we know that the one-time savings on inflation is a lot less than 0.6%, and then you kind of wonder why you're concerned about it at all when you have a perfectly good and better proposal to eliminate the GST from home heating that would actually do more for all Canadians. So I think, Madam Speaker, what you see is that the NDP has a perfectly consistent position. We're advocating for a measure that we've been advocating for a long time. Why? Because it's the fairest way to do it, because it's consistent with a tradition of not charging sales tax on essential items. In the context of the carbon tax, it's the fairest way to do it because it applies to people no matter where they live in the country. We've been consistently advocating for that. I remember when they had carbon tax motions, they've named some of them as examples of us voting against their motion to axe the tax. Well, for sure, I think there should be a carbon price. Absolutely. I just think it has to be applied fairly across the country, and that the Liberals screwed it up by enacting a policy that meant that it isn't. So yeah, I support carbon pricing. I remember when we proposed amendments to their carbon price motions and said, hey, if you guys really want to get rid of a tax on home heating, work with us to get rid of the GST. You know what they said when we proposed that amendment? What? No. And did you know that in this House, if you have an opposition to a motion, you can't move an amendment without the permission of the mover, which meant we never did get to have a vote on that. We didn't get to have a vote because the Conservatives vetoed a vote on getting rid of the GST of home heating. The so-called champions of tax reduction for Canadians wouldn't know a working partner if they came up and slapped him in the face. And some of us have had the idea, Madam Speaker. Some of us have had the idea. But we haven't, because we'd prefer to preserve a good working relationship to get something done for Canadians. That's why we're here. It's what we're going to do every day of the week, and it's why we've made another attempt today with this motion. I urge them to finally support it.
The Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot is riding on the point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On a point of order, I'm sure that the NDP House Leader in particular, but certainly all parliamentarians would be very interested to know and to ensure that there is in fact quorum in this place on what is their opposition day motion. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask for a quorum call.
How many online? How many online? 14, 2? Okay. We do have to suspend until quorum is met. We have 14 members now. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
To be a Conservative member in the House to have quorum.
Conservative member in the House. So we are resuming debate. Questions and comments to the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that there is some confusion in regards to the positioning that the NDP had taken in regards to the vote from yesterday. And that is when you take a look at the move towards trying to reduce the reliance on oil in order to heat homes, the national program that was announced by the federal government would in fact incentivize people to go from oil to homes. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, and I'm wondering if the member could explain why it is that the NDP doesn't seem to recognize the true value of encouraging people to convert to home heating pumps.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
First of all, I'd just like to say in respect of the quorum call, it's not the first time Conservatives has gone scurrying under their desk when I rise to speak, Madam Speaker. I'm sure it won't be the last. In respect of the question that I was asked, in respect of the some Conservative members may not fit under their desk, but doesn't stop them from trying.
For Mégantic-L'Érable, rising on a point of order. Yes, l'honorable député Mégantic.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, late last week, seeking to constrain the Conservative Party from holding the NDP Liberal government to account. As you will recall, Conservatives asked a number of questions about the opposition motion to provide relief from the carbon tax for all Canadians, all meeting, regardless of the source of heat, which was debated on Thursday and voted upon yesterday afternoon. Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. They are looking with the costs to their Parliament to address this concern and provide relief they need to get through the winter, especially the skyrocketing cost of each, which is driven by the Prime Minister's unaffordable carbon tax. Canadians who are looking to their politicians to take action and axe the tax want to know whether the government will or whether the government will use its immense powers and tools to protect itself. This is unquestionably a concern of the administration of the government. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I think your own initial reaction Thursday afternoon provides a pretty good answer here. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries rose to answer each and every one of the questions of concern of the NDP. If the government itself did not feel obliged to answer, surely it wouldn't have. The NDP House Leader centered much of his argument around the January 2014 ruling by your predecessor, the Honourable Member for Regina-Capelle. When you reflect on that ruling, I think it is important to understand the context which precipitated it. There had been a number of questions from both sides of the House concerning senators as well as the internal operations of the other place, political parties and MPs' offices. Furthermore, there was one key passage the NDP House Leader omitted from the January 2014 ruling, which he otherwise quoted extensively, I must say. So, quote, "The principle of responsible government is that the government has to provide an accounting for where the money goes and to provide reasons for why decisions are made," end quote. As I pointed out in my initial comments, we have a right to understand how the confidence and supply agreement between the Liberal and New Democratic parties will apply to key budget decisions and to important parliamentary decisions. If I might cite the agreement itself, I quote, The agreement means that the NDP agrees to support the government on confidence and budgetary matters, notably on budgetary policy. End quote. The carbon tax represents a huge chunk of money taken out of taxpayers' pocket. It is indisputably a question of budgetary policy and one where the government is starkly offside the views and needs of the Canadians whom they govern. That is why the official opposition, through its questioning, was looking for the government to explain the reasons why decision has been made. As for the arguments advanced by the honourable members for Kingston and the Island and Elmont-Transcona, I would submit that they got sidetracked by the description of the NDP Liberal coalition. Just yesterday, in fact, we saw the New Democrats vote in support of Liberal time allocation or closure for a 37th time under the leadership of the member for Burnaby South. Throughout the CCF and NDP's history prior to its current leader, I believe they had only supported time allocation or closure a total of 14 other times. 37 times. And now 14 only other times before. At the start of this week, I understand that the New Democrats voted with the Liberals 296 times during the past 306 votes. That's 97% support, Madam Speaker. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the Chief Government Whip actually considers the NDP caucus to be more reliable in their votes than the member for Beaches East York. On the narrowest point about cabinet seats, which the Deputy Government House Leader and the member for Elmont-Transcona made, it is true that the NDP clearly failed in their negotiation to secure caucus representation at the cabinet table. However, all other signs point to a cohesive team acting in concert for chamber and committee businesses. But, Madam Speaker, the facts are quite clear that the confidence and supply agreement amounts to a parliamentary coalition complete with obligations to consult, to discuss voting intention, to provide parliamentary support to the government, and is complete with various mechanics like leaders' meeting, house leaders' meetings, whips meetings, and a special stock-taking committee, which also meets regularly. I believe the member for Elmont-Transcona might actually be a member of the last group, Madam Speaker. Seeing how spectacularly the Liberals and the Prime Minister have been tumbling in public opinion lately, it is a little surprised that the New Democrats bristle at the coalition level. Madam Speaker, the concern about what label to apply to this relationship between the Liberal and New Democratic parties amount to a question of debate. We have a lot of those during question period. I'm sure you would agree with that. No matter how you cut it, or which term from the dictionary you prefer, we are talking about two entities coming together to collaborate in pursuit of common goals. Whether you prefer to call it that a joint endeavor, a common venture, a partnership, or a coalition, that choice is ultimately a question of debate. It should not be for the Speaker to police debate in the House with a dictionary to enforce the preferred message discipline of any given side. Debate itself has always been useful in shedding light on the truth, and it should continue to do so. In closing, the questions which Conservatives have been raising are important and fall squarely within the administration and conduct of the government. These are the questions that many Canadians, including the constituents of Liberal and NDP members, I've long been asking, when will the government take the tax off so Canadians can keep the heat on? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Duly noted. After that astounding display of timing, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona still has 4 minutes on his questions and comments and was answering a question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, before we restart the clock, I would like to make a quick comment with respect to the member from Mégantic-Clérable, and I will say it in French because he can understand this. Usually, when you intervene on a point of order, it is usually something that is related to something that was raised a few days ago or weeks ago. You wait until the member is speaking and he is done. It's a rule of politeness that we offer here to our colleagues in the House, and I find it very disappointing that he did not wait until my intervention was finished in about 30 seconds to rise and make his point of order.
The issue that the member for Winnipeg North raised is fair in the sense that we do absolutely support, and in fact, the motion here today supports helping people transition off of home heating oil. But his colleague in the Liberal cabinet made it very clear on CTV News that what they were doing had everything to do with partisan Liberal politics in a particular region of the country and very little to do with good policy. Better policy on the affordability front would be to remove the GST to make sure that we don't introduce regional schism to the carbon pricing program and that it applies equally to all the people, including people who don't create any emissions to heat their home but nevertheless are struggling in a time of affordability. So that is the answer to the question, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battlewood Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I find it very interesting and somewhat tragic, actually, that the Liberals and the NDP have, while the Liberals have admitted their carbon tax simply doesn't work, the NDP are now scrambling to try and differentiate themselves from their coalition partners. But, Madam Speaker, what the implications that has upon Canadians is truly the most tragic of all. And we have seen over the last couple of years in this Parliament, dating back to February of 2022, Madam Speaker, that member and all the members of the coalition voted against a Conservative motion that would have, in part, removed GST from home heating fuels. They voted against it at that point in time, didn't care about affordability there. Then, a great tragedy for Canadians. The same thing took place on April 4th of 2022. The NDP voted with their coalition partners in the NDP against an affordability measure put forward by common sense Conservatives. Madam Speaker, again on June 7th of 2022, the NDP voted against a Conservative measure that would have addressed some of these affordability challenges. Madam Speaker, again on October 24th, 2022, the NDP and the Liberals, they voted against a Conservative measure. Madam Speaker, on December...
Can I ask if there's a question, because we do have to give time to other members to ask questions, please?
There are numerous other examples, Madam Speaker, and it's unfortunate that I can't get through them all. That's how great the hypocrisy is of that member. So
I'll let the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona comment on the comment. Thank you.
What's tragic, Madam Speaker, is that any time we've reached out to work with Conservatives to reduce tax on home heating in a way that's actually fair, they've said no. Why? Because they've built a political campaign around the carbon tax, and the importance of that campaign to them and their own electoral fortunes trumps doing anything for Canadians in a tangible sense, or they could have worked with us on any of those votes to eliminate the GST from home heating. As I say, that's a position they know the New Democrats have held for close to 20 years now, and one that we actually tried to introduce into their motions with amendments that they refused. So if we want to talk about tragedy and who's really committed to trying to make life more affordable for Canadians, the tragic thing is that Conservatives refuse to have a working partner because they want to go to Canadians and tell them that everything is broken. And to the extent that things are broken around here, they're breaking them. And it's dishonest to break things here and then go to Canadians and tell them that somehow the people breaking it are the ones with the answers.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for, okay. The honourable member for, Edmonton Strathcona.
It's very tricky when the member for Edmonton Strathcona sits near the member for Transcona. But the question that I have for my member, every time he stands up in this House, I learn so much from him and so much about the ways that the New Democrats are working very hard to make sure that Canadians, the affordability crisis is dealt with, and that we're also dealing with the climate crisis. What I'd like to hear from him, we talk a lot about how the Conservatives are in the pockets of oil and gas, of big oil and gas, and one of the things that I find very shocking in Alberta is that we lost 1,500 jobs at the same time that these oil and gas companies were raking in massive profits. I'm wondering if he could talk about why the Conservatives never want to talk about the jobs that we lost in Alberta because of oil and gas.
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's true. As oil and gas profits have skyrocketed over the last number of years, employment in the oil and gas sector has gone down. We see Conservatives say they want more business investment in Canada, but Conservative premiers like Danielle Smith have been turning down billions of dollars of investment in renewable energy that can also create a lot of employment for Canadians. That's why the Conservatives aren't who they say they are. Their leader isn't who he says he is.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a couple ways in which I would like to be able to address the NDP motion today. One of the ones in which I think it's overlooked and underestimated in terms of what I would suggest to you is the damage, whether it's this particular opposition day motion or the previous one that the Conservatives have brought forward just last week and we actually voted on yesterday, Madam Speaker, is in fact concern related to the environment. And when I think of the environment and I think of the Conservative Party, it really highlights an area in which the Conservative leadership is really missing the point. When people say there are climate deniers in society, I look across the way and I see that by the lack of actions and policy enunciations coming from the Conservative Party that could provide the type of assurances to Canadians that they, as a political entity in the House, take the environment seriously. I believe that there are, indeed, climate deniers within the Conservative caucus, and they seem to be winning the day. And it is unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because I believe that the Conservative Party is being very irresponsible. And when you think in terms of their policies regarding environment, if you hunt and find something, you will find that it's exceptionally reckless, nothing more so than the price on pollution. And to use the price on pollution to demonstrate just how reckless the Conservative Party is, Madam Speaker, on this issue, all you need to do is take a look at the history inside the chamber. Take a look at the history of the leadership of the Conservative Party. Whether you have Stephen Harper saying one thing one day, the Conservatives changing their position, and then a new Conservative leader comes in and takes a totally different position. In fact, that position was incorporated into the election platform of the Conservative Party in the last election, just 2 years ago, Madam Speaker. As all members would know, because I've talked about it in the past and other members have talked about that in the past, where at that time they talked about the importance of a price on pollution. Madam Speaker, that's when every political party inside the House of Commons seemed to recognize that what had taken place in Paris in 2015 made a whole lot of sense. And a big part of that, coming out of the Paris conference, was that the countries around the world and many of their provincial entities or states started to adopt price on pollution. So at one time, it was actually very encouraging when we had all political entities in the House recognizing that, Madam Speaker. but how far we have fallen from that. From a time in which we had 338 Conservative candidates going out with an election platform that said they supported a price on pollution.
That's right.
To today with a shiny new leader
He's new.
saying that we don't believe in a price on pollution anymore. Instead, taking the bumper sticker policy of, I think they got the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. That is what it is that the Conservative Party today is saying. And that's what I mean in terms of reckless. To take a look at the Conservative Party today, and you want to get a sense and just to the degree in which they are reckless, and I would suggest you would take a heck of a risk with the Conservative Party, take a look at the environment and what it is that they're saying or not saying in regards to it, Madam Speaker. I would like to think that the Conservative Party would be a little bit more reflective in terms of what everyone else is talking about in regards to the environment. There is an expectation, Madam Speaker. So I am disappointed, and I think many Canadians are disappointed in the huge vacuum that's taking place within the Conservative Party today in regards to the environment. So yesterday, we have a vote, and the Conservative Party is trying to portray a false narrative. They're actually spreading misinformation in order to justify that false information and manipulation of a particular vote. And let me expand on that, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada develops a program. And think about this, if you will. You know, there was a time in which people used to heat their homes with coal. In fact, many of those wartime houses, you'll see little things of steel plates.
That's right.
And that's where the coal would go into the home. Many years ago, Madam Speaker, people realized that there are alternatives to coal.
Yep.
And they started to gravitate towards that, Madam Speaker. Fast forward it to today. And you look at it and you say, well, you have heating oil, you have propane, you have natural gas, you have electricity. Those are the issues, and I mean natural gas.
Oh, I said grass.
Yeah, it kind of sounded a little bit like grass even when I said it there, but natural gas. But Madam Speaker, those are the items that you have in terms of heating a vast majority of the homes, 99% type of thing, Madam Speaker. Right? Now, where does heating oil fit in? Heating oil is exceptionally more costly as a way to heat your home. Natural gas and propane would probably be, next in line of sorts in terms of cost. What has been clearly established, Madam Speaker, is through electricity and heat pumps, it is far more energy efficient, and it's better for the environment, Madam Speaker. Thousands of Canadians have recognized that.
That's right.
You remember false information? I've heard members of the opposite say, well, as a government, we brought forward, maybe a couple of hundred people where we've seen changing over to heat pumps. Like many other things, it's misinformation. It's just not accurate. Through the Greener Homes program, we have seen tens of thousands of people take advantage of the program and convert to alternatives in terms of heating, replacing heating oil, for example, to heat pumps, Madam Speaker. tens of thousands. And the Conservative Party, in one swoop, will just kind of wave those to the side because it doesn't fit their narrative. Madam Speaker, if you take a look at it, the policy announcement, which is a national announcement, again, the Conservatives, even today during the question period, they try to regionalize it as if it is there for one region of the country, which is just not true, Madam Speaker. They can read into it all they want and try to spread the misinformation, but the bottom line, Madam Speaker, much like the Greener Homes program, it is a national program. Every region of the country is going to be affected by that program, Madam Speaker. When I heard the numbers, what's important to recognize is the biggest province that has the potential to benefit by this is the province of Ontario. They got a 250,000 people or households that are actually heating homes via oil, Madam Speaker. So when you try to give a misleading, false information to Canadians to try to cause division, I find that somewhat regrettable. I believe that the program is in fact sound. From an environmental perspective, and that's why I expressed disappointment with my New Democratic friends, because I think that they're sending a mixed message. Look at the heating pump policy that's been established, putting a pause on the tax and making heating pumps virtually free, Madam Speaker. Anywhere in Canada where we have provinces that are participating in the program, anywhere in Canada, will cause more people to look at this program as a national program which will continue to see Canadians buying in terms of recognizing that changing over is a smart thing to do. The math says that, and it's very clear. If you invest in a heating pumps, Madam Speaker, the cost is substantially less, and over time, you will actually save a considerable more amount of money than it would have cost to put in a heat pump, Madam Speaker. And that is very clear. We have demonstrated that in the past. We know that there's a high level of interest that's there from Canadians because they have literally looked to programs like the Greener Homes program as a way, as a mechanism. We know that other provinces today are now looking at ways in which they can get on board. And I hope the province of Ontario, through Premier Doug Ford, will realize the benefits of encouraging that conversion, Madam Speaker, by participating in it. You know, with the Conservative Party, on the other hand, and I get back to that reckless attitudes that they have, the other day when the leader of the Conservative Party was addressing the House, and I posed the question to the leader in regards to the issue of taxes, and he had indicated to the House, well, and to get the actual quote, I believe it was, all taxes of home heating, let's get rid of them all, implying that it's not just the carbon tax that he's referring to, but all taxes, including the GST. Remember, it was the Conservative Party that put in the GST on that, Madam Speaker, on the home heating. Now, the refreshed far-right elements of the, I was going to say Reform Party, but today's Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, they're changing again in that reckless fashion. because they're not necessarily concerned about sound policy that's in the best interests of Canadians, whether it's the environment or the issue of taxation, and that's an important issue. After all, that's the way we finance and fund the many different programs that are out there. They're more concerned about that bumper sticker, Madam Speaker. That's where their concern is. They want to make sure that they can fit something on a bumper sticker so that when they go around and they say, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and they throw in the common sense, thank you, and the whole home and spin around and bring it home thing, Madam Speaker, that's what the Conservative Party today is all about. It's all a game. It's all of a manipulation, Madam Speaker. I think that they're underestimating the importance of when it comes time to present something. And we wait. I don't know how long we've been waiting for now for the Conservative Party to come to the table and share with Canadians through the House or in some of their meetings in terms of what it is that they're going to do with regards to the environment. We're all waiting to see something coming from the Conservative Party of Canada on the issue, Madam Speaker. But when you take a look at the policy and you combine the two, the issue of affordability, the issue of supporting the purchasing and acquiring and installing of heat pumps, it's a sound policy. And that's why, as I indicated in the question that I had put to my New Democratic friends, how do they justify not supporting that particular policy, Madam Speaker? Because it does send a mixed message. Earlier today, I posed the question in regards to the GST. Today, the New Democrats are kind of buying into some of the things that the Conservatives are saying when they say we just want to get rid of the GST on home heating. Think in regards to what that actually means. They say the purpose of getting rid of the GST on electricity, on natural gas, is so that they can have more money for individuals that want to be able to heat their homes. Now, the problem with that is that when you purchase your electricity, it's more than just for heating homes. In the summer in Winnipeg, you don't need to heat your home.
No.
When it's plus 35 outside, I don't think there's any furnaces, electric or natural gas, that are being used to heat homes. When you have all forms of utilities inside the house, whether it's a PlayStation, a toaster, or whatever, lights, those aren't used to heat homes. What about, Madam Speaker, are we saying, for example, if you consume both natural gas and you consume electricity and you have a propane tank, are we saying that all of those are going to be exempt for that one household? That's in essence what it is that the NDP are saying. Who are going to be the biggest benefactors of that policy, Madam Speaker? I would suggest to you it's not going to be the middle class. Remember in the last budget, we brought in the rebate, the grocery rebate. Where did the money come from in order to support that, Madam Speaker? It was through the GST. That's what allowed us to provide that particular support. And by doing that, Madam Speaker, who did we help the most? We helped 11 million Canadians plus. The middle class, those in terms of the lower end income, to get money directly into their pockets so that they would be in a better position to be able to have a higher disposable income to support groceries, Madam Speaker. Well, what is it that the NDP are proposing today? Someone pointed out Mr. Whalen will be one of the biggest benefactors.
Big house, I imagine.
He's got a fairly big house, not to mention probably other luxury items. You know, the 1% wealthiest in Canada are probably going to get the biggest reward on this particular motion that the NDP are bringing forward. Think about it, Madam Speaker.
100%.
You know, a fixed income senior living in an apartment versus the 1% wealthiest and where they might be living. And the type of resources that they would be spending that would consume electricity, propane, and natural gas, Madam Speaker. What about pointing out, how does this policy help? Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that there is a better way to be able to support Canada's working class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and those that we want to help, Madam Speaker, in a more direct way. We've seen a national government over the years lift children and seniors and people with disability out of poverty because of targets. I would suggest to you that this is an irresponsible way for the New Democrats, and it's unfortunately because I think they're being heavily influenced by the Conservative Party. They need to get away, get a little bit more distance from the Conservative Party, and they'll have a healthier party in the future.
A costly coalition.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Madam Speaker, I tried to follow that stream of consciousness, and I was struggling, but you know, at one point, I believe the parliamentary secretary was trying to make the case that somehow the GST is a progressive tax, and yet nothing could be further from the truth. The GST as a consumption tax imposes a higher burden on low-income people as a percentage of their income. Does he not agree, or would he like to take his 2-minute response and talk about how he doesn't understand what a progressive tax versus a regressive tax is as a concept? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want the member to think about what he just said. If that's the case, if he truly believed that, then why would the NDP support the GST? What he's saying is that he wants to see the GST taken off home heating. So if he really believes what he just said, what he would be articulating is that we should be getting rid of the GST, period. But of course, Madam Speaker, it's not true what he just finished saying, because if you factor in the GST rebates, it is a progressive form of taxation because of the rebates. I don't think that was explained to the member, or maybe if he does believe that all GST should be taken away, period. And then would he apply that to the provincial sales tax that many New Democratic governments have, Madam Speaker, put into place, supported, increased, and so forth? At least we provide a rebate that makes it progressive.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always enjoy listening to the member from Winnipeg North. I would say, you know, from a York Simcoe perspective, since 2018, we are still waiting for the $40 million commitment for the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund. We still don't have it. The Freshwater Action Plan, we're still waiting. Municipalities are calling me for that money. You know, we're still waiting for our trees to be planted. You know, Madam Speaker, York Simcoe, and I'm proud of this, has planted more than 5,000 trees on Canada Day barbecues right across York Simcoe, so I'm proud of that. But I'd like to ask the member, you know, we know that, you know, rural Canadians are disproportionately affected by the carbon tax. And, you know, for the people of York Simcoe, we were shocked to learn that we are now considered Toronto, the soup and salad bowl of Canada, the ice fishing capital of Canada, which I know I've invited the member to come ice fishing, and he hasn't taken me up on that. All the rural farms in Pefferlaw, we are not going to get the rural top-up, the meager rural top-up. I wonder if the member could comment how he thinks that's fair for the residents of York Simcoe.
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member started off by talking about Lake Simcoe and concerns in regards to the lakes in his community. You know, when I was in opposition, I had a great deal of concerns for lakes around the world. When, in fact, Stephen Harper then said that he cut funding to the Experimental Lakes project, which had a profound negative impact in regards to the whole area of science and research research in terms of the health of lakes, not only in small communities, but in communities throughout the world. And I'm glad to say, Madam Speaker, it's one of the things that as a government we did quickly after forming government is reestablish the importance of lakes in Canada, Madam Speaker. And today, the Environmental Lakes project is doing exceptionally well, and the government has taken a very proactive approach in regards to protecting ocean waters and doing what we can to support municipalities in making sure that we have good quality water.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to recenter the debate. We're talking about helping the lowest income household. Now, according to Net Energy Efficiency Canada, well, when it comes to federal government environment programs, they exclude Quebec. But in Quebec, we mostly use electricity, which is a cleaner energy. And I wonder if it's not the same issue with the Green Fund, because the CEO of a volunteer group in my riding, Cap Farnham, in my riding of Shefford, they recently wanted to benefit from the Green Fund for renovation because the city gave them a beautiful building, but the building needs a lot of love. So they did a lot of research to be able to access the Green Fund funding, and they saw that the fund is distributed elsewhere, but not in Quebec. There should be really a program to help households and organizations in Quebec, a program to improve the energy efficiency and eco-efficiency of buildings. All buildings should be included in this program. The people of Quebec and the organizations of Quebec should receive help.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm afraid my colleague is just underestimating in terms of the sense of commitment that come from the people of Quebec in terms of conversions. You know, Quebec is actually leading the country in terms of taking up the Greener Homes program, which is a wonderful program going into the thousands of people in Quebec that have recognized the value of heat pumps. And I see that as a very strong thing as the Government of Canada provides good, sound national programs to encourage people to look and take conversion very seriously. And through that particular national program, I would encourage people to look at the province of Quebec and look at the take-up. The number of people in Quebec is far higher than any other province in Canada, including the province of Ontario, from what I understand, under that particular program.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by saying one aspect of the speech from the member for Winnipeg North that I really appreciated was helping to articulate, my surprise as well that when we're talking about removing GST from home heating, that there's nothing about income testing on it in today's motion. I was surprised to see that. I'm unsure why that was the case. It makes it more difficult for me to consider supporting it. For him, though, my question to him is specifically on the third part of the motion with respect to a windfall profit tax on oil and gas companies. As he knows, the carbon tax went up only 2 cents a litre last year, and there are rebates attached to that expense. When it comes to the profits of oil and gas companies, though, they went up 18 cents a litre, and there are no rebates attached to that. It's part of why oil and gas companies are making record-breaking profits, and a windfall profit tax could generate $4.2 billion for climate solutions. Does he support a windfall profit tax on oil and gas companies' excess profits?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and to be completely honest on this, I'm not too sure in terms of the details in terms of what it is that the member is making reference to. What I do know is that we believe in a fair taxation, and people should be expected to pay their fair share of taxes. So, for example, in a budget where we brought in a temporary Canada recovery dividend, which applied to banks and insurance companies, which will generate several billions of additional dollars from excess profits. And I do believe that there's ways in which we're looking at caps in regards to emissions and oil and so forth, Madam Speaker. I just don't know the details to the degree in which I can comfortably comment on.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Honourable for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm thrilled that members from the Liberal Party are excited about me being able to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary a question. Now, Madam Speaker, what I find very, very interesting is you unpack a little bit of what that member said. And I would suggest maybe that they should stop handing out the tinfoil hats back in the Liberal lobby, because there is conspiracies that abound when it comes to what they're accusing Conservatives of, and when the reality and the facts are this. In fact, the Environment Commissioner recently released a report, Madam Speaker, that definitively said, and could not have been clearer, that the Liberals are failing, Madam Speaker. Now, that member made some pretty significant accusations to members of the Conservative Party. I'm wondering if he would be willing to name any so-called climate deniers within our caucus. If he's going to throw out accusations like that, have him name them, to stand behind his words, or is he just fear-mongering like the rest of them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there's actually 5 political party entities inside the chamber. There's only one political party that continues to deny climate change. And the member makes reference to tinfoil hats. Like, really, Madam Speaker? It is the Conservative Party.
Has had an opportunity the honourable member had an opportunity to ask a question, and other members seem to want to either answer or make comments. I would ask them to please wait until the appropriate time to do that. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Hold on, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, that member is very specifically demeaning the integrity of others within this place, and I believe if you would...
This is a point of debate is where the honourable member is going. The honourable member will please sit down. What he is doing is a point of debate. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The other thing I have to respond to is the member made reference to tinfoil hats. Well, there is a monopoly on tinfoil hats, and it's on that side of the House, on the left corner, Madam Speaker, better known as the Conservative Party, where they take this point, that point, this point, this point, this point, bring it all together, and somehow it's something really, really bad, Madam Speaker. It's called fake news, false facts, call it whatever you want. The tinfoil hats are always on sale at Amazon. I recommend that's where the member should to look for his.
Resuming debate, the honourable for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. They want to have conversations. They should take it outside of this chamber. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise again in this House. Before going any further, I'll note that I will be splitting my time with the member from Milton. You know, it is maybe a little frustrating that, again, we have a motion where we're debating the carbon tax in this place. And as I suggested in a speech on last Thursday, is when we keep talking about the carbon price in this way, it gives the false impression that it's the price on pollution that's actually leading to the large increases we're seeing on home heating oils and fuels across the country. So today we're debating a motion, an opposition to a motion that's been put forward by the NDP. And what I do appreciate about this motion is it does actually identify what is causing the record increases in fuels that we're seeing within Canada. By way of example, Madam Speaker, since 2020, we know that the increase in the price of home heating oil in Atlantic Canada, only 12 cents of that is from the price on pollution, and actually 63 cents of that is because of the massive excess profits that are being made by the fossil fuel sector. And Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we recognize why that's happening. Of course, with natural gas and with oil, these are global markets. And what we're seeing right now is instability throughout the world, particularly the illegal and unjustified Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has caused significant disruption to the global energy market. We're seeing the actions of OPEC, which is constricting the supply of energy across the world. And so we're seeing massive increases in the cost of energy in Canada as a result. And And just, Madam Speaker, just since 2022, the oil and gas sector in Canada has made a $30 billion increase in profits, which is a 1,000% increase since 2019. And Madam Speaker, at the same time we're seeing these record profits take place, we're seeing thousands of jobs being cut right across the country. So I do appreciate that this motion that the NDP put forward looks at this as a problem. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it goes beyond this. While I think there's a very good discussion to be had about putting in an excess profits tax on oil and gas companies and being able to use the profits from that to invest in the transition that's taking place. And it's very important that as part of this motion, there is discussion on ensuring that this financing goes to support things like heat pumps and other ways of reducing home heating bills for Canadians. And as the parliamentary secretary said earlier, there is issues with how it's been articulated in scrapping the GST on home heating fuels, given that actually might not assist the most vulnerable in Canadian society right now. But what I really find frustrating, Madam Speaker, is that just yesterday, the mover of this motion, the NDP, in fact, voted on scrapping the price on pollution for all home heating fuels right now. And I think, again, this sends the wrong message right now, and again, focuses on the price on pollution as a problem when really it is such a small portion of that. And Madam Speaker, we know that having a price on pollution is the most efficient way of reducing emissions, the most cost-effective way. The province that I come from, British Columbia, has had one for over 15 years. Of course, this was a price on pollution that was brought in by the right of centre government at that time. And while the federal system does not apply in British Columbia, the federal system that we have put forward actually provides rebates that's sent out quarterly to Canadians so that 8 out of 10 Canadians gets more back than they pay into it. So importantly, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about cutting the price on pollution for these fuels, it's actually going to reduce the rebates that people are getting. So in many ways, it actually undermines the affordability measure that's there. And it's through measures like this, Madam Speaker, that Canada has been able to make significant progress in recent years on reducing emissions. And in fact, since 2019, or rather, from 2019 to 2021, emissions in Canada have gone down more than any other G7 country. Obviously, we have a lot more to do, but our price on pollution is part of, a very important part of Canada's emissions reductions plan to make sure that we get there. So, Madam Speaker, I submit it's fundamental that we do not do things that undermine the price on pollution. For this mechanism to be effective, Canadians need to know that it's going to be in place for the long term and that it will be increasing over time as well. Because without this, Madam Speaker, individuals won't make the investments in measures that will actually reduce emissions and at the same time save on their pocketbooks as well. But similarly, Madam Speaker, it's incredibly important that we not only have certainty with the price on pollution for individual consumers, but also at the industrial level. On that regard, we are moving forward with the Canada Growth Fund, which, amongst other things, will be able to bring in things like carbon contracts for differences that will provide the certainty for industry that even if there is a change in the carbon price over time, that they'll have that security in making those investments. So, and it's incredibly important that we have this, Madam Speaker, because we're not seeing the type of investment at the business level in abatement of emissions. Just a couple months ago, or last month rather, on the Finance Committee, we heard from our witnesses that, in fact, over the last 2 years, while the oil sands have been making record profits, there has been $0, new investments made in mitigation of emissions. So it's critically important that the private sector and industry plays their part. So we need to make sure that we have the system in place to ensure that they're able to do that and, in fact, are pushed to do that. Another measure that we're in the process of developing right now is a regulation that will cap emissions from the oil and gas sector. And again, Madam Speaker, this is critically important so that those companies right now, which are making record profits while they're cutting jobs, actually invest in measures that will reduce emissions. But Madam Speaker, I am having a bit of a deja vu here with the NDP. In fact, the provincial NDP. I remember back in 2009 when the provincial NDP ran their entire campaign on axing the carbon tax. So I think it's critically important that we focus at this point on reducing emissions while we're there to support affordability for Canadians. But what I am heartened by, Madam Speaker, is that we are having the type of conversation that we're having about heat pumps. We know that heat pumps are an incredibly good way of reducing our emissions at the household level. And that's why we have announced a new program that's going to be able to provide free heat pumps for people in the 3 provinces that have already signed up for it so that they can move from the most high-emitting fuels, which are also up to 4 times as expensive as natural gas, onto heat pumps. And I've seen analysis that a family in Halifax can save over $1,400 a year by doing this. And this program that we've put together, we're putting the call out to all provinces so that they work with us on being able to provide heat pumps for people to transition for home heating oil onto heat pumps. And just yesterday, Madam Speaker, I was very proud to see my Premier, David Eby, wearing an I Love Heat Pumps shirt. And so I know that there is buy-in at the provincial level in British Columbia, and we need to work together so that we can save Canadians money, as well as reducing emissions at the same time. But Madam Speaker, it's not just about reducing our emissions at the household level and saving Canadians money in that way. We also need to assist Canadians with solutions in decarbonizing across the board. A key measure that we've been working on for several years now is ensuring that we're decarbonizing transportation in Canada. As part of this, we're now providing $5,000 incentives for people to switch to electric vehicles. And actually just last week, I was very, very pleased to now be able to take advantage of that program as well. And I'm part of the 18% of British Columbians that have 18% of new vehicle purchasers in British Columbia that have moved forward with an electric vehicle. So, Madam Speaker, whether it's in decarbonizing transportation, whether it's decarbonizing our home heating, we need to do all we can to support Canadians to make greener choices while having an effective price signal in place. And so, Madam Speaker, I think it's critically important that we do both those things at the same time, and imperative in that is ensuring that we have a robust carbon price so that Canadians know that it's going to be there in the future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I would like to just do one quick little comment to my colleague for his speech. His speech was very interesting. Of course, when he talks about the wrong messages being sent, I do have to say that as an Albertan, hearing a minister from the Maritimes, from the Atlantic provinces, say that if you elected more Liberals, you'd get more support, was very painful for my constituents. It was very difficult for constituents in Alberta to hear. But what I wanted to talk to him about, I wanted to ask him about, we are looking for ways to deal with the climate crisis. We know that people across the country want to deal with the climate crisis, of course, aside from the Conservative Party. But what we are also seeing is across the country that in my province of Alberta, for example, the Premier has chased away $33 billion of investment in renewable energy that could be used. Alberta should be a leader in renewable energy, should be a leader in the world in renewable energy, and yet we have a Conservative government that has chased away $33 billion worth of investment that will not come back. So I'm curious what he has to say about that, and perhaps, what we do to help places like Alberta when we have such backward Conservative governments.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Cedar Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton for the question. Frankly, moves like that give new meaning to cancel culture, and it's just incredible to see a government that prides itself on being pro-business to introduce that type of uncertainty to a sector that has so much promise in Alberta. Alberta has the greatest potential for solar energy and for wind energy of any province in the country. And so to see those types of measures to literally put a moratorium on bringing in that type of electricity, while at the same time saying that Alberta cannot meet the clean electricity standard, is just incredible to see. And so, frankly, it really undermines any credibility in that statement that Premier Smith made.
Questions and comments? The honourable for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you know, the carbon tax we know disproportionately affects rural Canadians. I think we can all agree with that. I think even the member from Milton would agree with that. And, you know, the government has come up with a meager top-up that now my riding of York Simcoe, that includes all the farms, small communities like Pefferlaw, which is very north of Toronto, we are not included now in that rural top-up. We have no choice but to drive to hospitals. We don't have a subway. We have very limited public transit. We don't have any streetcars, so we don't have those choices. I've got a First Nations in my riding. You know, they have to get back and forth from home, so the choices are limited. So I'd like to ask my colleague how he thinks that is fair for us to be excluded.
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party for the question. And certainly, folks that live in rural areas have challenges that people that live in urban areas don't when it comes to decarbonizing their lifestyles. Myself, I represent a semi-rural riding as well. You don't have access to the same type of public transit opportunities. And so that's why we increased the rural top-up. I can't speak to the specifics of the members' riding, but it's something that we need to look at on the supply side to make sure those options are there, whether it's through transit, particularly regional transit, where there is large gaps in the country, as well as making sure that we work with provinces and municipalities and other organizations to deploy things like electric vehicle charging stations and otherwise, so that people have the opportunity to make those changes.
For a brief question, Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Alberti-Maskinongé. Member for Drummond, rather. Sorry. I was hesitating to intervene in this debate, and as we have repeated, so my Quebec Conservative colleagues realize that the carbon tax doesn't apply to Quebec. It has its own market, but above all, it's available for all provinces to set up a carbon market, like BC did, and California and other American states as well have established one. My colleague from York Simcoe earlier was talking about regional specificities, and this is the case across Canada. And I was wondering if my Liberal colleague does not think that it would be much easier and avoid a lot of dissent within this chamber if every province adopted a carbon price with its own characteristics, rather having to face an imposed carbon price. I'd like to hear what he has to say about that.
For West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Je suis d'accord.
I agree with him. All provinces and territories have the option to create their own system based on their context. They could create a system where rural regions are defined differently. So I think if it's an issue, we also have to talk to the provinces, because across the country it's very different. It's hard to have one system that'll work for everyone. And that's why we designed it that way.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and to the Minister of is it sports? Sports, yeah, and activities. And unfortunately, the honourable member, I'll have to cut him off shortly.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise to speak to this Opposition Day motion today. As the opposition notes, Canadians across the country are facing more and more dramatic impacts from climate change, and they're also struggling with the sharp increases in the cost of living. And that's why we've put in place a comprehensive emissions reductions plan, the most comprehensive national climate plan ever implemented, not just here in Canada, but anywhere, Madam Speaker. It's very ambitious, and its aim is threefold: to reduce carbon pollution, to stop climate change, to growing our economy and positioning Canada to be a leader on the clean technologies front, as well as keeping life affordable for all Canadians. Now, Madam Speaker, my riding, as one of the previous speakers noted, is a semi-rural riding. I have hundreds of neighbours that use home heating oil. So these recent measures take that into consideration, recognizing that home heating oil is by far the most expensive way to heat one's home, and it's also the most emissions-intensive way to heat one's home, Madam Speaker. So we're going to get people off of home heating oil. We're going to get them the heat pump that their systems need. We've got highly polluting oil heat that we want to phase out, just like our efforts to phase out coal-fired energy. And we're going to do that in favor of clean and efficient, cold, climate-adapted heat pumps, Madam Speaker. I'm a big proponent of heat pumps because I have one myself. That means that I'm currently heating my house with electricity and not natural gas. And, you know, if it gets very cold, I can turn on my natural gas system. And I think it's important. This is about lowering emissions at this stage, not completely eliminating our reliance on fossil fuels, Madam Speaker. But I'd like to just talk a little bit about carbon pollution pricing, because it seems like in this House we spend a lot of time debating whether we fight climate change, not how we fight climate change, Madam Speaker, and that is truly unfortunate.
It being 5:51, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Bachrach, seconded by Monsieur Boulris, moved that given that, 1, 2023 saw a record fire season due to climate change in which the area burned was double that of the historic record, and hundreds of thousands of Canadians were evacuated. 2, Canadians continue to struggle with dramatic increases to the cost of living. Shall I dispense? No? Okay. Living while Canada's biggest corporations, including oil and gas corporations, post record profits. 3,
federal government programs aimed at supporting energy-efficient retrofits, such as heat pumps, are hard to access, especially for low-income Canadians. 4, effective climate action must also address the very real affordability issues, concerns rather, of ordinary Canadians. The House call on the government to A, remove the GST on all forms of home heating,
energy retrofits and heat pumps free and easy to access for low-income and middle-class Canadians, regardless of their initial home heating energy source. And C, finance these changes by putting in place a tax on the excess profits of big oil and gas corporations.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
On this important NDP action plan, we would like a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Article 45, the vote is deferred until Wednesday, until the period for oral question.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to have 2 points of order, if I can deal with the first one. Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, when the House adjourns on Thursday, November 9, 2023, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, November 20, 2023, provided that for the purposes of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, November 10, 2023. B, any standing joint special and special joint committees, as well as their subcommittees, shall not be empowered to sit on Friday, November 10, 2023, and C, on Friday, November 10, 2023, a Minister of the Crown may transmit to the Speaker a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General, recommending supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024, provided that I, the Speaker, shall inform the House of the receipt of such message and the tabling of the estimates thereon by causing them to be published in the journals, and said estimates shall be for all purposes deemed tabled before the House. The votes therein shall be referred to a relevant standing committee or committees.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary move, and the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu les noms.
The House has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 6:06, and we could begin private members' hour.
Do we have a unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:06? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:54, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business. Consideration of M86 standing in the name of Ms. Barron, Nanaimo Ladysmith, Citizens Assembly on Electoral Reform, first time debated.
Ms. Barron, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves that A, the House recognize that I, representative democracy is a fundamental part of Canadian society. Double I, in Canada's current electoral system, the majority of voters cast ballots for a candidate who does not get elected, and many voters feel that election results do not accurately reflect their views. Triple E.
Triple I. A Léger poll conducted in September 2020 showed that 80% of Canadians support the idea of striking a nonpartisan independent citizens' assembly on electoral reform. 4. Many Canadians are concerned with the health of Canada's democracy, including voter distrust and disengagement, lower voter turnout, and the polarization of politics. 5. All politicians and all parties are widely perceived by the public to have a vested interest in the design of the electoral system.
Citizens' assemblies have considerable legitimacy and public trust because they are independent, nonpartisan representative bodies of citizens. Number 7, citizens' assemblies have been used successfully in Canada, Australia, Belgium, France, Ireland, Scotland, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom to tackle difficult issues through nuance. Number 8, a citizens' assembly on electoral reform would give citizens a leadership role in building consensus on a specific model for electoral reform for Canada. Et B, de l'avis de la Chambre.
B, in the opinion of the House, the government should create a Canadian Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform, which would, 1, consist of citizens selected by sortition, an impartial selection process to ensure the Assembly's independence and nonpartisanship. 2, reflect the diversity of the Canadian population, including a representation and meaningful participation of age groups, genders, ethnicities, languages, socioeconomic backgrounds, and geographic regions, including from First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples.
Determine if electoral reform is recommended for Canada, and if so, recommend specific measures that would foster a healthier democracy. Debate. The Honourable Member Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored today to rise for the first hour of debate on my motion and a vitally important issue, M86, calling on the government to implement a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. I want to first thank all those who have been tirelessly pushing for electoral reform and to increase representation in the House of Commons far before I had the honour to serve as the Member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith. There are so many community advocates and organizations, to name just a few: Fair Vote Canada, Apathy is Boring, the Council of Canadians, Equal Voice, Citizens for Public Justice, and so many more. Madam Speaker, we know the way in which Canadians elect their representatives matter, and the impacts are felt by all Canadians. We're living with the impacts of a climate crisis. More and more people are struggling to get by, to have good, healthy food on the table, a place to call home, and an income that pays the bills. Madam Speaker, Canadians no longer have time to wait for those who represent them to take real action. This is why I've brought forward M86. Canada has been using the same electoral system, Madam Speaker, as you know, since Confederation in 1867. I'm sure everyone in this House will agree that much has changed since Canada was first formed. The first past-the-post electoral system, implemented by what is often referred to as Canada's founding fathers, was put into place many generations before women even had the right to vote, or were even considered persons in 1929. This was before Indigenous people were able to vote in 1960, well, that is, without losing status. Canada was a much different place, and the rights and voices of so many were not included. We have come very far, but also not far enough. The first past the post electoral system we are all familiar with is one where the winner takes all, meaning the candidate who gets the most votes wins all the power. This was very evident in the last two elections where our outdated voting system allowed one party to win 100% of the power, with just 39% of the vote. We see the impacts firsthand of what happens when the majority of Canadians do not see their votes represented. Madam Speaker, Canadians are sharing with me that they are feeling increasingly disengaged. And this is seen in the consistently decreasing voter turnout. Another result of the first past the post system can be seen when we look around us in this exact chamber. It is evident that those elected across Canada does not match our communities. As one example, currently there are 30% women elected in the House of Commons, despite women accounting for just over 50% of the Canadian population. This is the highest representation of women elected to represent federally we have ever seen in Canada. Yet it is clearly nowhere near where it should be. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that despite the steady and small increases in women's representation in the House of Commons, Canada ranks at an embarrassing 58th% on the world stage, and this number seems to just keep getting worse. The pace of the work happening to address this gap is not keeping up with the need. A 2018 report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women titled Elect Her, a roadmap for improving the representation of women in Canadian politics, includes sound recommendations to the government regarding concerns that remain today. The report discusses the ways in which increased political representation results in improvements to the economic, political, and social outcomes for everyone. Madam Speaker, we know that more women in politics means increased collaborations. I cannot even begin to count the many times I hear from constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith expressing frustrations with the endless delay tactics and partisan games happening in this chamber. Constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith and Canadians across the country are asking for necessary solutions to be implemented, which means working together. Encouraging an environment of respect where diverse opinions on important topics are considered is an essential component of an effective democracy. This means putting aside political games, working across party lines, and doing what is right not for the benefit of the next election, but for those we serve. To make matters worse, Madam Speaker, only 2.4% of members of Parliament identify as Black, and 3.3% identify as Indigenous. It is clear Parliament also lacks in representation of 2SL, LGBTQIA+ people, people living with disabilities, people living with low incomes, and I could go on. Those elected to the House of Commons does not match our communities, which means important voices are being left out of decisions that, more often than not, have the biggest impact on those who were not part of the decision-making process in the first place. Finally, as a result of the first past the post system, we also all too often see Canadians being left with no choice to rely on what is called strategic voting. I hear from Canadians that they are strategically voting for a candidate to ensure another does not get elected, not because they actually believe that candidate would be the best person to represent their values, but because of the fact that they don't want to see another candidate getting in. Madam Speaker, people want to be inspired to vote for the candidate that best aligns with the vision they see for the future. They want to see their vote count. Bless you. Implementing a national citizens' assembly on electoral reform offers Canadians the opportunity to ensure Canada's democracy is strong, not only by looking at how votes are counted, but also to review all factors that may impact our democracy, including the voting age, access to online voting, and to identify roadblocks to full participation of Canadians. Today, Madam Speaker, is the time to see all members of this House come together and move forward with a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. You see, Canadians no longer have the trust in politicians to do what is necessary, rightfully so. Canadians watched as the Liberals campaigned in 2015 on electoral reform, promising that it would be the last election using the first past the post system, but this promise was clearly broken. Since then, my colleague, the NDP MP for Elmwood Strathcona, was able to get support from members of all official parties in the last Parliament to agree to a study on electoral reform in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Unfortunately, when the 2020 election was called by the Liberals, this meant this much-needed study was not conducted. My colleague from the Green Party, the MP for Kitchener Centre, then carried on the baton by bringing forward Motion 76, calling for a Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. Madam Speaker, when I found out I would have the opportunity to bring forward private members' business for debate, I knew that carrying on this important work was the right path to take. As you know, Madam Speaker, I have other bills and motions that I've tabled in this House, all which are very important. But at such a troubling time for so many, there is much work that needs to be done. As I touched on before, we are in a housing crisis. We are losing loved ones at a tragic rate from toxic substances. Forest fires, droughts, and floods are impacting us all across the country and around the world as a result of the climate crisis. Innocent civilians, including over 4,000 children, have been killed by bombs as we speak in Gaza, all requiring our immediate attention. These are problems that require strong, honest, effective, and representative leadership. In order to have that leadership, we need to strengthen our democracy. I feel the frustrations being shared by so many Canadians. We can't keep doing what we have always done. We can't keep cycling through the same political parties to have all the power, attracting the same type of candidates, and making it easy for the cycle to continue with a first-past-the-post system and expecting a different result. The decisions made today will decide all of our futures, and based on what I'm seeing today, whether we will have a future at all. I bring forward M86 for debate as we need to see a Parliament that encourages collaborations, real solutions, and honest debate, Madam Speaker. We need the electoral systems to work for all Canadians, not just the few elite. Although many in this House would like to deny it, we know that lining the pockets of rich CEOs is not helping everyday people across Canada. It is time that decisions are made. The decisions that are made are reflective of the views and experiences of Canadians, not the lobbyists who have profits in the front of their minds. Madam Speaker, it is for all of these reasons and more that I, without hesitation, decided to bring forward a tangible solution that can move us forward in a positive direction to begin addressing the existential threats we are faced with. Madam Speaker, there is reason for Canadians to be optimistic. Through strengthening our democracy, Canadians can see their voices heard, can see solutions that put the planet and the people who rely on it at the forefront. With all members coming together and doing what is right for Canadians, we can see a happier, healthier, more sustainable future. Madam Speaker, I would like to share the words of Shoni Field, member of the former British Columbia Citizens' Assembly on Electoral Reform. Ms. Field said to me, "A Citizens' Assembly is a critical health check to our democracy that can re-engage a distrustful electorate, renew confidence that our democracy can be both stable and responsive to a changing world, and give voters hope that there can be a way for them to meaningfully engage in the political process to make our communities and country a better place." Those are strong words. A National Citizens' Assembly would give Canadians the tools through an independent, nonpartisan assembly that would provide their findings and solutions to government as the best path forward. Citizens' assemblies, Madam Speaker, have been used successfully in countries around the world. There are various forms of proportional representation, but one thing they all have in common is that voter support aligns with those who are elected. Proportional representation is used effectively in countries such as Norway, New Zealand, Switzerland, Scotland, and Germany, to name just a few. What we do know is that when we compare countries that use a first-past-the-post system, like here in Canada and the United States, to those using a system of proportional representation, we see on average in those countries that use proportional representation lower income inequality, Madam Speaker, more success moving forward with necessary and real climate action. We see higher scores on the UN Human Development Index that measures health, knowledge, and standard of living. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to share that Canadian Citizens from all political parties are expressing support for a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. As a matter of fact, according to a poll taken in 2022 by Ecos Research Associates and Fair Vote Canada, 76% of Canadians from all political backgrounds support this move forward. When broken down by party, the majority of respondents from each political party, Madam Speaker, for some reason I'm missing the rest of my speech, so I'm just going to talk about it. When this poll was conducted, members from all political party, the Liberal, the Conservative, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and the Green, the majority of those respondents all were in favor, the majority were in favor of a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. Madam Speaker, we're here today because unfortunately we saw the Liberals run off of electoral reform and then never follow through with that promise. This is an opportunity for all members of Parliament to come together to listen to Canadians across the country that are saying that it's the time for change now. It is the time for us to be uniting, to implement real solutions for people, because we have real we are in very troubling times. This motion is more applicable now than it has ever been, because it is clear that it's continuing to cycle through the exact same processes that we have in the past is not working. And so it is essential that we all take the time to listen to our constituents, implement a National Citizens' Assembly, and look at having representation that matches our communities. And with that, Madam Speaker, I hope that members of Parliament in all parties will come together to vote in favor of this motion, and I look forward to answering any questions that you have. Thank you.
For Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith, for her speech. I take certain remarks that she made both in her motion text and in the speech she made. She said the low voter turnout is due to the current first past the post. In my riding of Nepean and many other ridings in Ottawa, the turnout has been consistently above 70% during the last 3 elections. And she also said that this is not a proper system for our country, but our country has been one of the best countries in the world in every single measurable index in the world, Madam Speaker. And the countries, I know this Citizens' Assembly is an attempt for the backdoor entry of proportional systems. We have seen many countries with proportional systems like Israel. Because of the proportional system, they can't come to an agreement with Palestine. So we do have the biggest democracy in the world, the oldest democracy in the world, doing well, including like Canada.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't really quite hear the question in there, but I'd be more than happy to comment on what I just heard. First and foremost, something that I didn't mention in my speech, I don't believe I got to it, but there was a Liberal convention that happened recently. As you know, Madam Speaker, political parties have conventions, and the members of the Liberal members at the Liberal convention actually voted in favor of a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. So I would ask the member to lean on his membership and perhaps move forward with what it is that his members are asking him to do. The other thing is, absolutely, we have a strong democracy here in Canada, but there is so much room for improvement. If you look around the Parliament in the chamber today, you will see just that. And we know also that out of the world's 35 most robust democracies, 25 use a proportional representation and another 6 have adopted an intermediate solution. There's proportional representation systems used throughout.
Other questions, questions and comments. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, paragraph B of the